So nobody at this point in our politics in Nigeria, I don't think anyone has the right to stay on the sidelines, to be honest. It would be criminal if anybody, seeing everything that's going on right now, decides, oh, I want to stay on the sidelines. It doesn't bother me. It's not my problem. It's not my concern. So nothing keeps me up. I do everything I know I can do, and I go to sleep well, without any worries. So having said that, I want us to really, we have less than 100 days to the election. Pretty much everybody knows what who I stand for in this panel. We have less than 100 days. My question is, what are we doing? What is there? What is left to be done that we have not yet done? Who are the people that we ought to speak to that we have not yet spoken to? Now, having said that, a lot of people will not act, they don't believe in the new Nigeria. There's some people on the extreme end that are just saying burn everything to the ground. There are people who don't care. There are people who are holding on to their candidates, even though they see clearly the child, even the blind, the deaf, and whatever, can see that this person does not have the capacity to move the country forward. We know that. But those of us that are fighting hard for Peter the Rock Obi, what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Are we putting our money where our mouth is? Because at the end of the day, if that country sinks, guess what? It's going to affect all of us. It's not just going to affect some people. It's not going to affect one ethnic group to and leave the others. Everybody will cry. Everybody will be served the breakfast. Okay? So I want us to stay focused for those of us that believe that Nigeria is still servable. We can still do something. We can turn it around, and it's worth fighting for. For those of us who believe in it, we need to do what we must do to ensure that we have the right, sensible, common sense leader, Peter the Rock Obi, in that office, so we can start to work from the ground up. Because guess what? The work we have is humongous. We have not even scratched the surface. We're only talking election politics right now, but the work that we have is so much. And
Hello, welcome. Mr. Emmanuel Uduagan, the husband of Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduagan, representing Kogi Central, has asked the President of the Nigerian Senate, Mr. Godswill Akpabio, to treat his wife with dignity and respect. This call came in a statement he issued in Abuja yesterday. It adds to the ongoing battle in courts and public opinion as Nigerians watch the escalation of the conflict between the senators. On Friday, the matter that started as a mere issue of sitting position in the Senate turned into an accusation of sexual harassment. In an appearance on Arise TV, Senator Natasha Akpoti accused Nigeria's Senate President of sexual harassment. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Today, we are going to sit down with California-based lawyer and podcast host, Omoye's Corner, to discuss the challenges African women face in professional spaces, from systematic discrimination to gender-based biases. We dive deep into real-world cases, including the recent controversy between Senator Natasha Akpoti and Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Please join me in welcoming to the show Omoye's Corner. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. We played that old video of yours before the election, and I've not seen it in a long time. And people were saying that you predicted what was going to happen in terms of the outcome of the election. How do you feel about the state of the country? Let's start from there before we get to the issue of Akpoti and everybody.
Hmm. How do I feel about the state of the country? Depressing. Um, I feel it's very depressing. And I also feel like as a people, we've been very complacent, right? Even though I know that some of us did not know, maybe it was intentional that we did not know the history and understand the landscape of how politics is done in Nigeria. So there's an overwhelming feeling sometimes about the state of Nigeria that I feel, and the depression. I could see, people just kind of like a sense of hopelessness, for lack of better words.
Mm.
That's how I feel about it in the moment.
Mm. What about the opposition? I know that you supported P2B. How do you feel the opposition there playing their role in this kind of political setting that we're seeing in the country?
Honestly, I am not impressed with the opposition at all. And I've made my opinion known about that. Like, we should have, the opposition should be stronger and be unafraid to say unapologetically what is going on in society, because the people in government today were once opposition, and we all saw, even though we didn't know, those of us that were not aware of how fierce the opposition was, at least we got to go back and review what they were able to do. So sometimes I wonder why there's this silence from the opposition. Even the supposed PDP that was as in its own time was very vocal as well. Now everybody seemed to just, bend the knee to what seems like it's looking like a one-party system that we're experiencing in Nigeria. So I'm kind of disappointed, to be honest.
Now, we see activities heating up for the next election, which is 2027. People are choosing sides. What do you think about the position of P2B? Not just let me just before we get to P2B, the fact that people are preparing for another election without a change in the electoral laws. Do you think that there will be any difference in the outcome if nothing changes and people go back to vote?
The short answer is that there will be no change if they don't do what they need to do. I have expressed this numerous times. Like, I'm going to take a backseat in the upcoming election if I do not see real changes happen. The electoral laws it needs to be, even though they keep saying that we have strong electoral laws, but I'm saying, what about the diaspora voting? Because we can, obviously, it's clear to everyone, those of us back home cannot do as much because they've been beaten down, right? Even those that are supposed to speak up are not doing so. So there's a huge role that the diaspora needs to play in this, and I'm hoping that a lot of voices, speak to this fact. We need diaspora voting. We need to have people elected INEC chairman, neutral INEC chairman, and the entire body of the INEC as it stands right now should be dissolved completely. And we need to have neutral, no party person in INEC. If those major things don't happen, I'm sorry. It's almost like we're just holding water. We're going to be holding water for T-Pain until 2031, which will be sad.
But is there any incentive for him to do what you are recommending? What is incentive if he's going to get the result that he wants with the people in place?
Well, I don't think it's up to him. I think that is up to the Nigerian people. To be honest, it's up to us as the citizens. well, for lack of better words, people say we're not your citizens. I agree with that. As a people who care about the Nigeria, whether you care about only your ethnic group or you care about only your state, right? What we can all agree on is that the country itself has to work so you can have peace where you are. So the people have to it has to be people driven with voices and action, backed by action. We have to push for it. If the people come together and push for those changes and speak to the necessary people and we need to mobilize ourselves. They don't have a choice. We keep thinking that this administration as it stands in Nigeria has all the power. They do not. They're human beings. They have emotions too. I'm sure that when you one of was during the Natasha and Akpabio incident that's been playing out. I remember in her interview she said when they were protesting bad governance or stuff like that, and somebody told Akpabio that they don't like you very much, they're going to come for you. What Akpabio said, if it has not exposed to every one of us that these people are scared of uprising, I don't know what else is. I don't know what else will.
We know they are scared. We had Amaechi say things like that. But being that you are in the political space and you know the people we're talking about, the people we're dealing with, you talk to Nigerians almost every day. Do you think that they are ready to seize this opportunity?
That's why I said it's not up to Nigerians back home. We should stop thinking and expecting solely that Nigerians back home can make this happen. Are there some Nigerians that are willing? Yes, they are. But we understand the political climate in Nigeria. We understand how everything is, it's almost impossible for people to really do what they need to do. We in the diaspora would need to mobilize ourselves. And there's no time. We need to seriously mobilize ourselves. Go ahead.
Are we better than those at home?
Some of us are not. No, you're right, Dr. Damage. Some of us, I'm sure you've seen it and observed it as well. Some of us are worse than those at home. Some of us want the status quo to remain so that it will hopefully get to their turn so that they can take advantage and lord it over people. I know that, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that those of us who really care and want to see the real change, we have power too. So we need to tap into the power that we have, and mobilize ourselves and strategize. Right. While we're trying to educate, because I know there are people who are doing the work, educating the people on ground, trying to preach a message. So while we're trying to do that at the same time.
Why do you think it's difficult to organize our people abroad? Because there are so many things that have been going on and we don't see much of activities abroad in terms of reaction to them.
I think it's a complacency that we carried over from Nigeria. Personally, I think anybody that wants to do something will do something. No, nothing stops you from, if something happens, you carry even if it's just you, carry a placard, let your own thoughts know. Anybody that wants to be a part of it is more than welcome. We have not gotten to the point where we're used to mobilizing each other. It's a thing that we need to start for ourselves, even though there'll be people that make excuses and all of that. We gotta, even if it's one person, we have to do it. We really have to mobilize, however regardless of who shows up or who doesn't show up. Because you know what happens? Nigerians are fond of copying. When they see that there's something that's, everybody is getting involved in, they tend to want to be a part of it. You understand? So I think that we need to take the bull by the horn. We have to we have to hold ourselves accountable and say, what am I doing about this situation? It's not just talking is good. Talking is opening up people's minds and helping to educate people about the situation, but there's more action is needed visibly.
How do you assess the role that Peter B has been playing as a leader of the opposition so far?
So far, I think he can do more. I think he could do more. I don't know why, he's not doing as much. I really, really hope and I wish that he would do more. He does speak to issues sometimes, like he types up messages and he, speaks his mind on occasion as best as he can in a respectful manner. But I think that the Nigerian landscape needs someone that's going to, Peter B has to like embody the angst amongst the people. He has the support of overwhelming people. That's the thing. I don't know if he really understands the depth of how much support he has. He has people that are really standing strong behind him that would enable him to take that strong stance, because he's the only one right now in the political landscape in Nigeria that has everything it takes to really to turn that country around.
Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to have the conversation we brought you here for. After that, we talk about the work you do and they go back to the political system and structure in Nigeria. So let's watch this video a little bit to introduce the topic.
Or this is a particular trend.
Yeah, that outburst. That's what I'm about to explain that.
Yes.
Yes. So many people do not know what I'm about to say, but I'm going to speak my own truth, and the Senate President is allowed to counter that. It all started on the 8th of December, 2023, which was a day before his birthday and my birthday. We are birthday mates. We were all in Akwa Ibom because he had a big fanfare in the stadium. Myself, my husband, and a few of his close friends, we went to Akwa Ibom. And at first, we were at Ikot Ekpene. We were in his house in Ikot Ekpene. Then we all moved to his house in Uyo, which was about 8 p.m. And he held my hand and said he wanted to show me around his house. My husband was walking behind us, just 3 of us. We're walking around from room to room. He showed me the beautiful interior. This was done by this, by that, this designer here, he bought this from. I was like, oh, it's beautiful. And then I noticed that he hastened his pace while still holding my hand. And my husband was behind, still on his phone, but he was catching up whenever he could. And then he got to this particular sitting room, and he said, do you like my house? I said, of course, sir. Every room, beautiful, nice interior, quality taste. He said, now that you're a senator, I'm going to create a time for us to come spend quality moments here. You will enjoy it. At that point, I just pulled away and I was like, I don't really understand what exactly that meant. But then my husband now, when I turned around, I saw my husband was already near me. And the way my husband looked at me and looked at him, I was beginning to wonder, did he hear part of that inciting statements or not? And then the Senate President too, I saw that he also had that thought, like, did my husband hear the invitation to treat or not? So then the Senate President now said, oh, by the way, let me show you my chapel. He has a chapel in his house as well. So while we were going to the chapel, we walked in silence and all. So that evening, before we left the Senate President's house at about 11 midnight to the 4 points in Ikot Ekpene. And my husband asked me, Natasha, what did the Senate President whisper to you? What was he telling you? I thought, should I tell him that he was speaking about bringing me in here at a special time for us to have a good time? Or should I just kill it there, wrap it as if there was nothing? Because tomorrow was a big day. I know how much my husband adores the Senate President. He loves him as a brother. My husband would do anything to support him.
All right. This is a bit of the interview that Natasha granted at Rise TV. That was on Friday. As of yesterday, this is what's happening in Akwa Ibom State.
Not to disrespect our son again. He's so important to us. He's a precious son. He's a gold. He's a precious son to Akwa Ibom. He's a precious son to the women of Niger Delta. So we are telling her that should stop insulting our son. The women said that should be the first and the last for her harassing our son in a way which is not good. And the women of Akwa Ibom said We don't want that any longer.
All right, women of Akwa Ibom out on the streets supporting their son, Senate President Godswill Akpabio. So, Omoye, what do you make of all this?
Hey, you know, it's how do they say, the abuser or the abused, right? It's almost like, I don't know how to put it in words. It's not coming to me like I really want to say it. But the whole point is, when the people have been beaten down so much and they don't know their rights, they don't know what it is they ought to do, they don't even know who they are as a people, this is what you get. I bet you if you go ask those women, why are you, what happened? Why are you protesting? They would not be able to explain to you why. Because we know in Nigeria, all you need to do is give people $1,000, $5,000, 5,000 naira, and they're able to buy, biscuit or bread. That's it. That's all you need. So having the fact that he even went as far as doing that shows that he's guilty. And let's not pretend. Nigeria has been a toxic place for women for the longest time. So it's not something that anybody can pretend. Anybody that's trying to say otherwise is part of the problem, unapologetically, because it's open, it's obvious for everyone to see. So this is the case with the women in the marketplace. As long as they are being fed, they've collected their 1,000 naira or 5,000 naira, or maybe they did one favor for them. Maybe the Akpabio himself, maybe built one borehole that does not, you have to use bucket to fetch with rope. That's it. That community will say, let them gather. The person that was able to bring us one borehole is asking us to come out. That's all is needed. Don't need too much to gather people to protest in Nigeria, unfortunately.
All right, let's go back to the beginning of the story. So it started with an incident in the Senate floor, where Akpabio insisted that Natasha should not speak unless she, the requirement was that she should go back to her newly assigned seat, which she refused. And then it became something else. Now we saw Akpabio's wife. She came out to say that Akpabio, the statement was Akpabio was a disciplined man, that Akpabio would not do any of those things. So when you see the wife of a man being accused of things like this come out to defend him, what do you make of that?
It speaks to the state of women in Nigeria, that you have to come out to defend your husband because he's a child, right? That's the role that a lot of women have held for God knows how long. I don't want to say for centuries because, let me not even get into that. But yeah, for the longest time, that's the role, because her name wasn't even mentioned. If her name was mentioned and she came out to say, hey, you know what? My name was mentioned in this. I'm not sure why. So I'm counter suing because, this person needs to come explain why my name is being mentioned, but her name was not even mentioned at all. But she felt the need to act like Voltron, right? Defender of her husband, not knowing what her husband does. Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. I don't know, right? To defend something that you cannot vouch for. It's disturbing to see, to be honest, while the senator himself who's been accused is not even has not even come out to speak or even, say a word to say, no, these are all lies against me or whatever. Not a word. Instead, he sent his wife and then the other guy that came up at Brekete, his aide, I think, that came up at Brekete family to come and speak to how Natasha uses pancake and lipstick. I mean, it speaks to women they don't value women in Nigeria. I'm sorry, that's what it is. There's no value. I mean, why would you're the one who, Dr. Damages, you're the one who committed the offense. Your wife is now your wife, we are saying. Why? It doesn't make any sense. It speaks to the way things, the upside down way things are in Nigeria. I'm sorry. That's what it speaks to. And a lot of people are saying that and are like, what? Are you serious right now? You know, so that's what I think.
Now, there've been conversation going on every platform, media platform, since Friday. And one of the things that I noticed that came up is that people are digging into the story and the biography of Natasha herself and bringing up issues. Now, I wanted to talk about that because some people are saying that this is why women sometimes don't come out to fight, because once they come out, people throw everything at them to discredit what they are talking about. Have you had any of those stories that are out there?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact. And I say those stories don't hold, they don't hold, there's no stance for it in this scenario right now that we're dealing with. Okay. If somebody does a wrong right now, right? If I do a wrong right now, I've done a wrong, I'll be punished for that wrong. You're digging up stories. What has that got to do with what's going on right now? The old stories, how does it affect what's going on right now? How does it affect it, right? And yes, there's a thing, women are silenced in Nigeria. That's why a lot of women don't come out, right? The kinds of SA, harassment that goes on, right, with women in Nigeria, it is alarming. They don't talk enough about it because the people grew up in a culture of silence. Even when you go, sometimes in some cases, the parents will be the ones to silence you, or an elderly person around, like, don't say that, don't let people hear that. That's what we're seeing play out. That's why women find it reluctant to come out and speak. Because when they do, you see what's been playing out in the media, where they're digging up stories that don't matter. They're talking about how she's stubborn, how she should listen, how she should obey, how there are things, how she's a child. That's why a lot of women don't come out. It is the coconut women, the ones that are ready to drag, that have, the mind to do that have the time, that do stuff like this. And this is why Natasha should be supported, because even in colleges, in the universities in Nigeria, in secondary schools in Nigeria, it's happening. Nobody's talking about it. Imagine a Senate of 109 members. Only 4 of them are women. Isn't that an outrage in and of itself? In a society where they claim that the women are more than the men, why are we not seeing that representation in the Senate? It's disturbing, because this is part of the silence we talk about. The men in the Senate, now women born them. You understand? These are people giving birth to your children, but yet you don't think that they deserve to be in the Senate to make decisions. Women are managers. They can do multiple things at the same time. But this is what's playing out. They silence you when you come out and say, hey, this is what I'm dealing with. This is what I'm experiencing. They'll tell you, keep quiet. It will blow over. It will blow. Don't worry. Just go and beg him. Go and talk to him in a way. That is what is going on. And that's why women find it difficult to come out and say anything. Because once they come out, they demonize them.
Are there things that men, because when you listen to men discuss this, are there things that men do not get in terms of what women are going through in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, really?
Maybe there are things that men don't get. Let me put it like that, so it doesn't look like I'm just categorically saying men don't get it. Maybe there are things that men don't get. For instance, if you're working in an office in Nigeria and somebody comes and shows you come into an office, you are not expecting to be harassed. You are not. You are minding your own business. Somebody grabs you by the buttocks. Who do you explain? How do you tell? If you say, then only touch you now. Not only touch. Or the man sends you naked pictures of his birthday suit, and you complain, na only picture now that one I come they make you. I was on a space. Some guy came up and said, well, it's not that big of a deal now. It's not a big deal for a man to talk to or try to hit on a married woman. It's not, it happens. It's not a big deal. Let's not make a big deal out of it. So when you hear men talk like that, and you put them in those same shoes and say, okay, let it be your wife that this is happening to, or your daughter, see the reaction. It will be different. So that's why I find it difficult to say, what don't men understand? If you have a child, if you have a sister you care about, some people don't care about their mothers. Some people don't care about their sisters. Let me see, if you have a child and your child comes to complain to you that, hey, daddy, at my work, I'm not able to do my work because of this man. This is how he's treating me. This is what he's doing. How would you feel? Men need to hold themselves to account. Men know men who do these things. They know themselves. They should be. This is why when some Nigerian men leave Nigeria and go and move abroad, guess what? They keep catching them for touching a teenager, or talking to young people over the internet, or having multiple sexual relations with other women outside of their wives. This is why everything is being, you know how many men they have held or imprisoned or taken in England, especially for doing this same thing? This is the problem. So men need to educate themselves about sexual harassment, because the social media is big now. You can find whatever information you want out there. It's played out for too long. In Nigeria, it's a chokehold. I have friends who they work in, banks and different places. They'll tell you, oh, my boss says if I don't do this, I don't get promotion. If I don't do that. It is really, really bad in Nigeria. I'm sorry. It's so bad. It does not look good. And that's why you can see it play out on such a high level, because of the complacency and how bad it is.
Yeah, you touched on something about men who have daughters. Yesterday on the show and other platforms we are listening, a lot of men came up, especially those abroad, talked about, oh, my daughter, if anything happens to my daughter. So it appeared as if it's about their daughter, that's when they wake up and they think that this is serious issue. But if it's about somebody else, they have a kind of detached approach to what is happening. Do you see a lot of that in our men? Do you think that our men who are abroad, that they have a different approach, attitude to this?
Yes, I think they do. Just like you rightly pointed out, when it comes to their daughters, it's a whole different ball. You will see them become emotional, like, oh my God, visibly. But when it comes to other people, it's almost like there's a brain switch, like, oh, not me, so I can do whatever, right? And I see that with our men, even in the diaspora. Yes, you understand. So it really is very important for our men to check themselves and educate themselves even before they travel overseas. They need to educate themselves, because some of the things a lot of the things they get away with in Nigeria, they can't try it elsewhere. They can't. So it's very frustrating sometimes for women to have these conversations. Extremely difficult, because the men seem to not want to get it. What I keep hearing in the platforms I've been in, oh, it's not such a big deal. Oh, I beg, maybe she's lying. What is it? Is she trying to say that she's the only woman in the Senate? Are there no other women? Why is she the only one complaining? She said Nigeria seems to have a problem with outspoken women. So this is why they suppress and make sure they don't give you the platform, right? Squeeze you out so you don't have that voice. That's the problem,
Now, what do you think women can do to to begin this wider conversation or change in attitude?
I think I don't even want to say I think, because a lot of women have been speaking up about this. So I can't say, oh, they should speak up, because they have been. They have been. I think what I think needs to happen is for the men to start talking to each other and start having these real-time conversations, because some men don't see anything wrong with some of these things. They don't see there's no moral compass, whatever that is to them. There's none. It's almost like they can do whatever, they can cross whatever boundary. I mean, we just listened to the video of Natasha where the man held her hand. Do you know in some culture that's an abomination already? You go hold married woman hand. In some culture, that's an abomination. Do you understand? Let's forget that, people seem to want to westernize themselves. There are cultures where you dare not hold a married woman's hand. Even to cross married woman leg, an abomination for some culture. So I think the men really are the ones who need to come together and start to have conversations, real-time conversations about this and how it affects if they care about their wives, how it affects their wives, how it affects their mothers, especially how it affects their daughters. If they care, it's a wake-up call. You know how many men I've read about, Nigerian men, that have been caught in acts like this with underage children, underage girls, right? Some boys and women too. You don't want to know how many cases, So many really need to understand. Look, 1800 don't pass. Maybe they were doing that in the 1800s. I wasn't there then, perhaps. But right now, Nigerian men need to learn to move with the times. This is the problem I'm seeing. They're not opening their heart. Not that all of them are not, because, hey, there are fantastic Nigerian men that are doing the work, that understand these things, that are just as frustrated as I am right now. There are lots of them, but they need to be talking and these are the types of conversations worth having podcasts about. Not how you want to marry 50 wives, but conversations about, how does this affect our women?
Now, we're talking about 50 wives, so we'll get to that because that's the kind of topic that will bring a lot of men here. But, in America and the Western society where we live, they still make sure that the government has a role to play in terms of things like making sure that people in the workplace, they go through trainings, sexual harassment trainings. Even though it's almost accepted in this society that there are some things that are not acceptable, but they still make sure that everybody is going through these trainings. But the same is not true in Nigeria. I don't even think they have any kind of in-service, even for law enforcement people. So do you think that is needed? And how do we get to that point, where we can get to that point where people are going through formal trainings to have this conversation, have professionals also teach them what this is about, because it's more than just saying stay away from this kind of behavior.
Right. You're correct. The government has a role to play in it. Unfortunately, Dr. Damages, as everybody knows, with the state of the country, there's only so much you can do. The only way that it can, because I know there's a lady I saw on Arise News, I think her name is Ireti Bakare Yusuf, brilliant woman. And she has an organization and she says they try to do trainings and all of that. For now, that's the best we can do. If we can get more organizations on ground within ourselves, I'm not talking about international organizations, please. I'm talking about the ones that we ourselves form by ourselves and take to different institutions and different corporate offices to let them know how important these conversations are and to train them on how to look out for stuff like this, and how to, like, for instance, where I work for a non-profit organization, right? They do, every time we always have this, sexual harassment training, right, in the workplace and all of that. And they give you details, you watch videos, you have questions you have to answer and stuff like that. We need stuff like that. And in the meantime, because I don't know if we have, this government cares about stuff like that, but let me pretend that they care and say this: the government has a huge role to play, because what they're not understanding is that when you have the most vulnerable of your society being beaten down, and let me just say this too, the men are also vulnerable because they take advantage of men as well. Okay, the men who take advantage of men. So if the vulnerable group of people in the country is not taken care of, and the necessary training is not put in place, that government would even look worse. So if I were in this government and I had some type of influence, this is something that should be championed and taken and put into law, so that it trickles down and people get trained from from primary, heck, from nursery school, secondary school, teachers, everybody, secondary school, university, and all of that, and then put punitive damages, punitive ways of punishing people for bad behavior when they do stuff like that. But with the policing system in Nigeria, I'm sure you saw a video, Dr. Damages. I don't know if you saw a video of an officer or a policeman who, a lady came to report a case of, I don't know if I can use the word here, okay, to the police station. The policeman, right, took his turn with her. I don't know how people got in. They now started videoing the man and they were, cursing him out and everything. And the girl was laid out flat somewhere. Please tell me, when you are trying to avoid problem, you go and table your matter in the police station, and it is the person you went to report to that is now the one taking advantage of you, not seeing a problem with Conde like that. So, yeah.
What about I don't know if you watched reaction of Senator Kingibe, the Labour senator representing Abuja at the Senate, reaction to Natasha's case on her right. Did you watch it?
Yes, I did.
What do you make of her approach or her attitude towards the case? Because she talked about Natasha as somebody who could be her daughter, somebody she was trying to show the way around the Senate. What do you make of her approach?
Disappointing. Very, very disappointing. It reeked of Queen Bee attitude. Queen Bees, right? I think it was what's the former CBN governor from the north? What's his name?
Oh, you're talking about the emir?
Soludo. No, Sanusi. Sorry, Sanusi, not Soludo.
Yeah,
Sanusi.
Yeah.
Sanusi once gave an interview one time where they were talking about, bringing women on board management in banking. And he was speaking to a group of people and he was saying that women should try not to be queen bees, because what happens is when some women, when they elevate them to that position, they get there and they want to throw away the ladder. And I'm paraphrasing. If you can find that interview at some point, that would be awesome. And he said this, and that speaks to what Senator Ireti came to play out on TV, on Arise News, unfortunately. What she was trying to do is, first of all, make Natasha look like a child. Natasha is not a child. Natasha is not her child. They're colleagues. If she has a problem calling her a colleague, that's her problem. Natasha is there to stay and serve her people. Whether you are 70 and your colleague is 20, that one go, consign anybody as long as you do your job. So I was really, really disappointed in her interview. And, she is part of the problem. What she exposes is that she's part of the problem of the silence that women experience in Nigeria. This is why Nigerian women are not seen. Where you have the opportunity, this was her opportunity to shine. This was Ireti's opportunity to shine and say women are not heard on the Senate floor. I myself, because we do remember the problem she had with Wike, we remember that. Guess what? Natasha stood up for her, right? So when you have a woman come and play that same and tell her, oh, there are ways to this thing, you know, there's a way you do this thing. She's a child. She's like my child, you know. I have to, you calling her husband to tell her to withdraw her case. You want to silence her. You want to gag her. Is a big problem. Senator Ireti, I say it unapologetically, is part of a problem. She thinks by throwing Natasha under the bus that she will get what she's looking for. She ain't gonna get it. I'm sorry. She ain't gonna get it, because that's not speaking up for those who need to be spoken up for. Women are one of the most vulnerable groups in Nigeria. Here was our opportunity. What did she do? She threw Natasha conveniently under the trailer, trying to make her look like the whining, you know, she's a whining child. She's always causing problems. You know, that was the impression she came to give. If nobody, with every liberation that has happened in the world, if everybody kept quiet because it was convenient, we will not be where we are today. Most of the people who spoke up, guess what? They spoke up when it was most inconvenient. You know, so it was really sad to watch. I found it difficult to watch, but I had to watch it so that I could hear and speak on it.
Now, in America, we had the Me Too movement that happened here and brought down a lot of powerful men. Is there any, what is in the environment here? What do they have here that we don't have at home that helped women here to be able to speak up?
What we have in America is a resilience, not giving up. Because if you think about the history of slavery and how they rose from that slavery, how they fought a war because of that slavery, right? And then Black people started speaking up, even when it was inconvenient. You know how they were unaliving people. Remember during the Martin Luther King civil rights movement, they would send people into schools, into different inconvenient locations. Some of those people didn't come back alive. Okay? And they kept pressing on. They did not give up. They fought for years before they got to where they got to, right? So there's a resilience. I don't know if you remember, there's another lady, her name doesn't come to me now, but she was much, she was, I think, one of the first people to cast a vote when Black people were allowed to vote. She had to drive, on her way to vote, they caught her, they beat her up, threw her in jail, right? Violated her, okay? Because she was trying to cast a vote. She came out, she still moved forward with that trip, ended up voting. I can't remember her name right now. If I do, I'm going to share that name. You know, so as the difference is that in America, the people are persistent. They never give up. And they use their voices. When it's most inconvenient, you see them coming out and using their voices. They are not afraid of the consequences. During the last protest, when this man was unalived by the police, right? There were pictures of people standing face to face with the police, with their gun pointed at the people. Did they give up? You know, that's the difference between what we have in Nigeria and what we have in America. America is a spirit that never dies. Once you have that spirit of liberation in you, it wasn't Louisa. No, it's somebody. I can't remember her name. I remember her now. I think she became part of. She ran for a position in the Senate at one time. But anyway, I'm going to dig it up. I'll bring it. So, you know, the resilience, and they never give up. attitude of Americans. That is what differentiates them from what we have in Africa. There are people in Nigeria. Nigerians are more interested in the convenience of now. Make I see food chop, make I chop bread. Oh, food. God of the belly. Okay? You can do without food. The most important thing, we need your eye on the ball. That's what needs to happen for Nigeria. But we are here in this lifetime to make sure we make that happen as best as we can. It can't be in the silos or quiet places anymore. It needs to be in your face. You need to be unafraid, because you talk, you go. You don't talk, you go. Nobody chooses when they're going to go, though. Nobody, right? So that's, I think, one of the major difference is that Americans have the resilience and they stay on it, not moving, and they strategize and they come together and they're able to form groups, okay, that will be championing their causes. And when they see that that group is not serving them anymore, they form another one and they come together again. Everybody has a voice. They don't back down for nobody. That's what Nigerians need to adopt.
I want to know if you've thought about this. Are there any ethnic groups in Nigeria or even regions in Nigeria where the culture is different? I'm talking about men and their culture. Is this something that has always been in African societies, or something imported with colonization?
I want to say it's imported with colonization, because the African history itself, prior to colonization, recognized women. Because remember, prior to colonization, women went to the farm, right? Women were the ones who managed the community. Women were the priestesses. Okay, women, there were poems or parables. I know maybe in your tribe as well, in your culture, there'll be sayings and parables that have to do with women. How, the position of a woman and the authority of a woman. I know I have that in my tribe. The role of a woman was very sacred in most parts of African society. It was very, very sacred. You had women who were protecting kings. There's a reason why that was. Okay. So it was not always the case with Africa. I want to say it was colonization that brought about the messed up mindset that men now have to, want to silence and gag women. It's not natural to the African man. They don't understand that. That is why the way it's been done is toxic, because it's not natural. It's not. If everyone took their time to go back prior to colonialization, they would understand it, because most times the men did not make decision unless it was important, unless it was something that, okay, now we need the voice of the man to come and speak. It was mostly the women that were managing and taking charge of things within the community.
Now,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up.
In some cultures, right, there were where there are instances where the men don't even work. It was the women that do all the work, right? The women come back, right, and then the men will come, maybe tear the wood that they used to cook or something like that, and then when they need to eat, they will serve, and then they will all eat together. In some African cultures back then, some cultures, the men didn't work. Yeah.
I wanted to know the judiciary, the role they have to play in this reform. What is in the books? Do you know the law books of Nigeria?
You don't tell, but okay. First of all, I'm not a huge fan of the judiciary in Nigeria. I haven't, to be honest with you, I've never been a huge fan of the judiciary in Nigeria, even though I went to school in Nigeria, law school in Nigeria. I never liked it. I remember my first time going to court, I didn't like it at all. The fact that there were no air conditions, and there was no cooling portals or anything, and they would wear those wigs and gowns, and they would sweating profusely. The entire courthouse would be smelly. I did not like it. I always wondered, even back then, as young as I was like, why do we have to do? Why don't we wear Ankara? I've always had that mindset. I never ever wanted to practice in Nigeria. It never interested me. I didn't want to be a lawyer because it was cumbersome. I felt like some of the things because when you go to court, right, you are presenting your case, the judge will be writing with biro and paper. You will tell the lawyer, wait, go back, say that again, sentence. Like, no stenographers, nothing, right? I was like, oh my God. So I never had any practice in Nigeria, never, because I was switched off completely. I didn't like it at all. Now, does the law have a role to play in Nigeria? Yes, it does. That's why there are laws, right? Now, the important question is, do we have the lawyers that have the goal to step up and make those laws work? That is the real question. And I have thrown out to the judiciary committee on my own social media page, like, the lawyers don't even know their role. They don't even know why they are lawyers in Nigeria. Lawyering in Nigeria, the judiciary itself ought to come out en masse and lead the protest against itself in order for change to happen, because they have balkanized. If you notice, I don't like referring to myself as a lawyer. I don't even want anything that associates me with that profession because I'm ashamed of it. It's an embarrassment, okay? But I digress. The lawyers themselves have a role, if they knew what they were doing, to ensure, because Nigeria has the laws in place, okay, for these types of scenarios. They do have, because they're, common law rules that were brought from the British. We also have customary rules that they could actually also infuse. We have our customary courts in Nigeria. Are they active? What role are they playing? So there's a lot that the judiciary can play in this. Half of the things that we're complaining about, if the lawyers had the goal, okay, had the boldness that they need right now to step up and make sure that those laws are working, Dr. Damages, half of our fight will be done.
We have to also identify that Natasha is a lawyer. Godswill Akpabio is a lawyer. So, yeah, that's what they said. I don't think Godswill practice one day, but and this is happening. So, to the point you are making, I want to ask you before we take a break. What about the women, Nigerian women, African women abroad? What can they do in terms of, since we agree that those are home, like the people we saw protesting in support of Akpabio, they are handicapped by several issues. What can men, the African women, who live abroad, what can they do? Because this issue, this is how it's going to be resolved now. People are saying they should go and meet and have a conversation. So it's not even going to go to court. It's not, nobody's going to rule on any of these cases that will have been the precedents that people will now refer to. It will be settled behind the scene and everything continues. So what do you think the role of women abroad who are more enlightened, what can they do?
I think women abroad we need to organize ourselves. It's something I'm working with NATO. I don't know if NATO is here. So we're doing something behind the scenes where we're trying to push to have more women go and represent us in the House of Reps and in the National Assembly as well. So as women, we have to organize. I am taking up, I and NATO are working on that, and I'm putting it out there now. It's an invitation right now, and I'm going to put the number to send a message to, if you want to be a part of that as a woman. If you know you have something to offer and you're doing something, you have to tell us what you've done to help us understand that, okay, you have a role and you really want to play this role. If you want to be a part of it, I'm going to put my phone number on here, and you guys can reach out and we'll add you to that group. This is what as women in the diaspora, we need to mobilize. We need to do something. So that's on my own end, this is what we're doing. So I think that a lot of Nigerians in the diaspora who are interested in the new Nigeria, because it's not every woman that is interested. A lot of some women are not interested, consign them. They are not interested in going back to Nigeria. So not be those ones that they reach out to. The ones that want this to work, right? They should come, reach out to us. We'll see what we can do. So I want to say that Nigerian women in diaspora need to mobilize. We need to strategize. I see some women in London are doing fantastic work. I don't see much in the North American landscape. I don't see much, and it's disappointing. So we need to step it up, okay, so that we can do something. However, whatever it is we need to do, we need to put something together. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We take a few minutes break, and when we come back, we bring in our audience and we'll talk about the work you do on your podcast and other things. So stay tuned. Right.
All the time we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about how Nigeria signed on to it, and then the 4 women that you have, we don't see them. So yes, it's not just a case of seats, it's about visibility. And it is rather unfortunate that we have our senators such as Senator Ireti Kingigbe. It's sad that she bears my name actually, but that's a whole different story altogether. But it's sad that not only was she incoherent yesterday, but she doesn't understand the importance, the critical importance of being seen as a woman. So, which then takes you onto that whole thing where it's not every woman who should be where they are. She's forgotten that Senator Natasha, what has she had? What, 3, probably 12 years of trying, being abused, being maligned in Kogi, having the road to our constituency dug up by the former Governor Yahaya Bello. She's had threats to her life, yet this woman did not give up. She was determined, she was focused, she was undeterred, and she continued and continued. She persevered until she got there. It is sad that somebody like Senator Ireti Kingigbe
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us this beautiful day, wonderful conversation with Omoye's Corner. All right, before we bring in our audience, let me just quickly give you the chance to talk about your podcast. I know you are almost every day, you are out there preaching the message. How are you keeping up with the news, which is coming out every day from all angles?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Before I forget, so the African American activist I was trying to remember, her name is Fannie Lou May. Fannie Lou Hammer, that's her name. Fannie Lou and then Hammer. You should check her out. She went through a whole lot. I think they even anyway, read up about her. She really fought. But anyway, yeah, my podcast, I just feel like if we don't continue to the point I was talking about, not giving up and pushing forward regardless, that's what keeps me going, number one. So for me, anytime I get information from Nigerian news, because I'm always looking out for Nigerian news now to see what's happening, I have to bring it on and talk to the people about it, and really like us as the people to engage and see if, because in talking we find solutions. In talking, people are now branching off and doing stuff behind the scenes, which to me is a joy. I'm really, really excited about those people who come to my platform and have taken that upon themselves, going behind the scenes to really do something. I'm very, very happy about that. So that pushes me and that helps me move forward and continue to stand and speak and add my own little voice in my own little corner. I'm just doing the best that I can, right? And I take breaks too, for Nigeria matter. And I take breaks, so sometimes I don't feel like hearing or reading anything about Nigerian news. I'll just disappear. I'll just take a break and then come back. But yeah, it's going good. It's my YouTube channel. I'm doing the best that I can. The little that I can, as much as I can, given the strength that I have. So
Is there any African country we could learn something from that you think they are doing better than Nigeria?
Yes, Kenya. I have to give it to the Kenyans. Their spirit of fighting fiercely. Oh my God, my. I would love to visit Kenya. I think I need to visit it sometime this year. I really want to go visit. I don't know anybody there, but maybe you can.
I can hook you up.
You can hook me up. Oh, I beg. I want to go visit. I love this spirit because I remember when they were demanding Ruto to go. Oh my goodness. That was when I saw the power of Kenyans. My Kenyan brothers and sisters, Twali, as they say in Nigeria, I salute specially. No, 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 no. Kenyans ought to be known as the giants of Africa. I'm sorry. I don't know who came up with the giant of Africa in Nigeria. I really don't know whether you people like to boost your ego as usual. But Kenyans, you people are my giants. No, no. During that protest, Dr. Damages, there were like 50,000 people on spaces. There were 50 and they were doing it in turns. Okay. So one person will go when they're tired, they will do like it was 24/7. 24/7. They were able to strategize, talking to people. People on the ground were calling. People were motivating and mobilizing people to protest. There were people on the street. They were, oh my goodness. I salute. I only wish that Nigerians will take on the spirit of the Kenyans. That is my wish. So yes, Kenya is one country that I'm very proud of. Let me not, I have to mention the AES countries now. Mali, Burkina Faso is by far my favorite. Of course, everybody knows why. And Niger, those people are giving me joy. I'm hoping that we will get the spirit of Sankara in Nigeria. I hope we will get the spirit of those in Mali and Niger in Nigeria, plus Kenya. Oh my God. Forget now. It's done. Game over.
I know that you were reading Dele Farotime's book on your program.
Yes.
Are you planning to read Babangida's book?
I took a poll and I asked, should we do a reading? My people were like, for real. We ain't doing no, we're not doing nothing. We're not giving airtime to this. We refuse. So I'm doing my own reading on my time. I downloaded the book. I'm not spending a dime on that book. I don't know why the man is putting it out. You should make it electronic book, but I downloaded it. So I'm reading it just for the heck of it. Yeah.
One last question from me before we go to our audience. We're talking about women and women issue and the issues and challenges they face in Africa. And then we have to also talk about Burna Boy and Sophia Ebueje. I don't know who she is, but I know you must have had the story. Do you follow people like Burna Boy?
I don't follow any celebrity. All those celebrities that are not talking about the rights of people, how there's hunger, wiring, bulala, I don't follow. I've never ever followed any celebrity. Sorry. I mean, of course you can't avoid it because you hate, so your timeline and stuff like that. But I never bother to go and find out the details.
Okay. So you don't have to worry about Lamborghini and okay, you're safe.
The only thing I would say, I think I read something on my timeline that's going to make me want to respond this way is the girl is doing her business, apparently. Okay. She's doing her business. She's getting paid for the business. So I don't know what their transaction was about, but in any business, before you deliver goods, you have to be paid. So I don't know how she did that one and she did not get paid. That's all I have to say. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our people and let's see what they have. Sometimes they have better questions than I do. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Omoye.
Good morning, Femi.
Yeah, so my question straight up. Yesterday we did have the discussion like Dr. Damages said, and in a way I'm not surprised that the general representation amongst men, by the time you take a poll, you tend to see some kind of biases amongst some of the men. And I did mention when I was contributing yesterday as well that partly because of the way I grew up with 3 sisters and a couple of cousins that I was close to that were females, and experiences of people that were close to me as well that were harassed by lecturers who usually would confide in me. I'm always of the opinion that one has to try not to take one's eyes off the ball because it's easy for people to try to distract with other things. Now, my basic question is, do you not think that even media representation including the way women are romanticized in movies and the way they're displayed even in up until today in commercials and what have you, does not even play a bigger role in addition to the patriarchy that we have, as well as this culture of victim blaming and gender stereotyping. Do you think, which do you think plays a major role in contributing to this issue that continues up until today?
Thank you very much, Femi, and thank you. I that you mentioned that you grew up with sisters. I have brothers too, and my brothers are very, very sensitive to our needs as sisters. So I recognize that, and I appreciate that you can get it, you understand it because of the interactions and the closeness you have with your sisters. Now, yes, I do agree with you. The objectification of women in movies, in the music industry especially. I have called out some of our Nigerian artists on my platform, and I have sent them messages directly and said, you guys cannot continue to do this, because when you continue to objectify your women and you only what you want to present or sing about your women is vile and sexual, it's going downhill from there. You guys don't know what you're doing to the society. I have mentioned it on my platform. So I do agree with you that something needs to be done about that, especially in Africa as a whole, but focusing on Nigeria. There needs to be checks and balances, and the media representation as well. Even if you notice when Natasha was being interviewed, the gagging in Arise News, it was a lot. They were gagging her. Even in Arise News, some women sometimes cannot speak their minds. I don't know if you guys remember the incident with Abati and Oji Okwe, the way he calls the lady. You see that incident? So it to tell you how bad it is. It because when it's so rotten, it has to play out in a bigger scheme, in a bigger space, and that's why we're seeing it play out like that. And that's why Abati could talk to Okwe like that, and there were no consequences. So yes, I agree with you, Femi. Absolutely. The media does play a huge role. Thank you very much for your question.
All right, Femi, thank you. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're next.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon. Omoye, good to see you.
Good morning, sir. From here.
All right. I've watched your show behind, and a lot of time I don't chime it back, but I enjoy your show. And Dr. Rudolph, happy belated birthday, my brother.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for my share of my cake.
Yeah, so come down, I-95.
I like that.
Dr. Damages, it was your birthday. Where was the party now? Hey, Dr. Damages did not invite me.
Yes,
happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, you touched a lot of points, and I agree with you, because I've lived in diaspora for so long. And I would say that it's my fortune. I was unfortunate to marry to a Caribbean woman for me to see the important aspect of women in our culture, because whatever we say, our culture is still holding women down. That's what we're seeing in Nigeria today. It's the culture. Whether we like it or not. You remember when they trying to pass the motion in the House about women having this right and all that right? Up to today, they push it down. It's gone. And nobody ever bring that subject up again. Women right. I think they said about women rights or something about in the House. So, I mean, my question to you is, how do we stand up against our culture in order for us to move forward? Because I really love when you touch the aspect of a historical perspective of Africans, because women have played a major role in every culture. Even as a Yoruba man, I know what Moremi has done, and I know what she has contributed to the culture itself. But with the colonization and everything, we have women have never regained that power forever. there because women, as like you said, they are look as subjects to the point that everything that happens to them is like hearsay, is makeup. It's like we don't believe a woman's story. Because when we look at it, we only look at it instead of, I will use the word sexuality, not about this woman have a problem. She has an issue instead of us looking into it. And the only thing I will add to it too is sometimes women are women enemies. Because you will see that a lot of time, look what happened with Natasha. Look what Ireti is saying. How can you, somebody who is in the same position with you, representing people, are you making that my daughter? You keep using the word my daughter, my daughter. How do you get to that point? Instead of respecting that. So that's what I want you to talk on that part of too, and how we can move forward as part of we, especially that lives in diaspora, because we have a role to play. And I'm so glad you bring the mention too. And I will put it to Dr. Rudolf. We better start a motion where diaspora we're going to have a voting power. Because if we don't have voting power, that country is going to keep going on the same way, and nothing else is going to happen, and nothing is going to change. It's going to be the same. But we in diaspora, we are seeing we have tasted democracy. We have seen the effect of democracy. We can make the changes. But until then, we're just going to be still beating the same drum. Thank you, Omoye. Good to see you, sister. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for your question and the statement as well. What we can do, and I think you actually responded to it as you were speaking, right, is that we have to mobilize ourselves and insist on diaspora voting. The people that are your representatives, you need to be calling them now and talking to them about this. Some of us on this platform, Dr. Damage's platform, are very influential. Reach out. We need to form, if we need to come together and have a meeting or have a time set apart to talk about diaspora voting every single time, Dr. Damages, we have to do it. That's the only way we can push it through. Let's not look at ourselves and say, oh, what can we do? Because I hear people say that, oh, we can't really do anything. Yeah. We can. We don't understand our power. We do not understand the power that we have as a united voice. That's why they're still playing with us, But the sooner we understand and realize that, the better for us. So your question, your answer really was in your response, as you were saying to me, and we speak about women not support. Absolutely, women are women's greatest enemies. Sometimes, like this lady was saying on Arise News yesterday, Ireti Bakari Yusuf, the brilliant woman. I think she's the founder or co-founder of Purple Foundation. I'm going to look her up. She said there's some women that shouldn't attain certain positions. 100% agree. Someone like Ireti Kingibe should not be a senator because she does not understand the value of being seen. She thinks it's about being in front of the camera. No, there's so much more to that, unfortunately. And I did speak, to one of Sanusi's interviews. One time he was speaking to a group of people where he talked about the queen bees. Ireti Kingibe is a queen bee. That's an example right there. Where when they get to a certain position, they want to throw the ladder away so that other women cannot climb up behind them. If you notice, most of these people, when they've attained a certain position, they don't have mentees around them. You should have young people around you that you're coaching, you're talking to, they're watching you, they're seeing how you're doing the work so that they can take over from you. There's a lady in the Senate in America, Dr. Damage, maybe you guys will know her. She's a senator from, is she a rep or a senator from California, but Orange County. She represents Orange County. She always comes with her, she breaks down, like when she was when she's trying to break down the money that corporations have been taking, especially during the COVID-19. She was very vocal. I can't remember her name now, but she's from Orange County. She was a mentee to Elizabeth, what's her name? Warren?
Yeah.
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren was her professor in school. We don't have that. When some Nigerian women, once they have opportunity to climb up, they start looking at every other woman that's enemy. They want to be the only one. That's one of the problems we have. Not all Nigerian women, let me say that. Not all Nigerian men are like that at all. Nigerian women, there are Nigerian men that open the door for you and say, come in, let me teach you how to do it. This is how you do it. This is I want you to replace me here. There are women like that. But you see the likes of Ireti, Kingibe, those are the kinds of women that we should be stamping out and giving opportunity to women who will represent us, because women are mothers, they're naturals. You don't need to have given birth to be a natural as a woman, you know. So yeah, that's what I want to say. And when you say the culture, right, is because people made it the culture. We're not like that. The reason why you're seeing this toxicity amongst Nigerian men is because it's not natural to them to treat their women the way they do. It's against their own character. But because they have made it a culture from colonization, saying, oh, the woman should be heard and not be seen. It was never an African thing. Women are the ones that were running things in the house. Women were going to war in Africa even before even people realized that women can go to war. African women were doing it. We will not have the case of the Dahomey women. Was that not in Africa? You know, so thank you, Katie Potter. That's her name. Fantastic woman. You should hear her on the Senate floor. My goodness. Wonderful, powerful voice. You know, she came under Elizabeth Warren. You know, so this is part of the problem I see with Nigerian women, because I have experienced it too. I remember one time I went for some type of program in Nigeria. I lived here, but I went to Nigeria with a group of people to go do something in Nigeria, and we had to deal with CEOs of banks and managing directors. There was a lady I met. I'm not going to mention the bank or the name or anything, right? She was supposed to send her presentations so we can put it all together, and then she will have the opportunity to present it. And we didn't hear from her. We didn't get her presentation. So I had to call her. So I called. My goodness, the way this woman spoke to me, the utter disrespect. She didn't, I don't know if she knew or whatever. But anyway, when she was done talking to me and saying all the things she wanted to say, I went to meet the people that we came to the group and we talked about it. So I told them, I expressed my concern, you know, and, you know, they had to talk to her. She had to come and apologize and say, I had to tell her, like, Madam, that's not how you talk to people. I don't care who you are, what position you hold. You don't have a right to talk to anyone like that. So you have people like that who they see themselves as Nami dey here, Nami be the oga. Anybody, if I not like you, you can't come. So it's a problem. But as people, we need to put our mouth where our money is, mobilize ourselves. This diaspora voting, Dr. Damages, if we need to be they do one every 1-2 times a week, let's make it a subject. Make everywhere they hot. So when they hear say they are talking about diaspora voting, those of us that are connected, be reaching out. Let's be talking to your senators, your representatives. We must push it through. If we stand our ground, it will go through.
All right.
Thank you very much. That was a great question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michael.
Michael, thank you so much. Let's see. You may get a chance for a second time, but let me go to Tony. Sorry, Tony, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Let me say belated happy birthday to you, and greetings to our guest, Omoye. Glad to
Good
see
morning,
you.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. It's afternoon here, so thank you. I've listened to you, and I think you spoke well, but even then, there are a couple of things that you said that I don't share with you. I remember that some time ago we had a lady, a professor here on this platform, a pastor and as well, or a bishop who ran for election in Nigeria for president, office of president in Nigeria, and she was interviewed on this platform as a guest, and this is my own impression after listening to her and the questions that were asked. I felt that she didn't quite impress me in terms of her outlook and worldview and the issues that were asked. And so that said, if you go back to the fact that if you look at the demography of people who are registered to vote in Nigeria, I think the women are more in majority. So my question really is, do you think that the women have sufficiently done enough for the men or for people, for Nigerians to see them as people who we can entrust, with positions of authority, like political offices?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for your question. To your point about do I think that the women have sufficiently done enough? And I have the reverse question for you as well, but I'm going to speak on it, even though I have that. Have the men done enough to sufficiently, deserve the leadership that we have put in their hands, right? It's left for everybody to see. Alas, okay? Now, have the women done enough, sir? I'm sure you have a wife and you have a mother. I have a mother, I have sisters. I am sure that you see the role they play in the home and in the house, in the balance that they bring, right? And in the children that they take care of and nurture from birth to when they become adults. Also, in the society, I'm sure you've been to the marketplace. Women are selling goods and literally single-handedly holding down the homes without any complaints. We see that every time. The problem with Nigeria is that the men are fond of suppressing the voices of the women. That's the problem. The men don't give the women the opportunity. When they have the rings of power, they hold on to it and they don't want to share with the woman. They sideline the women. That is the problem,
Can I
right?
ask you?
So there is.
Sorry, can I just chip in something? Because, like I said, the women also vote, and if they are in the majority, they should be able to influence whoever comes in as. They have a strong influence in terms of their vote, So, and a lot of them, why is it that they are not voting for the women? Why are they voting for the men? We see it all over. We see it in America here. So why is it? That's why I asked that question. Is there something about? Yes.
Okay, I'm coming to it. So you talk about voting in Nigeria. Okay, you and I know that the votes of the people do not count. How about that? Even though the women vote, and I agree with you, because women participate more in election than the men. They vote in Nigeria. I'm not talking about the US now, right? Everybody has their reasons for voting in the US, right? Now, in Nigeria, which is the focus now of the conversation, yes, the women vote, but how many of that vote counts? The women vote, but they suppress that vote. In fact, they throw it through the window and install whoever they want to install. What do you want the women to do? I wake up in the morning. I'm sure you guys saw the picture of the lady that her eye was almost removed from voting. She patched the eye, went back and voted. That's how important voting is to women, because they know that if their lives are okay, the society will be okay. What happened to the vote? What happened? We all know how it played out. So even though the women vote in Nigeria, it is what they want, the greedy ones that have taken the reins of power. It is what they want that they install. So it makes their votes null and void, and it silences them further. That's part of the problem. So I think our focus should be, how do we ensure that when the women vote, it truly counts, and we make sure that those votes are safe. That's what we should be more concerned about, because the women come out in droves every election cycle, but their votes keep getting stolen, and they are always at risk of getting unalived in the process, or hurt, or dismembered. Every single election cycle in Nigeria. So it's a problem. So the men need to really look within themselves and say, hey, and I'm not saying it's all men, by the way. When I use the men, I'm talking about those who are in the habit of always disenfranchising the people's choice every election cycle. And those of us, those men who stand for the truth and who want the society to move forward, they should rise up too and look for ways to ensure that things are done properly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to CM. You're next. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, so sorry, I was reading somewhere. Good evening. Is it? Good evening, Rudolf. Omoye, our special
Dr.
guest.
TM.
Good evening to you.
Good morning.
Now you get show today. Actually, what I want to ask is this: Akpoti versus Akpabio. What does that tell you about gender in Nigerian politics? That's all. Gender issue in Nigerian politics. Yes, I know it's quite a.
This is why.
Omoye is up to the task. That's why
How many pages? How many paragraphs?
Double space.
Double space.
It's true, because I really want a very no. I missed. Let me say I didn't tune in time to hear you, but I know that is the topic, and I know you will have something to say, something refreshing, very incisive to say about it. Because to me, I feel that Nigerians should interrogate it to know what happens in the wider society in terms of men and women in power, in our politics. If there is a character to characterize our politics, Akpabio versus Akpoti, it's like anybody can do a thesis on it. So I want to know as much as you can. You're at liberty to the scope. You can delve as much as you can, but remember you have other people waiting to ask you questions, so you can delve as much as you can. Just want your opinion. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know, as Dr. CM, make I just use this language very broadly. It's a man's world in Nigeria. It's a man's world. So it's now na hand we dey. So now wetin una say e go be, na e go be. If una say e no go be, e no go be. So my own on this gender issue, abeg SARS, I have to put SARS, Ogas, SARS. Make una give women a chance. Every day I say, who sing that song? Be Sonny Okosun. Give women a chance. Sonny Okosun. You know how many years ago Sonny Okosun sing that song? Nigeria don't answer that question. To tell you, right? Nigeria don't give women chance, as we see. No, they see they squeeze our neck. Let us breathe. Let women breathe. They don't want to let women breathe for Nigeria. The role of the women, if you have the right women in positions of power in Nigeria, the lives of Nigerians will change. The reason why you don't see much change in the political landscape is Nigeria is because you don't have enough solid women. The likes of Dora Akinyele, everybody can attest to what she did as the NAFDAC person, chairwoman, right? You see the role she played. Till tomorrow, if anybody mentioned Dora Akunyili, everybody go stand up, salute. That's how the impact that woman made. Look at Obi Ezekwesili. Sorry if I'm saying the name wrong. Look at what she's doing in her own sphere, in her own space. Imagine giving women like that the opportunity. What about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala? She's a Nigerian. But look at the impact that woman is making in the world. Nigeria, they fear outspoken. It's just as they talk now. Some men, when they'll say, God, which kind of woman is this? She should be heard and not even open her mouth. I'm telling you, right? Unfortunately, there's some men who don't like it. They know the idea of women being in such position. See what they happen. Do you understand? So the men have to really, really talk to themselves. And I mean this. You have to give the women the opportunity to express who they truly are. Bring the balance that is needed. There's no balance in the country now. That's why it is upside down. It's topsy. Is it topsy? They talk for English. Topsy everywhere. So women's role in politics in every strata in the country cannot be overemphasized. We need great women. We need decent women. Not all women. The likes of Ireti Kingibe should not even near the Senate. I'm sorry, because she's also encouraging that history of silence in women. We don't want Nakoko, not her generation be this. We want to talk, and we want what we are saying to be heard. We don't want to be silenced, So, Dr. CM, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince and not confuse you.
Thank you, CM. Thank you. Let's
Thank
go.
you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolf, and good afternoon. And Omoye, good day to see you.
Good afternoon, Chim. Long time. Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
I was just going to watch. I was not going to come in. I just wanted to watch and enjoy, which I was doing until Tony made a comment that I wanted to. So I don't have a question. It's just what Tony said. Because I agree with everything you're saying. The only thing I'm going to add before going to what Tony said is that we've had Patricia Ete. I don't know what any of us makes of her candidacy as Speaker of the House of Representatives when she was a Speaker. We've had good ones. So for every Ireti or Patricia Ete or the lady from Ekiti, who was also on a rise. I'm trying to remember that woman's name, who was almost literally defending Akpabio. We've always also had good ones. So for me personally, it's always that there are always bad people, male, female, in all instances. I do agree with you that the female folks in Nigeria have not really been given a chance at leadership because it's an alpha-dominated environment. It's a given. But I also think the women haven't really pushed also, because it'd be like, make we go our lingo, it'd be like, all this whole who will save Nigeria thing. We don't leave space for corrupt people. So corrupt people will run the thing. So as they do them as per corrupt men, so then they bring their corrupt women, put for the same space. So it's the same thing. So like you rightly said, we have to wake up, take that space back. But to what Tony said, I was going to say to Tony, women who go to vote, and I mean good women who go to vote. I know that a lot of people are induced to vote. So a lot of our women that show up during the polling do not necessarily understand what they're going there to go and vote. They just sit down there, one man come bring money, share for them, and so carry them, go polling booth, tell them who they go vote for. So they don't really sit down to say, okay, Omoye they run. Look that Omoye why they see for YouTube, where they during election, where they talk. Bless now this kind of person we need for a senator. May we go voter. I don't see that kind of thing happening. So people will vote, both male and female. It has nothing to do with women not voting for their fellow women. It's just a function of the fact that they're ignorant. And then secondly, a lot of people just go there and they vote their townsman. I mean, we've seen today women who are coming out in the streets of Akwa Ibom. And what are they doing? They are rallying behind their son. You know, we saw that also a while ago. Some women somewhere came out to say, one the same Natasha, not to speak ill of their Senator Akpabio and all that. So, and some of these people they don't even know what they are doing. They're people who are being gingered for ulterior motives. So I just wanted to correct that impression that he made, that because women have more votes, because we have more female electors, then necessarily, why haven't they used that to translate into voting for their fellow women? No, it doesn't. It doesn't follow. That 1 + 1 in this instance is not 2. That's all I wanted to come and say.
Thank you very much, Chim. No, I agree with everything you said, to be honest, especially the part where you said that, some of these women, they don't even know. It's very true. They just share 1,000, 1 gallon of oil, 1 bag of small rice. That's it. They go, they say, they give us this thing. They say, we vote for so and so. That's true. There's also that. You're absolutely right. And to your point about women not doing enough to push themselves to that point, you could be right in the sense that perhaps it's because of the landscape in Nigeria. That's why, because the landscape in Nigeria discourages them. There's some men who don't even want their women to work in Nigeria. There's some men who don't like the idea of their women being in politics in Nigeria because of the likes of Akpabio, because of what they experience in the hands of the likes of Akpabio. Do you understand? So some men, because they're trying to protect their wives, will say, no, I don't want you doing this. I don't want you engaging in politics, even though they will be good for those rules. So it's another thing so it's pointing back again to our men. Like, if say your woman gets that, capacity and she fit do am, support her, give her the opportunity to do am. Not just shut her down. Natasha husband not get too head when he allow Natasha today. I mean, when I say allow, I don't like that word, but at least the woman, they push herself and she get the opportunity to get the platform when she take run. If men for Nigeria, they do that one for their wives, a lot of things go change. So part of the problem why women know they push themselves, because Nigeria, if you not marry, you're not complete as human being for Nigeria. We all know that. So most of these women, when they marry, depending on the type of man, when they marry, the man will say, no, either you choose politics or you choose husband. Which one? We've heard it now. So the woman say, okay, because they like family. And to them, marriage now, everything. So they go choose the marriage. They go say, okay, you know what? The husband say, make go do. So that's part of the problem we're having. So the men in Nigeria, need to, and even in diaspora too, need to, you see your wife get this talent and she sabi it, let them, because now the name they bring to you anyway. Now you go see jollof from all of them anyway. So why not give her let her go? Push her. They tell her, say, yeah, be her biggest fan. They say, yeah. My wife for president, she's the best. Push her. They no matter, push her. When you reach here finish, you go to drive the Benz. You'll get all the security. You understand? They'll say, you say it's my wife. Oh, help me take my wife. The same way women say, help me take my husband. You too, you'll be posing. It's my wife. Oh, you even be dangling the keys. And
Omoye, stop. Do you think someone like Tony would like to be saying things like this and my wife? Or actually, I wanted to explore this thing Tony did, because he presented it we've not talked about one side of it. One side was that women are voters and they're not voting for that woman. But the other side he presented was, that women, they have to prove themselves. I know you pushed back a little bit, but I think there is more to be done at that end in terms of it's like black people before Obama became president. That's what white racists were saying. Black people should prove themselves. Go and be governor first. Go and be a senator. Even when they become senators, you have to prove yourself. So why is that, Tony? We'll get him back and let him answer that. Chim, thank you so much. Let's go to the next person.
Thank you very much, Chim. It was good to see you again. Thank you.
All right, KJ, welcome.
Good afternoon or good morning, KJ.
Good afternoon, Moye. It's good to see you. I've been listening to you. You made me run away from church, so I had to come back to listen to you. I've listened to all you've said. I totally agree with everything that you've said, and I think it is time for us to push for that diaspora voting. If that will change the system and bring more, should I say, transparency in the Nigerian governance system. The thing is that, you know, I don't have a question for you. I just make a little contribution. The thing is that, look, for Mrs. Ireti, for instance, Mrs. Kingibe, she fought this at Akpabio, and this lady was one of those who supported her through the fight of Akpabio. Now, you are the same person forming and trying to defend the same system that you knew wasn't fair to you. Okay? In your fight against Wike, this lady was right there with you fighting Wike, even though it didn't have anything to do with her. So, you see, sometimes the fight is divided because they know that these people have the yam, they have the knife. Someone like Akpabio has the yam, has the knife. So, the yam is cut for you according to your loyalty to the individual, not according to your loyalty to the country or to what you have been called to do. So it's a bit difficult, you know, fighting from outside to make an impact. And you see, some people have come to say, why is Natasha saying she wants to be in a place where she can be seen? The truth is that you can remain in the Senate for a very long time without anybody hearing you, because they can't even see you even if you put up your hand. Because remember, you have to recognize first before you can be seen.
Yes.
So if you're in a place where you cannot be seen and there's no mic attached to your table, how can you now make an impact, for crying out loud? You see, I'm simply saying in all of this that I think that sometimes we organize ourselves, and I don't know whether it is the Stockholm syndrome they call it, but we kind of align with those who are putting us in the position where we have been fighting to remove ourselves from. Look at what is going on in Lagos State. The people who are fighting the cause are the ordinary people who are. Now, I also want to tell you, OC, that yesterday the women in Akwa State organized to warn Natasha. Okay, that is still there. I mean, they even met this morning on the same issue. So you begin to wonder, what is really the problem? You know, are we going to run the country in accordance with who is in power or in accordance with the law of the nation, the constitution? So it's a big whatever you and Dr. Rudolf can do, because I know you guys are the big players. We're just out there, you know. We will be able to support you guys, you know. The reason why I left Nigeria in the first place was because I was tired and I had to save my life first. So I can, you know, Bob Marley say, he who fights and run away, live to fight another day. I'm just trying to live to fight another day, but not because the fight is done, and it is a messy fight, you know. And I wish you well as you go on to organize people into that combat-ready situation that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KJ. I appreciate. Thank you. Those women that they were paid. Some of them, if you ask them, KJ, if you say you go there now, you say, Madam, why are you? So what's the purpose of this protest? They go say, our son, no. They won't even know what they are saying. First of all, they don't even understand why they are protesting. They don't even know that they are fighting against their own self-interest. You know, there's a lot of ignorance that plays in the grassroots in Nigeria, because nobody has really done the job of really opening up their minds to help them understand. So those women, they do it. If Natasha 50 mobilized, if Natasha was petty, right? If I were Natasha, I'm that petty. I for organize my own people too. I will say, Mona, go tell them, say, leave your daughter alone. Leave her alone. Is it because she's beautiful? Is it because she's beautiful? We'll do drama for them. You understand? But it just goes to show this is what we deal with during the election cycle as well. They go pay $5, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5. Everybody they think of their stomach. Nobody they fit think past their stomach. You know, so I mean, for me, I just feel say all of us we need to organize. You see, this diaspora voting, we need to put our backs into it. And the way we do it is by using our voices and our platforms and reaching out to our representatives. They must hear us. Okay, even with this field that we are dealing with in the government, they must hear us. So we must insist. Is when we become silent, we don't do anything, we just talk about it, we just play around with it. That's when they would go ahead and do things modus operandi like they've been doing. But if we insist, I guarantee you we will see something. They will not have a choice. The question now will be how you're going to channel that diaspora voting, because they feel still cheat. So we need to now also pay attention to how that is set up and protect it too. So that way, even if there's diaspora voting, they're not going to go bring people from Kodo, from different parts of the world, come where they go to thumbprint as Nigeria. So that's the only thing, but
Thank
we
you.
need to mobilize.
And sorry, Dr. Damage, I'm taking a bit more time. I need to tell Mr. Tony, who is my good friend, that women have always shown, high levels of integrity when it has to do with governance in Nigeria. If you followed a little bit, just like Tim said, the lady who was speaker, remember when she was removed, the northern speakers, the northern members of the house went back to apologize to her behind closed doors, and I follow that development, a bit more. And I don't know if Dr. Damages have that information. They went to tell her that the reason why they removed her was because their religion don't accept that women should lead men, not because she was corrupt. She was quite apt. They even sold a dummy to us, saying that they removed her because she didn't know how the Senate ruled. She was a hairdresser. They should come and look at what's her name, AOC here, what she's doing in the house, But again, I just want to point it so that we are not mistaking that women. If you remember this, the Senate have always had problem with beautiful women. I mean, the House of National Assembly. If you remember the case of Arime Ota, the lady who was heading the Nigerian Exchange Commission, okay, and they asked her. This time it was one legislator from Benue State who insisted that she should play ball, and she wasn't playing ball, and they wanted to embarrass her. Of course, you don't embarrass people who know their onions, and she told them off right at the Senate. So this is not the first time we're seeing the National Assembly getting into trouble with women who seem to be, with the larger society regard as beautiful. Okay, so all I'm saying is it's not the first time. It will not be the last time. These individuals have to be told how to operate, because if you, just like you said, the Nigerian men have totally failed the country. That's the truth. If more women were given opportunity, maybe Nigeria would have been a little bit far away from where we are now. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much, KJ. I just want to quickly mention so that Tony's comment, like women are not pushing them. That's why I asked him, does he have a mother? Because mothers do a whole lot in the house. They are the backbone of the house. If the mama step out one day, the whole house go dey sick. Even the man self go dey sick because he no fit do anything. Because for Nigeria, the woman they do everything, right? So that's why I asked him that question. And if he has sisters, unless he's coming to tell us that his sisters are lazy and his mother is lazy, the role of women in society you cannot finish explaining it. The support you get from your wife or your mother when you're trying to pursue a goal, check it. Sometimes your mother will give her last dime to ensure that you get to where you need to get to. So what more push is there that she needs to do? So, and that's why I also gave example of the girl that they almost took out her eye. There's no more push than that. That's at the point of she could have lost that eye forever, or she could have even lost her life. What more push past that one? Every election cycle, women come out in droves. Whether some of them know what they are doing or they don't know what they are doing is a different thing, right? But what are the men? Do the men give them the opportunity to shine? No. Look at how they removed what's her name, Uju Kennedy. Uju Kennedy was somebody that was getting there. You might not like her, really, whatever. You might have your whatever, about her, but she was doing something. Her voice was being heard. And I was really rooting for her. The next thing they say they are removing her. I personally, I was disappointed. I'm like, let this woman work. So this is part of the problem. So when you have women that are outspoken, not beautiful, not more common beauty, outspoken, that knows their onions, and maybe they're now blessed with the physical attraction, right? They're not, I don't understand. They just removed Uju Kennedy. Piam, if he was a man that did the same thing, Uju Kennedy, if he was a man, you'll still be there. That's the difference. The unfairness of it all is very prevalent. You can see it right there. So we must continue to talk. We must mobilize. We must strategize. This, what's it called? The diaspora voting. Dr. Damages. Diaspora voting, it must happen, whether you want them or not.
KJ talked about that we are the people that should make it happen. He will follow us. But I think if we look for people who have the audience, we should look for Pastor Jerry Eze. He talks to 170,000 people every day. We should look to people like Ebukobi, Anyway, but this is a very important factor. I just found out that there are about 2 million to 20 million Nigerians abroad. So if you think about that, if they could vote, they could actually determine who is the president.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we must mobilize every corner of the world. We really, really need to take it seriously.
Yeah. All right, KJ. Thank you. You want to say something?
Okay. Rudolf.
Yeah.
Yes, Rudolf. Yes. On this diaspora voting, a lot has been said about it. Is it not better, supposing rather than cut us off guard, somebody might say, how is it gonna work? While we are discussing it, let's work out the mechanics so that when you are confronted, you say this is the way it should work instantly, so that are not to go back and say, okay, let's come back and then start saying diaspora voting should work this way. We already believe, I think at least 90% of us in the diaspora believe that there should be diaspora voting. So why can't we, in the interim, work out the modality, the mechanics, the way it should be, just like the operational modus of anything, so that when you are confronted, when you are saying, say, this is how it should work, this is how we have already done it, it's error proof, it's something like a rigging proof, all those things. Yes.
Yeah. Kenya, they are doing it in Kenya, so there's nothing special about it. If Kenya can do that, Nigeria can do it. It's a question of whether they want to do it. We can push them to do it. All you just need to do is to tell Kenya, okay, what's the template you're using, and you use the same template. And that's it. It's not a big deal. It's a question of whether they want
to tweak it to our own peculiar needs.
Yeah. That's it. So it shouldn't be difficult. Let's go to John Abba. John Abba, welcome.
Dr. Reddy, thank you. Good to have you and your guest today. Omoye, nice to see you.
Good morning, Dr. John Abba. Sorry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Pastor.
Oh, Pastor. Okay, good morning, Pastor.
I'm retired. It's nice to see you. I disagree with diaspora voting. I'm not in support of it for the very reason you have highlighted in your comment. I believe going out to protest in Nigeria can move them better, because that we send a strong message. These people are not as strong as you think, but through voting and all those things, they will manipulate. If Nigerians in diasporas can go home and just make a major protest, it will go a long way than vote that the woman will pledge. If the Bible can be fulfilled in Nigeria, when you see it, all things are possible. That is part of the word it's talking about. It's not in other place. So Nigerians are not that disciplined. They take side, and for that reason, that is. And their fight, we are not too different from the people in Nigeria, those in abroad. So for that reason, I'm not for it, but it's okay. That's my stand. And when it comes to Natasha issue, um, I like Natasha as a woman. She's a strong woman. You need more of her, more of people like you spoken. But she have a weak husband that been a beneficiary with Akpabio all his time. In her whole world, he say, my husband adore Senator Fabio, and it is in his presence he was carrying her, he was holding her hand around the house while he was present, and at the same time that he whistled that whatever he said to her in his presence. You can imagine if he's not there. You can imagine if it's not there. In as much there's no excuse for him, he shouldn't do that to any woman. But when you are a strong woman, marry a strong man, not this weak man following like boy that a man will tell your husband in his own presence. I can't, in fact, in her own word, he say it was when they got to the hotel room that the man asked him what exactly, and she was trying to avoid it and all of that. Then let that birthday know who. That birthday that they said that birthday mate, that their birthday should not hold. So I don't understand how we. I mean, it's easy that I hope you are married to a strong man, or if you're going to have a boyfriend, have a strong one. That if in your presence, you want to protect her. When they see your presence, they know that if anybody touch this woman, the world finish. Don't we African, we don't want to die. And that's the word. The word. Yesterday, my good friend Paul was saying that we don't like fight. We don't have what it takes to fight. We are not even ready for that. Then we are talking about issue, and that is it about it. And then when it comes to the issue of you saying about women, we should do more for women. I think so. I have a strong woman, and I have a strong mother. My mother told me that don't look your shoulder and tell another man what about you? He said, what about you? Ask yourself, what are you doing? So don't go wrong. And I don't believe that this manipulation of bringing those ladies, which you guys have commented on it, that they don't know. But then we have a long work to do to let them know. You cannot just go and be protesting for people that you don't know what is going on, and then you hold somebody as responsible. Women need to know, they need to be educated that this woman have a right. In those, and then we also should factor their age. Those women are the age that even when they have sex with their own daughter, they'll say, don't say it, because nobody will marry you if you say it. So there are many factors that they, even when they know privately it's not the right thing, they think the woman should not come out publicly to say some certain things like that. So having said that, it's nice to see you. I say I've been watching from the very beginning till now. But Natasha is a beautiful woman with a weak man. Thank you.
Yeah.
John
All right.
Albert, go ahead, Dr.
No,
Damages.
you go first. You're the guest. I want to ask John Abel a question because
Okay.
yeah.
John Albert, thank you very much. And you're right. You're right, because that was my thought too. Matter of fact, I was on a space, and when it first happened, after the interview, and when she was narrating it, and I made a comment about that. I'm like, what man? Another man is holding your wife's hand. Hey, I said he's lucky that it is a quiet man, whatever that is. Why would you be holding another man's wife's hand? That one no settled, sit well with me. But it is what it is. It's their relationship. I can't speak on it. My own concern and focus now, Natasha. How Natasha go to break the back, expose what they happen for Senate. That's why I'm here for, so that we can televise it. I'm here for the drama. But, and then with regards to those women on the ground and everything, there are people on the ground that are actually trying to educate the people, but we need more people, clearly, in different communities, So people that are from that area and they see what played out, I am saying that they should go out there and start to educate these people, because some of them don't understand why they are even protesting. They are protesting against their interest and they don't even know it, So that's what I'm going to say for that. And then, of course, we need more women. We need strong women, outspoken women like Natasha. We need more of them in the Senate. We need at least 50 women in the Senate. It is unconscionable that we have 109 senators, out of which there are only 4 women. It is unconscionable. We must do something about that. Everybody is doing what they can. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it again. I don't know if Natu is here. We're doing something behind the scenes where we're trying to get women on board. Of course, we're going to do the necessary checks and all of that to see how we can push them and get them to run for offices in the rep, in the National Assembly as well. We have to put our money where our mouth is. We can only do so much. You talked about protests in Nigeria. I'm all for it. That one I don't shout since. Una know that my position since before. Say more now to shut down the system, because we got to restart. How many of us ready to go from here to the diaspora? Because if we're going to move, we got to find ways to move, and it has to be strategic. How many of us are ready to do that? Everybody want to go to heaven, but nobody want to honor life. Nobody want to die. That's the problem, right? So 100%, in fact, now that one I me want, Jonaba. Now that one now stand with pass. This whole election. Me not be like say I know they talk anything. I don't they do my part. Now maybe they talk. I don't tell them say now sit down look be monkey business. If I not see the necessary things being done in order for us to ensure we're going to have a solid election circle again, count me out. I'm not interested. I will make my platform available, but I ain't taking no sides, because now to crash the system start again, I need it for. That's it. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your comments there. Really, really did. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Omoye. Janaba, just a quick question. Your mom, you said, was she not from, where was she from? Your mom?
Benue.
Benue. Okay. Who is from Anambra State in your family? There's somebody from Anambra.
My grandfather's mom.
Oh, okay. All right. So I wanted to know, who do you admire? Because we had in the story that Natasha's husband admired
Akpabio.
Who do you admire? Will you say you admire? Showore, who you are GO of your church. Who do you admire? Who do you have hold in
You'll be surprised if you don't crack your brain too much.
No, I'm looking for somebody big, that you. But the point is, there's something we miss when we talk about this relationship and what happened in that room, And I wanted to bring it out in a way. If you're, I don't know if you've been with any president, if you've seen any president, Nigerian president, or any president, actually, even American president. Say you are in a room with Trump, you and your wife, and Trump holds the hand of your wife. You're not going to do anything.
Let me not cut you short. Before you go before president of a high class, except Nigeria can be a president like that, right? It's already, everything has already protocol to be followed, and now we tell them our own protocol. So I'm not the person. Don't knock through because we all come here and joke. And the one reason why I was even against the diaspora voting, anything CMO is for it. It's already a taboo for me. CMO, I think if you say good morning, I have to go outside and look at the room because it's going to change it to a tribal issue. So that is another, for him to even, after him I talk, it's already a red flag for me. That's my own prophecy. So that's it. And CM is a good man. I see him laughing to that. I think he should be seeing what we went in the show with him. So they can laugh.
No, please.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Don't patronize me. Don't patronize me. I'm coming because I will make a comment. Don't patronize me
Okay.
yet.
All right,
Please.
all right, all
Don't
right.
Can I say
patronize
something?
me.
I
Yeah,
want
I
hold
will
on,
make
hold
a
on,
comment.
KJ, go ahead.
I want to add more flesh to what Rudolf said.
No, he didn't
Listen.
answer my question. I wanted him to answer before.
Okay, I even want to add more flesh to it.
Okay,
I want to add more flesh. You see, we keep forgetting that this man used to, or is friends with Akpabio even before he got married. It's just like Akpabio is like his elder brother, according to his wife's testimony. Consequently, if my elder brother comes to my house and is holding my wife's hand, you think I should have any suspicion that there's something behind? I don't know if you understand what I'm
With
saying.
a man with that record, I'm not going to stay long and
hold
be
on,
arguing with you.
hold on,
I'm
hold on.
out of here. That is
Hold
how you
on.
guys justify it, and we are
Rudolf,
weak.
Rudolf,
21st
hold on,
century, we are still there. Bye for now.
hold on.
John Abba is gone. He doesn't want that conversation.
The senator didn't go there as an official engagement. It's not an official engagement. They are friends. They have been visiting each other. The man has been going to their house for many times. So it is one of those continuation that this thing happened. So it wasn't like these are two strangers and it's an official engagement. So there is something unofficial happening right now. It was not official. So let's not read meanings that.
Okay, KJ, sorry. Has he frozen? Can you hear me?
Let Jonathan come back now. Yeah. Let him come back and hear me.
Can you hear me, Rudolf?
Come back and hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this Igbo proverb. It says, "Obumma ane kweke were mma gaya nazu." Literal interpretation means the person who kills by the sword. The moment the person sees anybody going behind them with a sword, that person is going to react. Yesterday, I jokingly said, because I was rushing off to go to work, I said, they are selling soft porn to us. I'm not interested in their soft porn. I know people laughed and all that. There are some men, if Akpabio is really the man's friend, I don't know what they do, but they know themselves. So assuming that man didn't hear, let's take a pause. The man didn't necessarily hear what the Senate president said to his wife. But when he got home, he asked his wife, what was it? What was that whole whispering all about? Why would he suspect anything was wrong to the degree of asking that question? So in as much as the attitude of Akpabio is inappropriate, we would deal with it for its inappropriateness. The other conspiracy I have is that when people go and drink in the bar together, they know what they do in the bar. I know because of the civility of what's going on, nobody is going into those realms. You know your friends. You know the kind of friends you have. So there are certain friends who won't let their friends come near their sisters. We know this. How can you pretend? There's some of your friends, the moment you see your sister around, they say, "What's going on here?" Because you know what you and your friends do. So you don't want them to bring it home to your relatives. Let's call a spade here. I know because of the sensitivity of what Natasha is fighting for. Let's deal with that because it is wrong for a government functionary at the level of the Senate president trying to use his powers. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to use his leverage to, I don't know what word to use now, to corner this woman. And he's showing because she hasn't played ball, he's beginning to fight her in the Senate, take away her seats, not allow her to speak and all those things. But back to that comment, when two people, for the man to have suspected something was fishy, that he waited. Remember, he looked at his wife, looked at the senator, but they didn't say anything for civility's sake. But when they got home, he now started probing further. So it means he knows the character he's dealing with.
Yeah, thank you, Chim. Let's get new voices who are here to weigh in to join us. Mr. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I will speak briefly on two topics. The first is diaspora voting. It should not be encouraged at all because if, for example, in the Gambia here where I live, there's going to be a polling booth, or a polling station in the Gambia. It's going to be located in the Nigerian High Commission compound. And all the High Commission staff are members of the ruling party. So it's what they submit that you will accept. The government of the Gambia has no right to interfere with what is going on there. And don't be surprised, at the end of the day, the number of vote cast outside Nigeria will exceed the number of voters registered in Nigeria. Don't rule it out. So as long as these people will man the elections in the Nigerian High Commission compound, take it or leave it. We cannot handle it. I mean, we should just concentrate on sensitizing the people at home, not we who are outside. That's the issue. Now, the main issue is Natasha Akpoti's problem. It was yesterday I was citing, I think I was saying something about how we were brought up in Benin City, Nigeria. Mr. Rudolf, can you permit me to summarize it?
Go ahead.
Tradition, it is completely out of place for a Benin man to lock hands with a married woman who is not his wife. He is permitted to marry as many women as he wishes, but a woman cannot marry more than one husband at a time. If a Benin woman wants to marry another husband, she needs the permission of her husband, and that is, she seeks a divorce. After she has been divorced, then she can marry another man. Now, here is a man, unfortunately, sorry, let me digress. This man is from, although I spent all my good life in Benin City, so I think like a Benin man. Now, here is a man whose tradition do not permit the kind of things he's tolerating. As a Benin man, as somebody brought up in Benin City, the clothes of my friend's wife, the clothes she's putting on no account should the clothes touch my body. My friend's wife, on no account, even a married woman, on no account should her clothes touch my body. Because if there's a contact between me and her clothes, people will read meanings to it. Then they will be telling, and that's just how it happens. So this very guy who is saying that I have discussed the issue with Akpoti, with Akpabio, and this, that. I don't want to be sarcastic. The man seems to be benefiting materially from the relationship between him and Akpabio. That is why he's finding it difficult to call him to order. This is a very serious matter all over the world. When I was in the Republic of South Africa, this kind of things is enough, in fact, more than enough, to enable the husband of the woman to hire a gunman to go after this guy in South Africa. It happens all the time. They shoot people dead because of women. And this is what this man is tolerating. So I think Natasha is strong enough to handle the situation. She's more disciplined than the man, than her husband. This is what I'm saying. I understand she attended the University of Abuja. I think her father died early, and because of her predicament, growing up without a father, I think, if I'm not mistaken, her first husband was taking undue advantage of her. She had a baby or something like that. She has been finding life very, very difficult because of maltreatment she's receiving from men. And this is what has molded a woman's character to be what she is today. I sincerely wish her well. There's no doubt about that. And she's a shining star. And I feel very disappointed that the Senate woman, is it really Kingigo, whatever it is, certain statements are credited to her, which I did not listen to. I sincerely pity her for tolerating such things, because women have had it terribly rough in Nigeria. My mother, for example, never went to school. Not because she's stupid or she's incapable of going to school, simply because there was the belief in those days that you don't train women, because when you train her, she carried the knowledge to her husband's house. That is what robbed my mother the chance of going to, even primary school. But despite that, I noticed something about her, why she's in the, when they're transacting their business in the market. If you go and let's say buy something from a mother of this market women, you say a can of Coca-Cola costs 23 and a half kobo or 23 and whatever kobo. I want to buy 500. How much is the total? Without a calculator, without a pencil or paper, you just need to give them few seconds. They tell you the dead accurate amount. How they're able to work it out is still a mystery to me. Despite my knowledge of mathematics today, advanced mathematics, calculus differential equations, I cannot do what those market women were doing in those days. This shows that to be stupid or clever, it does not depend on gender. It depends on your genetic composition and the environment you grew up. Nigerian men should behave responsibly. I'm not saying that all the women are saints. Better Edu, for example, could not live up to expectation. Yet, other women are living up to expectation, even above what they are expected. So this is how I see the whole show. Nigeria needs to be leveled up. Let the playing field be level in all areas. And unfortunately, let me say unfortunately, I've lost confidence in Nigeria. The country is beyond repair. As far as I'm concerned, I'm even thinking of post-Nigerian republics. So my little question is, do you think Nigeria is redeemable? Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolf, for tolerating me.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you so much for your comments there. Honestly, I can't but agree with you on the points that you put across. You're right in a lot of instances that you spoke about there. And you're right about your mother, because yes, I heard that growing up, like a lot of women were not allowed to go to school, which that's part of that, and it's still playing out, even though they're not allowing them. It's now transferred to shutting them, silencing them. So thank you very much for saying that and for recognizing that. I really appreciate that historical perspective. To your question whether Nigeria is redeemable, yes, it is, if we do not give up. I think that as Nigerians, right, we always tend to, some of us want something to happen right now, right? If it's not happening right now, forget it, it's gone. I've heard a lot of, I've been in spaces and I heard a lot of people say, oh, Nigeria, forget Nigeria, forget Nigeria. But we don't realize that when we keep saying forget Nigeria, the countries that we're in, the people live in those countries and people fought and died for those countries. How can a country that the creator himself gave to us, flowing with milk and honey, because we don't know the value of it, or maybe we're choosing not to know the value of it, we say because it's not working right now, we're not seeing it, so maybe no. I refuse. It's like a mother and a child. To a child, you don't ever, a mother never gives up on their child. Never. Of course, are there instances where, maybe due to scenarios or circumstances, the mother chooses, you know what, I'm done with this child? Yes. Right? But the way I see Nigeria is we should see it as a child. We cannot give up on that land. I cannot personally give up on my ancestral home. Never. If I don't have a dime today, if I don't have anything and it's okay, maybe DT tomorrow, bring policy. You say, I don't want to see Nigerians. Everybody go back to Nigeria. If I not take anything with me, I go see my grandpapa house enter. Mud house. He go there. I go see and enter. I go see food chop. I go get farm for my backyard. I go see food chop. I will not. I refuse. Right? So it is, for me, Nigeria is not over. Nigeria is not gone. Lie. We always want to see ourselves. The problem we get for Nigeria, and I'm not saying you said this, Mr. James. I'm just adding to what you said, right? I'm not saying you alluded to it in any way. It's not about what you said at all. There's also the set, those of us that see ourselves tribally, it's tribal, north, south, east, west. But guess what? If the country is working, you can from the south go to the north, there'll be no problem. If we have functioning court systems, functioning roads, transportation is good, go road is good, security is taken care of, you can travel and do business wherever. There was a time that somebody from the north could be governor in Calabar, in Akwa Ibom. That can happen again, but we have to get past ourselves and see the goal of we want security. We want everybody to live their lives. If we get it right, we cannot decide. Let's say we get the leadership right and we do what we need to do as a people and come together and do what we need to do, whether it's protest, whether it's election, however way, right? And we have the right leaders there. We can now discuss and say, Dr. Damages, where's that your village again? I better go to your village. It's been real. And I no need to see your face again. It's okay. When I want to visit, I call you. I come to visit you in your village. The same thing with me. So until we do that, I don't want to give up. I cannot. It will be criminal for me to give up on Nigeria. It will be criminal for any one of us as Nigerians to say we want to give up in Nigeria. The countries where we have peace right now and we are living and thriving, people fought and died for it. I'm not saying that will be our case. I listened to a video of someone yesterday. He was making a difference between Oyibo people and our African people. He said the difference is Oyibo people are ready to kill for what they want. Sorry, Dr. Damages. They are ready to unalive for what they want. Our dudulicious people, our people, Black people, Africans, right? We are ready to, we go unalive for other people to take what we get. It was insightful. I never thought about it like that. And if you look at the world, that's what's happening. Oyibo people they go fund terrorism, they go destroy your society as long as they're collecting your mineral resources. So we need to, it's very important for us to have a transformation of the mind. There's a reason why you're a Nigerian. It was not a mistake. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. That's why we all gather here sometimes. We unconsciously, we don't like it, we don't want to hear, we're tired of, but we still find ourselves gravitating. Why? So for me, we have to continue to fight. That's the way I see it. Is Nigeria redeemable? Yes, but we need to get our own act together and we have to unify. Without the unity, I'm sorry, we will be T-Pain 20 to 31 go they pick in teeth again. So that's it. That's my take on that.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. And,
Yeah, please, can they allow me to sign out?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Thank you.
Okay, Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
All right, my sister Omoye.
Good morning, sir. Or good afternoon, sir.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, on the last subject you guys were just talking about, Nigeria redeemable or not irredeemable, all of us, majority of us who are here, we still carry this green passport. And until any other thing is said otherwise, that's what we carry. If you like, carry American passport too. If you like, carry South Africa or wherever you are. The core of us, that's who we are. I try to stay away from the politics of it. I know you're talking about Natasha and stuff like that. They said, one man sang a song. I said, a man cannot go further than your woman. Let him. A man cannot go any further than your woman. Let him.
That's Roy C.
Who was that?
Roy C.
Roy C. Exactly. That's Roy C.
This is 1940 what?
No. It's in the 70s.
It is 19. Doctor, it's 19 Kridim. That's the year. It's 19 Kridim. And the whole thing boils down to character. I do realize if you look, you go to bank, majority of the people who work there are women in a lot of banks. And then to some of us who grew up in the other era, I can say one thing. When our father died and my mom stood, as a young lady she was, but then in defense of my mother, I was just about 5 years old then, I would always carry stones in my pocket. And the men knew that if you go near my mother, you'll be stoned. I actually stoned a couple. So they will tell the story out there. That's not the topic. The topic is that why is it that when we come to our forums anywhere, what I call the Ngwa Road syndrome, the St. Bottles syndrome, or the Church Omenuku syndrome, it comes to play. The men begin to laugh and dance like Akpabio. It's a continuum each and every day. But going straight into women participation in anything, not just politics. Last time you were here, I remember asking a question that we are trying to fill in the role of women in a board that we are trying to compose. And that board is the New Mask for Artists Foundation. And you suggested a name down there. Of course, we won't hold you today because you made it clear that it's up to her. My friend, late Dr. Sally Okogu, was alive then and made contact, called, sent me the information, I also called. So as it stands right now, I would say that we've come too far. We have 3 steps ahead of us now. 3 things. It goes back to the welfare of artists in Nigeria. Yesterday, I said to Dr. Damages that Igbo Basics would be at Abakmanike today. And yes, we were at Abakmanike. And I sent Dr. Damages the clips of Chief Zebudea Okorigwenwobe, alias 430, as he prayed over the same subject we are talking about. As a precursor, now we have some very highly placed Nigerians, very highly placed Nigerians, making up the board that we compose. But here is the issue. When we talk about women not participating or not being given a chance, the issue is that we try to do what I call the new face of Nigeria. And the new face of Nigeria should include the West, the North, the East, the South. It should also include a blend of men and women. For right now, we have enough men, and I'm talking about men who are highly placed, and we are ready to go. So I'm bringing it back to the table again, the same question that I asked you last time, because we all seem to have this our cash and carry mentality, waiting there in there for me. If not be the crayfish, where I go get today chop. We don't seem to look beyond our nose to legacy projects. Having said that, I'm believing that I may have been a little clear in terms of what I am discussing here. We have the 75th birthday ceremony or celebration of Zebudea Okorigwenwobe, alias 430, coming up on June 10. After that, we see how the book launch, which we will eventually bring to table. And that book launch was supposed to be a seed to the New Mask Foundation. Do you have somebody else, a woman? Because we can easily say Ngozika, Mbeke, Mbafu. But we are finding it difficult to go across the Niger, be you Benue, be you Yoruba, be you Delta, but we need somebody from that area, more so a woman, to come into the list, so that it will not be a case of na them, only men all across. Do you have an option to nominate somebody else from that area? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
that's what you are doing. And let's some of these conversations, we can have it outside of the platform, because we basically have moved away from the conversation we're having. I can connect you to Omoye later on, and you can talk to her, so that we don't put it out here and some of this conversation. Okay. All right. So I muted you. Unmute yourself. There's noise coming from your end, so I muted.
Yeah. The other questions I asked about why is it that we all dance like, because we see beautiful women and stuff like that, everybody begin to dance like Akpabio. And the cash and carry situation of the Nigerian mentality.
All right. Thank God it's not me that you asked. Omoye, it's for you, if you understand.
How do I answer that question? The question is directed to the men. Like, why do you guys dance? I don't understand that. I don't know. Nobody's dancing. I haven't seen it. Dr. Damages did not dance. Chim did not dance. Dr. CM. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Akpabio was dancing.
Please, Rudolf, allow me to. Please,
hold on. Before, I know. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Thank you so much. I want to make sure we get to. There are some important things I want us to get to. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Let me hear from Okija, and then we will get back to CM and no, not just Okija. Forefathers is here. Okay, let's quickly. Anybody that comes, just 2 minutes, a question and then comment, and then we get to Okija. Go ahead.
Thank you for being the guest today. You heard all you said, and I've made my position known yesterday. I support Natasha, and I think she's a fighter. When she took on the Ajokuta State issue, she's been on it for a very long time, and I like her tenacity, the way she's pushing it. But on the issue of sitting arrangement, like I've said my mind, it's a non-issue. I think she's playing to the gallery. I'm not gonna go to fight with her on that. If it has to do with they're not allowing her to present bill in the house, yeah, we can talk about it. But in every country in the whole world, in their legislative chambers, people are having problems. It's not every time you bring law that it will be accepted. There are some things that go behind. People make alliances. You join opposition. Other parties, and you guys come together, bring bills together. So we know how it works in the US. It's not that like you just come together, you present something, it's accepted. But I think Natasha being a friend to she and her husband being friends with Akpabio, I think she has more leeway to deal with Akpabio than what's going on. So I'm not gonna get, like I said, that fight about seat in the National Assembly. It's whatever. That's, she was talking about camera. I don't know who she expected to sit. There. Maybe senator from Representative Okija supposed to sit there. Like Ireti said, she has been moved 4 times. The other people they've been moved like two times. So we're not getting to that. But another issue Nigeria is Nigeria is an unlawful, lawless country. Nigeria is a country that is Nigeria doesn't do justice. Men and women, they don't do justice. A lot of people, when they get to power corrupts. We've seen women, just like Nigerian women who got into power, just like Nigerian men, they are basically the same. We saw a woman, see some people that money stole, during Buhari's administration, the same thing during Tinubu. You have better. Just they are basically the same. Nigeria, the same political class. The same people thieving. Stealing from poor people. When they get opportunities, they steal from people. That's what it's sort of terrible in Nigeria. Nobody is a saint. No woman is not a saint. We have there was what's her name? That was a National Assembly leader. She was involved in a lot of corruption. I followed the story. We have in Anambra when Peter B was the bitch. A year back, she came in and she embezzled Anambra State money with her sons. So it's been like that all over. So nobody, nobody's a saint in Nigeria. But my question is this: okay, is it a case of a transferred aggression in Nigeria among Nigerian women? That when women, they're not getting what is due to them. That's a good question. That's a good fight. But what women are doing to people under them, you see, especially in homes, you see women beat up mates, burn them, maim them, do all sorts of things to them. We see videos of women selling babies. We see women doing so sometimes I wonder what's going on. So is it a case of transferred aggression that is happening, that Nigerian women are involved in all these things?
All right. Thank you.
People under them, we are talking about women are being maltreated. Then you see people under them. You see mates, what they do to mates. That's my question.
Thank you, Okija. So, Omoye.
Okay. All right. So we're not talking about maids here. We're not talking about any other thing, but Natasha, the issue with Natasha, the Senate floor, the Senate House, and what happened with her. And I heard you mentioned, they've changed Ireti's seat 4 times. She didn't say anything. They changed somebody else's seat, and they didn't say anything. That's because they chose not to speak anything or say anything. In order for you to make any sort of change happen, you have to speak up. If you don't speak up, you'll be silenced forever. So what Natasha is trying to do is much more than being in front of the camera. I think people are missing that point. It's not about being seen. It's about being heard so that you can present the concerns of your community, of your constituency that you're representing. You can present their concerns clearly to the floor and they hear you. There are many senators in that National Assembly that we don't even know. We've never seen. They've never raised a bill for their people. They are not fighting for their people. Okay, so it's much more than that. So Natasha is fighting a good fight. And if we really want any sort of impact, I think that we should join, those of us with good conscience to join and make sure that her voice is heard, her concerns are noted, and perhaps it will bring about the necessary training that needs to take place about sexual harassment and all manners of harassment that Nigerian women go through and experience in Nigeria. Now, you talk about transferred aggression, perhaps transferred aggression from being suppressed. That's a transfer of aggression. So we cannot minimize what Natasha is trying to shine the torchlight on here. So we need to keep the focus. If we are interested in moving forward and fighting for what was given to us naturally, then we should get our act together, mobilize, do what we need to do to get that country that we want. That's all I'm going to say on that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Where is he? Okay, he's gone. Let's hear from Forefathers and then.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to the special guest, Madam Omoye Kona, and greetings to the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I hear what you have been saying about the way our men treat women. I think let me just comment quickly about Natasha Akpoti. I said it yesterday. I'm fed up of our men, kind of gushing over that lady, like, oh, she's beautiful. It's like, It's very, very unseemly the way they are going on about this. They need to stop it. And because it's the thing that we do when we see light-colored women and we just start talking like we are sycophants. And it doesn't do us justice, because our women and our ancestors don't necessarily look like that. She's mixed race. People forget. And people should just focus on the human being. And I support what she stands for. All I've seen about her politics, she's been upstanding so far. I've not seen anything that says that in terms of her politics, anything is wrong with it. So that's why I support her. It's not about whether she's a woman. Even the Kingi Bay lady, I can fight for that lady from the point of view that when people keep saying, "Oh, why is she not backing another woman?" Yeah, men don't back men too. We see men all the time bad mouthing fellow men when they declare something. Was it not a man that threw Dele Farotimi inside prison? Men do bad things to each other too, and women are not any different. So from that point of view, I'm fighting for women to be just as free to behave as they want, badly and as well as men. And in terms of being involved in politics, there is benefit to having women in politics, but from what I can observe globally, there's no correlation between whether women are in politics and doing that versus whether the country is doing better. If you look at China now, it's not because women are involved in politics why China is doing well. You can even argue that while women are getting involved in politics in the West, that's when they started coming down. So it doesn't correlate at all. What the reason why they started doing this stuff about bringing women into politics and sending them to work, because they say it all the time. The reason why is to reduce birth rate. This is their real objective. It's not about empowering women. Women have always had power in their own way. They dominate certain sectors of our society that they make decisions on that men don't participate at all in. When we say women should get into politics, we are basically saying it's like the military. We want women to get into military, even if they are not conditioned or even naturally conditioned to do those type of roles. And that's what we are actually asking for. And personally, when you ask that type of question, I want us to think, okay, is it worth the trouble? Is that where we are right now, where we have to worry about this stuff? If a woman wants to influence a man, they will influence a man easily. They raise most of the men. They control most of the homes. If they want to influence society, there are different ways of influencing society without running for politics and fighting people. Going to Senate House to query the Senate head. So I don't see a correlation between women being in politics and the development of a nation. It doesn't correlate at all. And historically, most of the women that have been powerful in nations in Africa is quite recent. This is a recent occurrence. When I checked it, when you were saying this stuff, I checked it. Most of them were 18th century, 16th century, during the period when Europeans came. So you would ask yourself, were we originally like that? Why were there no women before then? These Europeans, they may have brought this stuff in. Is the other way around? You were thinking that is us that made the macho culture. But while it may actually be they are the ones that brought the feminist culture into our own culture. Because if you look at all the army now, all of them, they tend to be from 15th century to now. They don't go further back. Many of them in African countries, they're just quite recent ones. So I really think we need to understand the underlying information before we start making prescription for our own people. That is what I always say about this. I'm not have anything against women. If there's something women can do that will benefit society, I will support it 100%. I don't have any issues with that at all. I'm not here trying to say that women should not participate in society. I'm just saying that when we are asking for something, there's a reason why all these Western people are promoting those things. They want to slow our growth. America, they spend about 80% of their money for contraception on Africa. And in America too, the biggest people that they fund abortion for are black people again. They want to keep our population down. Even a white person has said it before. This is something that they seriously want to do because they know when we rise and we get to the population that we need to be, they can't keep us in check. The only way to keep us in check is to convince our women to go out and start worrying about other things as if childbearing and having human beings is not a powerful thing. It is one of the most powerful thing you can have on this earth. That is why America is the most powerful country, China is a powerful country, India is a powerful country. Which country can challenge them? Apart from Russia that has a lower population, but even that is a very, very populated this in country too. So I'm going to leave it there. But I must say, I will. That's the negative part. But everything else I've heard you say about Nigeria, I think we are closer together on that one than most people. Like when Oga James was talking about breaking up the country, I really appreciate the way you described. I wouldn't describe it like that. I'll probably antagonize him. But I like the way you describe it to him, to let him understand that you can't give up what you have for less. So I really commend you for the work you are doing, and you are also pushing for the diaspora voting. I can't fault that. That's a good thing. And there's a lot of good things that you are doing. I'm just saying that in terms of the feminist stuff, we need to look at the underlying data. If you feel that there are things that are wrong in society, you can advocate them, but we have to be careful what we advocate in our society so that it doesn't do us damage. We have to have empirical evidence for what we are saying. That said, I think that's a comment. It's only comment I've got to make. But if I'm to ask a question, let me just ask one question. What would you recommend based on where we are right now in terms of the politics of Nigeria? I don't want to steer you in the direction that I want. What area is the biggest failing in the politics of Nigeria? And what would you say, what would you describe as a concrete solution that can get us there? I know you don't have all the answers, but just give us as close as possible to what would be the solution. I get a feeling that I know the answer, but I'm not sure. So, but what would be, what is the greatest problem in the Nigerian space, and what would be your solution for it? That was the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, for fathers, aka what's the other aka? Niger, to Niger. There we go, to Niger. I'm going to touch on some of your comments that you made earlier, and then I'm going to answer your question. Okay. So to Niger, I hear what I'm hearing as you are talking about population explosion, implosion, is for you, for your mind. I know you now, not be today. Not me, women just day house, me they just they born children for you. Now you don't be to say you want to marry 50 children. I don't remember that 50 wives. I don't know which number you did now, but it's okay. So your own idea is that women should be, they belong to the other room. You and Buhari are in the same headspace when it comes to that, and that it doesn't make any difference whether women play politics or not. It's not irrelevant. Okay, let me tell you, your mama for house, now because of your mama, now make the house they run. Without your mama, that house not go run. Okay, so women naturally have natural managerial abilities that men do not have. Take it to the bank, yes. And you did make reference to the fact that, okay, historically, you're thinking that it's the Oyibo people that actually brought about women being engaged in activities, but that's not true. Before the colonialists came, women had positions in the African society. They did. Women fought wars in African society. In some cultures, the men did not work. It was the women who worked, who went to the farm, came back. All the men did was sit under the mango tree and drink palm wine and drive flies from the distance. They were content being that way. Even to this day, there's some cultures where it now became a thing where, they now started complaining at the women because now, industrialization, people going to school, getting jobs, but some men were still in that same wavelength. Okay, it took some juggling for them to get out of that circle. So now, for you to talk, say, now, Oyibo not do that. Oyibo can't give you macho man. That's what Oyibo man came to give you. You reckon back in the day, you see this polygamy when you when they desire. So now men can work that time. You know why? Because women get work, they get roles, and it wasn't sexual. Women had roles that they played in that time. They didn't have time to be doing bedroom gymnastics with you because they had work to do. So they will just marry one small girl, give you. They'll say, you get one girl when I say I like her, I go marry her for my husband. That you know that women used to marry women, marry other women for their husbands. They go call them their wives. That's what they used to refer to them as. Okay, that's why polygamy was interesting to those people back in the day, and they did not spend their time in the bedroom. They were using it to work and build the family. That's why you had massive families then, and they used to have huge compounds. Okay, now women, there's a thing called representation. It matters. Let me tell you, with the men that have been running the politics in Nigeria, the needs of women have not been met. There are no hospitals in Nigeria. Women want to give birth. Do you know how many women died during childbirth in Nigeria? Go check it out. It's getting worse now. There are no decent hospitals. Nobody is concerned about maternity cases anymore in Nigeria. Women, if you go one leg in, one leg out, well, let's hope you make it. That's how it has become now. We don't have doctors anymore. If women were given those opportunities to make laws, those kinds of things will not be happening. If the ones that have sense, so not the ones that will go and bring their girlfriends and mistresses from somewhere and give them position. No, we're talking about people who are capable of doing these things. We will not have those issues. Men don't understand women issues. How many laws do you want to make? Well, how come? Okay, now men don't they run the show for Nigeria? How come the society has not improved? Why are we going backwards? Why are we going backwards? Do you understand what it is that you don't understand what balance means? Why do you think the world is balanced? The world needs female and male energy for balancing. So when you deprive a society of the right type of laws for balancing, you skew the system. That's why Nigeria is falling down fast, because there's no balance. Women's role cannot be understated. If you ignore the women, that is the demise of your society. If you do not involve the women in building your society is running into doom. That's what we are seeing in Nigeria. A lot of issues that are coming up. Children are being sold at the borders. I don't see no men running up there and saying, no, this can't happen. I don't see it. Children are being sold at an alarming rate. I do not see the men rallying and say, no, we have to go and secure the border and prevent. The borders are porous. Who is in charge? The men. Men are escorting their women to go and do house girl in Libya, in all those in Saudi Arabian countries where they detest black people. Who they escort them go there? The husbands. Who they sell them in some cases, the women not go know. They go don't exchange money. When they reach border, the man go collect the woman. The woman go cry, come out. Are you? That is wait, now I'm finish. Oh no. I listen to you quietly. I not talk him. And I need to talk with you in my mind, because you know, say me and you, I know you, you know, we know each other for this battlefield. We know. So now men. So see everywhere they leak. Everywhere money they leak from every corner. Your president just collect how many billions again? No hospital, no good schools, nothing. Dilapidated schools. They share money amongst themselves. No good roads. One of the bridges in Lagos, they shake. It is shaking. If anything happen now, if too many cars run that bridge now, if it collapse any moment now, who they in charge? The men. Every corner of Nigeria that requires lawmaking, requires systems that work. Now men they in charge. To put the women aside and just say, oh, the women can suggest, they can Now you good for suggestion, because see, everything when you talk now, as they suggest, not say I the right and down. Okay, so that I can make the laws that will work for you. It is the woman that will consider the needs of the man, because women are married to men. They understand. A woman will literally lay down her life for a man. Are you? I mean, come on now. I'm not. Hey, I'm preaching to the choir right here. For those people who are married to great women, they know what I'm talking about. So please, to Nigeria, I know, so you know change. I know. Since I don't hear you now. The same this thing.
I'm born again.
Women this one.
I don't have
Wait,
any
now you
issues.
not prove to me now. Say you dey born again. With what you talk initially, you not prove to me. But guess what? It's okay. We can work with you. We will make it possible. We will come and train you. That's what we will do. We women will mobilize. We will come and train you to Nigeria to make you understand. I'm not whatever. There are women who are okay with polygamy. There's not carry go, have a party. Okay, there are women who accept it, right? But not every woman. And in the same vein, as a man, you have to recognize the strengths of women. You have to recognize the strengths of women around you. Some women are better leaders. Take it to the bank. There ain't nothing you can do about that. If you see that, encourage her. If you want the good things of life, let her do it, and you'll be enjoying jollophing. Today you are in this thing, tomorrow you are in another place. To all on your wife, this thing you'll be saying, "My wife, thank you." You understand? So I am saying all of this because we really, really, as a society, need to know what is at stake here. Nigeria was given to our forefathers. It's a blessed land. You can put anything on the soil, in the ground, it's growing. I recently started a palm oil business in Nigeria. My goodness. I don't say palm oil, they sell like this. So I for not job, I say here, now so palm kernel farm they be. I don't know, they're not quit tell me. You understand? So my point is this. Please, let's not put anybody down here. Everybody has leadership skills within them, in whatever capacity. Let's tap into everybody's potential and resources, because we have a country to build. That country is in the Atlantic Ocean right now, at the bottom. You know, so, and for you ask me, what do I think the Nigeria can do to make Nigeria? I don't talk and for let's go there, let's announce ourselves and say we get what we want, or everybody go down, or we come together, real mobilization, and find ways that we can put things in place to ensure we get the votes that we need. There's no time. If you blink now, it's 2027. So we need to know what we're doing. We need to organize. We need to mobilize. We got to be doing stuff. As we're talking, we got to be doing stuff also behind the scenes to make things happen. We are the answer to Nigeria's problem. I know some people have given up on Nigeria and say nothing good can come out of that country. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Those of us that see something good in the country, we must hold on to it like arrogant and make it work. Once you start working, guess what? Those people that are standing on the line and say nothing good can come out of it, they'll say, wow, that's what's going to be happening. So now that one I get to say, in case I know you get question when you ask when I no answer, you remind me.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Just point me in the right direction about this diaspora voting. You see, I will take others. I don't mind taking others from women. So I think I'm being misunderstood here by saying that I'm trying to discriminate against women in public office. I don't have any issues with that. I never had any issues with Akpoti or any of the women in politics. I'm just saying that before you start reshaping society, you should ask yourself to what end, and whether that is the only way for women to participate and contribute to this society. Is it only through politics in the way we know it? Because you can't say, okay, because you want to make men representative, you pull the men out of the military and put them in teaching because they have to go and push the women.
No, you're talking about something different. No, that's not. We are talking about the DIE type situation that's going on in America, where in some instances, they're pulling. No. That's not what. totally not what we're talking about here. It is women that are capable. You think I want people who are not capable to be representing me? Hell no. I'd rather go for a man.
But from your
that
point of view, you are coming across as if you have made a blanket statement about men, that men are incapable. Men found nations. Men are the ones that create the
Hello.
structure we have
When I
today. So
said, you
not
probably
fair.
missed when I said, I know you probably missed it when I said not all men. I said it maybe twice or three times in my conversations to Nigeria. You probably missed it. You probably need to go rewind and watch and catch that. Okay, I did say that some men, I'm not saying all men. When I say men, I'm just we understand what we're talking about. Dr. Damages is here, he's doing the best that he can do. I can't throw him into that whole group of people. There's so many of you here that are doing wonderful work. I can't throw. I'm saying those who are capable should be put in front. If a woman is capable, don't silence her.
I support that
Don't
100%.
silence her because she's a woman. Because what tends to happen in Nigeria, even though the woman is capable, they go silence her. In the case of Natasha now, the woman, I like her strong head and her stubbornness. Now we need for Nigeria. We need somebody. Okay, this Ajakuta still something that she's trying to pass now. Do you know how many jobs that will create for people? Why are they sitting? Why are they not signing it? The jobs it will create for people. She's championing great things that we want to see. So for me, I am about making sure we champion the type of women that we need to see in the Senate. If they're not there, they don't need to be there. Because what we see in the Senate now is a lot of women who don't do jack. All they do is go there, collect money, go home, collect money, go home. Nobody is pushing any policy or bill. Do you see any bill that's been pushed from all the Senate? No. So,
Apart from
sorry,
changing our anthem to the British one, so they did do that one very
Eh.
quickly. So
Exactly.
I appreciate you. I think we are on common ground, just that we are using different language to describe our stuff, because I support everything. No woman should be blocked from running for office if they want to run for office. But I just feel like sometimes your description comes across as if you are trying to say that women have been oppressed in Nigeria. Men have been oppressed too. Societies are shaped like that. And
okay, you're not to Nigeria. Women are being oppressed, whether you like it or not. Women are being especially
we
oppressed
are
in
all being
Nigeria.
oppressed.
Take that to the bank. No. In generality, we're suffering, right? In generality, in Nigeria, everybody is taking a hit. We're all suffering, no doubt about that. But women are especially taking the hit in marriage, in the workplace, everywhere they go, they are taking the hit. So that one, we don't have to agree on every detail, but you get my drift. I get your
I
drift.
get it.
That's
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
yeah,
I want
sure.
to
Thank you.
hold on. I am forefathers. I know if I said it, it may mean that you talk more, but I wanted to zero in on something you were trying to say. I want to get it clear, understand what you're trying to put out. Are you saying that because I've heard other people say it, that because women are in the military, you alluded to something like that. Now that the military in the West, that they are weak because of that. Is that what you are saying, or something else?
No, I was trying to draw a correlation between that. I was trying to disconnect whether women participation in politics or in some aspects of society is the reason why nations do well. It doesn't correlate, because some nations don't have it and they are racing ahead, like China. They don't have it, but yet they are still going wherever they are going. Different countries go different paths. The UK, when they conquered the world, they didn't have that. So that's what I'm trying to disconnect, not necessarily tied to the military. The one I mentioned about the military was that I was trying to say that women can contribute to society without necessarily being only in politics. Because if you want to say, oh, they have to be here, then you can still say, okay, men too have to be represented in teaching, in nursing. So pull them from the military and put them in nursing. That's going to mangle the society, and that society is going to pay a price for it. And that is what I'm trying to say. We shouldn't just realign what has been constructed by nature that is very, very efficient by nature itself, because we just want to pander to the quota system, because there are ways different genders contribute to society.
All right.
That's all I was trying to say.
All right. Thank you. I want to bring back, I know that Prince
Dr. Damages, give me 1 second. This battery has run down. I need to switch devices and I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay. All right, no problem. I want to bring up Tony. Tony, you received, some people talked about your contribution. I wanted to know if you have something to add. Maybe people misunderstood you.
No, this is not a gender issue. I mean, the way the discussion is going is like, it's all discrimination against women and so on and so forth. Someone once said that political power is not given a la carte. You have to steal it, run with it, and so on. Nobody's going to sit down and just say take power. So one of the ways a couple of ways you can get power: you negotiate, you distinguish yourself, and then that will give you visibility and so on and so forth. You have to pursue a policy of inclusiveness. Show yourself, your skills, and your ability to perform. And people see that, people will recognize it, and you build up from there. So this whole thing about women, we hate women, it's not about hating women. I talked about Akpoti yesterday, and I just deliberately didn't want to talk about her again but there's a point that was made, and I think it was is it Okija or so that made that point. It was someone made the point, and I wasn't talking about relationships between that we see there, what happened between this person or that person. I was talking about order in the hallowed chambers. Because what we saw was totally, an eyesore. It was totally something, not that it doesn't happen elsewhere. You don't see bickerings, you don't see people, in fact, even people fighting and so on and so forth. No, but saying that how can just a simple issue as take your right seat cause all this hullabaloo that you are seeing? I mean, it doesn't portray the country in a good light. So I'm saying that, first of all, if there's an order that is established in the hallowed chambers, and if the presiding authority, gives an instruction, which is in line with the general orders of the Senate of how things should be done procedurally, and then someone violates it, to say because I had issues with him, is just begging the issue. That's been my position. I'm not commenting on whether this man is good or that person is good. Fortunately, that thing is in court, and they will have to sort it out, because we don't know. We're just women.
Tony, sorry. Don't you think that the reason why he went beyond the sitting thing, which has happened in the past, is because there are some other things behind this?
Yeah, my question is, why are they...
Other people, including Akpabio, had issues with sitting, but it didn't go beyond that. It was resolved. But this one went beyond that, which gave you an indication that there were other things behind this.
Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right. Because Akpabio did that when he was a senator in the 8th Republic, I guess.
It's not about justifying that. I'm saying,
yeah,
the reason why that went beyond the sitting issue, Akpabio's case was resolved without it leading to Akpabio accusing Sarakid of not giving him contract or whatever happened behind the other things. Don't you think that this is why this one went beyond that point that other cases went?
No, that's not. There have been issues between the two people, Akpabio and Natasha, some of which are personal. And so to bring that personal issue into an official business is wrong. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to know about it because, I mean, it happened a long time ago. Why is he saying it now? So my point is, listen.
It wasn't a long time ago. The final thing that she talked about wasn't a long time ago. That was when Akpabio, that was last year, I believe, or 2 years ago. So
yes, last year is a long time, December, and then there was the issue of you are looking into my wearing a transparent cloth and rubbing a pancake, and then the other issue about nightclub and no nightclub and so on and so forth. What I'm saying is, you see, as the days go on, we're going to be hearing so many other things because we don't know what is in this thing. Already there are people who have come out to accuse Akpabio and so on. I'm not trying to say that Akpabio is a good man or morally this and that. That's not my business to go into that. Those are private affairs that the two persons, those who are involved, sort out. Fortunately, it's in court. But I'm looking at what concerns me officially as a Nigerian. I'm looking at the Hello Chambers, and I am questioning whether the things that happen there, if you look at it, procedurally, whether you can find a justification in Akpabio's action or in Akpoti's action. So so to now begin to read gender issues into this and all that, for me is not acceptable. That's the point I'm making.
All right, thank you. Let's I know that Prince, I'll come to you, but I want to hear, I think CM had something to say, and then I'll come to Prince. Okay, CM.
Well, actually, Jonab, you delayed it. Jonaba left, so I wanted to react to his gigantic nonsense.
No,
He's gigantic. He let him be here. No, I won't say anything about it until the day we meet him again. I react to his gigantic nonsense. What I want to say, what I want to say is this regarding what was it? Regarding women and what they are capable of doing in our politics. You see, let me say this. If I'm the Senate president, issues like Ajokuta should be a national issue. I won't leave it to Natasha Akpoti. I won't leave it to her. Because Ajokuta is like a key Nigeria needs for industrialization. If I'm the Senate president, I will try and make sure that under my leadership, Ajokuta gets back to life. Because doing it, you are not favoring Okene where it is based on Kwara State or Kogi. This is for the whole country. We all need steel to kick off industrialization. That was the vision of NPN, Shagari, 1973-23. Ajokuta in Kogi State, Delta Steel in somewhere Alaja near Warri, Just Steel Rolling Mill, Kasina Steel Rolling Mill, Oshobo Steel Rolling Mill. If I'm this, these are the issue. I will take as my own personality, and then I won't leave it to Natasha. So for Natasha to be crying that emotion concerning Ajokuta, Akpabio is putting it down, it's a terrible shame. That alone is enough for Akpabio to resign. To be honest with you, that one is alone is for him to resign. Because such an issue is not a case of my constituency need a good road or my constituency need this type of thing. No, this is purely what should have given Nigeria the march forward for our industrialization. So to that extent, there is nothing somebody is going to tell me in defense of Akpabio that I'm going to listen to. That guy has brought a problem to the Senate, so he should go. If he has any iota of respect left in him, he should have tendered his resignation, apologized to Nigerians, and go and take a seat. That is to say that his constituency did not recall him, so he becomes a floor member. Otherwise, he's just a waste of space. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Let me go back to Prince. I see you, KJ. I'll bring you up next, but let's go to Prince. Prince, welcome to the show. We have Omoye here with us, and any question for her? Comments?
First and foremost, Dr. Damages, good afternoon, and Omoye, good afternoon. I know we just entered. This is our 1 o'clock, so we are same time. I'm kind of, right here at Stanford. I'm here to watch a soccer game, but then when I was listening to the whole thing, it's kind of like I said I won't stay behind why these things are still being talked about. Like I said yesterday, some men that were, some people, I think it was Tony, that was saying that if he is the husband of Natasha, and then that she didn't tell him, and then whatever it is that that he will chase her out of the house. Thank God there is a response from the man. Okay, the person we're talking about is a high chief in Warri, and all that stuff, and the man solidly is behind the wife. He said the wife told him. Probably she didn't tell him at the exact day that it happened, and that he had, approached Akpabio in London and pleaded with him to leave the wife alone. But this man still will not leave the wife alone. So don't we see that this man is obsessed with that woman? And he's a Senate leader or Senate, and here they have Senate leader, there is president, the number 3 man. And that also brings to shame the wife, the Akpabio's wife. I don't know what she wants to make out of the lawsuit she's making. If my child is in her school, I will withdraw my child right now from that school, because those are the people that covers, all kinds of corruption. Yes, she's a school owner, from what I understand. And then not only did she do that, they now went and organized those 5,000 women that is just, oh my God, they are just a shame to watch. Their husbands should be ashamed of themselves. My own thing is this: when I talk about women, I am solidly behind women. Sexual harassment is a no-no. And some people think it's only when you touch a woman, that's when you... No, it's not that. I've told you guys yesterday that when you look at a woman lustfully, you've already finished everything. And she have a right to sue you if you want to. So the thing is this, Omoye, thank you so much. I totally agree with you with all you said. The only thing...
Sorry. What is this you said about just looking at women lustfully? What is that not a little bit out of this world? What is nightclub for? What is birthday men for?
I hope you're not coming for me, because in my case and your case,
Why are you saying that you don't look at people anymore?
You don't know you an enigma. Okay, check it out. I know what enigma is. You're an enigma.
You are saying that just looking at people is a problem. Come on, man.
No, I said it's not only when you touch a woman that you harass her. You could look at a woman lustfully.
What? How is that a harassment?
That's
okay. That's going too far.
Where are you in London? Where are you in London? Are you in what is that place from? Naramali, Israel? Is that where you from?
So are you saying?
Is that where Naramali? Hold on. Let me ask you. Is that where? Is it what they call that place?
Birthday party. This is that they look at men with tongues and all the rest. That is sexual harassment now.
I don't know where you work at. In my office, there's a way you look. There's a way you look at a lady, and if she reports you to HR, you go down for it. Period. You respect them. You don't go. Okay, you look at a woman, probably you licking your lips. Then what is that? No, you have a chewing gum or sweet in your mouth.
It's a different thing. But looking at somebody is not a
crime. Oh Lord Jesus Christ! I just told you. Can you stop buying into my time, please? Can I finish my thing before you finish my time, please? So, like I said, the only thing I don't agree with going to Nigeria to protest, because I cannot go with some people here. Some people here, I'm saying it. I cannot go with some people here, especially those ones who supported this buffoon we have over here. It has shown me that, probably we're from different worlds that I don't understand. In as much as I don't like what is going on in Nigeria, but the same people are the same people supporting the buffoon that we have over here. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Akwachi. Who did I say wanted to say something? Omoye, do you want to respond to anything?
No, he didn't have any question. I
Okay.
think he just reiterated some. Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Madam
it.
Omoye, what do you think about looking at people? Yeah, what do you think about it? You didn't say anything. Eh?
That's not what I'm here to. That's not what I'm here to talk about. Are we about to change the topic? Is that what? Is that what?
No. I was just curious what you thought about what Prince said.
All right.
Well, that's to each their own. I can't even speak to that. I don't have any opinion on that.
All right. Thank you. So let's see. I will let a few more people to talk, and then we'll round it up. We've done 3 hours and a half. KJ, you wanted to say something? KJ, you're muted. Are you with us, or are you in a different conversation, KJ? All right. KJ cannot hear us. Who else? I saw a hand. Chim, I think you wanted to say something before. Chim, no?
No, I'm here as a spectator right now.
All right. Michael, go ahead.
I see. Oh, Chim, today you're here as a spectator and a peacemaker. I like that. I like that attitude you took today, Chim, because you always give boss. You know that you don't take water. You give
my pastor did a good job this afternoon, so I'm.
Oh yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, Omoye, I just want to reiterate what you said, and I just want to appreciate you coming on to this platform to express your view about the unbalanced situation in our society. Because when you look at the old situation, I mean, as a man, I think women, if we allow our women to be in a prominent position, women with quality, not the women that will be following what the man said, because you have some women that will always follow what the man says, but women with the quality, women who has the ability to rule. We have a woman like Margaret Thatcher. We have a woman who has phenomenal character and everything. But the thing is that I want to ask you, do you think Nigerian men in general, I mean, you've seen it, what is going on the platform, are we ready to accept a woman who can speak and put her head and shoulder forward to accept her? Because this is what I'm saying. Because every time a woman stands up for herself, like you always say, it's for us to suppress and demean her to be some other. And when a man do it, oh, he's champion, he's a hero, he's speaking his mind. But when a woman speaks her mind, we consider that to be some other. So what do you think about that? You can see what is going on today on this platform about our main destiny.
Right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Michael. Thank you so much. So for me, right, I think that women have to just take the bull by the horns and speak regardless. The men will have to get used to it, right? I have had instances where I've heard men tell me, you're too opinionated, you're too much. I've heard all manner of things when I have the opportunity to talk and I'm in a gathering or I find myself in any type of occasion. I don't care. I speak my mind regardless, unapologetically. So you either accept it or you don't. Those that want to, be with women who don't talk, people have their options, right? But I don't think any woman should hide herself. I don't think any woman should go to the corner because men will think a certain way. No. Say what you have to say. Of course, respectfully. I'm not saying you just say it and, we have to be respectful to each other, right? But this is not, especially where we are in Nigeria. I don't think Nigerian women have the luxury, for those of us that are coming out to speak, have the luxury of saying, oh, let me go and hide in one corner. You don't, there's no luxury for that because the country is going. So if as women, you're hiding yourself, nothing is going to get done, right? We're trying to clean up the mess that was created by these men. How do we do it without, bullying our way through? get a chair, put you. They not make room for you. Carry your joko, come, make space, sit down for there. They talk. Eyeball to eyeball. Simple, right? So I think that women need to become more and more vocal and not back down, because what we're dealing with is a mess. You know, that's what I think. That's what I say. This is my opinion.
So, Rudolf, can you just add something to what she said now, if you don't mind?
I wanted to just make an announcement before I bring you up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
On 90 Minutes Africa next week, we're going to have it might be two guests. One is Philip Effiong, the son of General Effiong. We're going to have a conversation on the fallout from the book of Babangida, what happened during that war and after the war. So he will join us. Also, veteran journalist Azubike Ishekwene, from Leadership Newspaper. He was at the Punch for many years. So he will join us. He was a journalist. He's still a journalist. He was there during the era of the military. So he will be able to weigh in on some of the things that came out of that book. We have other interesting people we are trying to get on this show, so we'll be announcing them as soon as we nail down the time. All right. Before you speak, sorry, Chim, I saw somebody who is here. Benson, he hasn't said anything. Just after Benson, then you round up, Chim. Benson, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, thank you for giving this opportunity. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Last time I spoke, I didn't comment about your sickness. The time you are not sick. Honestly, I was actually praying for you to get better, You are somebody I've admired for a long time. I follow your programs,
Thank you.
So I'm happy that God did his work on you. So for Moyo, I've not yet, I used to hear your name, but I've not been following you. So for what I want to say now is this. For women, what Natasha is doing, I like what she's doing. How she stand up to say what she said about what this man is trying to do to her. I'm a man. Every man here knows that what the lady is saying is truth. That's the truth. Why the men look for power, look for all these millions and billions they're looking for. It's not that the billions they're looking for is not for their family, cannot be able to, but it's because they want to sleep with other people's wives and the young ladies. That's why they're going far to look for these billions and billions and billions they're looking for. But I have a concern. Women these days are losing it. Women these days are losing it. In the sense that when we have women, we are women. Okay, let me give you an example of Tinubu's wife. When Tinubu's wife was in the Senate, there was a time Smart Adayemi stood up in the Senate and said to Senate members, why are the Fulani herdsmen killing people and nobody's talking? God is not doing anything. It was Tinubu's wife that smacked him. Please, don't you know that this is a APC government? Tinubu's wife is a woman. So today, all the governors that are doing, all the shenanigans that governors are doing, all the hot nonsense that the Supreme Court are doing, why are women not rising up and protest? That's the problem. Women in other class, they protest. If maybe 500,000 women came out today, or 1 million women came out today, nothing will happen to them. Nobody will shoot them. But women are not doing that. Instead, they're supporting their husband in this shenanigan the husband are doing. Women are selling keys today. Do not nonsense they're doing in Nigeria. Why are women not protesting? The women want to be a head of a Senate or head of the government. But when women were women, there's the time they have about women's riot. When even in many years ago, anything happening bad, the women will come out, even their villages, in everywhere and protest. But why these current women now we have are not protesting? Instead, they're looking for big husband who can buy them heads of 1 billion, 2 billion, going naked in the streets. That's my problem. So if women want to see women change nations, why Nigerian women not be that example to change Nigeria? They're not doing that. Now I go back now. What this Natasha we're talking about? I was listening to Arise News today. Arise Listen today. I was not talking about. That lawyer was talking about how did Natasha came into the Senate within 6 or 7 months. She's heading 2 committees. and other women are not heading it. Because him and that man have something. And like what Tony said, honestly, within a short time, many things will be coming out from this their shenanigans are doing. And the man even talk about the issue of this is a bit of distraction because there is a budget that passed. Nobody is even talking about that budget. How these people are killing Nigeria. Nobody's talking about that. They're only talking about rape. In Nigeria, even in the whole world today, everybody knows that men are, because of the women, the way the women are behaving, men are going after them. Men are going after them. So that's the truth of the whole thing. That's supposed not to be one of the big story of Nigeria. The big story of Nigeria is how can women stand up and protest against what what the shenanigans happened in Nigeria, mostly the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, that if the woman has protested when Akpabio was the judgment that these people, what the people, Supreme Court gave for Akpabio, Malami, I think a former Senate president, that made him to come back to the Senate.
Lawan.
Lawan, yeah. Even Odus Okalo was left out by Supreme Court. If the women protest on these things and say the Senate they don't want this Supreme Court, or those Supreme Court people should come down, because anything before Nigeria can be good, if the Supreme Court, that Supreme Court are not dissolved or burned down, and there's another Supreme Court, nothing that can happen. Even the whole world vote for Nigeria. All the whole thing.
Let's stop. We are not burning down anything. We don't support violence on this platform. I just have to say that.
Yeah.
I heard you say burn down anything. We're not burning down anything.
Burning down is a way to stop that Supreme Court. Okay, yeah. Look at now. What happened in what the Supreme Court do yesterday in River State. The River State women are not protesting. But who is the one going to suffer it? They and their children are going to suffer it.
All right.
Understand? So my decision is this. The women, like I said earlier, what Natasha is doing is right. But Akpabio and all the rest, they know that it's difficult to convict somebody on the issue of this sexual harassment. It's very, very difficult. That law is not there. In Nigeria, even the law is there. The police of Nigeria, all the justice, the four systems in Nigeria are all corrupt. The country is already corrupt.
All right.
So
thank you.
That's my comment on this. Thank you. Thank you, the damages.
Okay. Omoye, do you have any?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson, for your commentary there. Appreciate it. Thank you. So what I want to say is, as you were talking, what I'm hearing is like the women are taking the fault for most of these things that are happening in Nigeria. I don't know if you know, a lot of women have come out to protest from the north. I think Adamawa women came out at some point. There were women even in Edo State came out at some point. There were women in different parts of the country that came out to protest one thing or the other. Matter of fact, there were some women from the north that came out, they stripped themselves naked. The humiliation those women experienced. Now, the question is, why are the men taking a back seat? When the women are coming out in their own way to protest, where are the men? The men are the ones creating the problems that we are having to deal with right now. Why are the ones that have the voice, why are they not coming out behind those women to protest? Why are they not protecting those women? In fact, the protest that happened in Abuja, I think it was End Bad Governance protest, I think it was End. A lot of women led those protests. Some even sat at the the entrance, the roads you take to get to Aso Rock. So women sat there. Guess what? Your military people were beating women like they were men. Where were the men to protect those women while they were protesting? So when you say women have not been protesting, they have. The question is, where are the men? Where were they? Because the problem that has been created by the men. Yeah. Most of the problem we see in Nigeria today have been created by the men. So where are the men when the women come out to protest? When those women came out and stripped themselves naked and were protesting, where were the men to protect them? Do you know that some of these women died in the process? Some of them were injured in the process.
Sorry,
So
you see, sorry, my sister.
Wait,
You
sir,
see,
sir, please.
sorry, my sister. Wait,
Sir,
let me tell you something. Just a minute.
Please, sir.
The woman that I respect in Nigeria today is this woman, that lady Oruche. I don't know whether I know her, Oruche. That lady, I respect her so much.
Okay, so there are so many women like Oruche who've been protesting. You probably don't know their names, but they have come out. I myself came out. I was the only one in my own space. I came out and I protested. Where were the men? Where were the men? Did you see any men in my videos? Dr. Damages, you must have seen it. Did you see any men? No. So as we're talking about the women, we need to be calling the men out. Now, men create the mess when we get for Nigeria today. The men who are in the, you are saying that women, you know, is about heading. It's not about heading. Women have a right to aspire to whatever level they want to aspire to. The men that are taking the power by fire, by force, are not doing anything with it. Why is nobody talking about that? Why are the men not coming out and saying, you people are not representing us well? You men that are in the Senate, you men that are in the House of Rep, you are not representing us. You are making us look like weak people. No, we are taking over this thing so that we can turn it around. I didn't see any men. I don't see any men standing up when Natasha was going through what she was going through in the house and shouting that her voice was being gagged. I didn't see any men stand up. I did not see. We've had Senate going on for how long? No men. I didn't see any men stand up to Akpabio and say, no, you cannot silence her like that. She has every right. I didn't see any men outside. I didn't see any men inside. 109 senators, only 4 women. So when we come here and we're trying to castigate women, we need to be careful because every other finger is pointing right back at us. Women are already going through so much in Nigeria. Nobody is talking about that. They don't even have hospitals to birth your children. No man is standing up and saying enough is enough. We need to allocate funds for decent hospitals for our wives. Nobody's saying that. So anyway, that's all I want to say about that. While we're pointing out the women, not be they born, not only one woman now go born a certain number of children. Many women born. Where are the men when they born? Not be women born the men. Where they be? Why they not they protest? That's all I say. I have to say. I yield.
All right, thank you, Omoye. Chim, you have the final word. Then we round up. We go to feedback later on after a break.
Okay,
Chim.
yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I don't want us to turn this into a gender war. I know that's not the original intention. But I just wanted to remind us that if people are saying we haven't had women lead in Nigerian politics and be involved actively, not just following, but involved in the forefront of the struggle for Nigeria's progress, that would be wrong. So we've had people like Olufimlayo or Ransom Kuti. We've had people like Mrs. Margaret Ekpo, who, to the glory of God, I was blessed to have grown up under and all that. So these people were really involved in the first Republic politics. And we've also had Sarah Jubril, who also made her own efforts. But in modern times, it has not been, there hasn't been a proper, I won't say, like Omoye earlier mentioned, a proper handover. But that's a different issue altogether. The only thing I just want to say is Omoye, look at the panel today. Look at this panel. Rudolf, are you a sexist? Are you a chauvinist? Did you put up today's event and you say women don't come onto the platform? Did you say so? You didn't. I've been screaming it every time I come here because I see most of the girls and ladies, they're on the type away section, abusing people, greeting everybody on earth. But they won't come here and give you the support. So these are some of the things I say, and I'm going to get a lot of flanks for saying this already. But I have a thick skin. I don't really bother myself. Every time we come here to talk politics or to talk about Nigeria's system, is only you. There used to be what's the other lady, but I think I don't know what happened. The lady in the UK, and then she went away. I have never come here and we have 50-50 men. Sorry, 50-50 women, and I see women struggling to get into the chat room. It's always men. What is the problem with the women? Why do they like the what I call popular section only, to go there and be hiding under pseudonyms and be typing away? So sorry, I just need to say so that you two can come out and give them. I take a jibe at them. Let them come to this section. Come here, come and talk. Are you like coming to the main show?
Tracy, they don't throw that. Tracy, now your name they call, so maybe start calling their names.
Omoye, I am throwing a jab, and I'm intentional about
I
it.
just want
You
to
forget
tell
typing
him that there were a lot of ladies that come and do a lot of positive on the platform. People like Black Beauty, Ngozika, there's this Ify. So
Today now,
please,
it's been men. It's been men all over here.
That's
Tomorrow,
just today.
Black Lotus, they are calling you Queen
They don't like
TA.
to talk about this type of things. They like to go to Bodo Ibo woman to talk about.
Okay.
Dr. Damages,
That's what they like to talk
I want to
about.
send money to you, but I don't know. Because if I press the dollar sign, it's not going through. I don't know what.
Where are you? What part of the world are you? I don't know where you are.
I'm with you here. You're asking me where I am.
Oh.
I'm in Maryland.
Oh, okay. Then use Zelle. There's a Zelle number there.
Okay. Because I press this dollar sign here, but it's not working. Okay, I use Zelle.
I don't know why it shouldn't work.
You will see when you see Bennett's concerns, then you know it's me.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Masca, go ahead.
Maybe it's fake dollar.
No, I don't want him to create problem for all of us, because I know that he is wrong. There are a lot of ladies that come and speak very ferociously. So I beg. And even on the comment section, Bibi is one of them.
a lot of men in that. In fact, men are more. What do they call it? They are majority in the comment section you are referring to. Also, I beg, no create problem for us. So.
All right. Natu is in the studio. Let me see if I can find Natu in this.
Bring Natu. Madam Luke, Madam Luke, I see you. They are calling your name here. Oh. Come, oh.
I don't mind. Take me off. Bring them in. I want to see more women.
Bring them. Tracy, Quinty, Madam Luke. Let me.
Dr. Damages, put in the backstage. I want to use my Zelle. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I want to make put in the backstage. I want to make use of my Zelle. Okay.
All right. You know, I've not.
Yes, I know that.
I've never met Natu. Natu, welcome to the show. I don't think I've been moderating when you are here. So nice to see
Dr.
you.
Damages. Thank you so much, sir.
Nice to see you.
So Chim is the one that called me, so I have to show you. No, it was just the timing because today is Sunday. I had to go to church and I had other stuff I was doing. So I was like in and out of listening. But I just want to commend you and say happy belated birthday. Thank you for everything you're doing for the community. Omoye, special greetings. You know, this issue, like I said on Omoye's channel and other shows, this fight that Natasha is fighting is not just about the Senate. It's a fight for every woman. It's a fight for the future generation. It's also a fight for every individual in Nigeria. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't know why, like somebody just made a comment, I can't remember his name. He said that, how did she get there in 7 months and she's heading 2 or 3 committees, other women are not. And that's one of the things that pain me because I hate when they make it look like a woman has to do something to be able to achieve something. Why can't a woman just achieve something because she's capable, because she has the skills, because this is her expertise, she's able to deliver. So that's one notion that I think you and I had this conversation yesterday that want to erase, especially among women in Nigeria. Let every girl, every woman, or even every individual in Nigeria that has the capacity, that has the capability to achieve or do something, be able to do it without any restriction or without knowing someone or without having someone say, because you give me something or because you make me happy. What does making you happy look like, sir? All of us are here for the purpose of achieving something for the
benefit of the citizens of Nigeria. But if you're, and somebody made a very, yesterday I was listening to your show, I was sleeping at the same time, but somebody made a vital comment. He said, aside all these fights that they are fighting, we are missing one of the key components of this fight. And the fight is because of Ajakuta State. This is not going to Natasha's pocket. It's not going to any senator's pocket. It is for the benefit of the people of Nigeria. But you, because you are Mr. SP, you say it will not go forward until you have been made happy. And if you don't make me happy, this one's going to go to the back pocket. Does that add up? This is somebody that you voted for. You put it, and I feel like we have to like educate our people the more, because me and Omoye again had this conversation. I don't think people understand the power that they have putting these people in office. I do not think people understand that this vote, the power where we get, you can say Akpabio is not coming back, is not coming back. If you like, no Tinubu, if you like, let Tinubu decide for you. If you say you're not coming back, you're not coming back. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's really I don't know the right word to use, but I hope that with all this education coming up with shows like this, women will be able to do something without having to give up anything, especially their body or money or something, just to achieve something. But let women be able to do something, achieve success, reach greater heights because they have the capacity, because they have the skills, you know. And Nigeria has made it look like that, but we said that in our own time, Nigeria will be great. And team, trust me, we are not just keyboard warriors. We are working. 2027, we will shock you, my brother. That Senate, this thing, we will shift up. That's 1054. You go shock us. We are coming. I'm telling
There
you.
you go.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Nat, thank you so much.
All right. So maybe okay. Maybe you want to make.
Masca, you want to say something?
Yes, I didn't really want to comment on the topic, but it looks like maybe I should just say a couple of things. First, I think, I don't know, good evening or it's good afternoon or good morning, but good whatever it is to all of us. Happy to see you guys once again. And I think I would salute the lady who I think is beside you. I think it's Miss Omoye. I don't know. I just see OC. So well done, ma.
Thank you.
My take actually, it's I have seen that we Nigerians have this big capacity to miss essence of very critical stories. And I think this is also another classic example. When you hear people talk about this Natasha issue, it has now dovetailed into sexual harassment, a gender issue, and a lot of other what I call smaller issues besides the major point. When I look at it, the real issue for me is to start with what is the essence of the Senate in a political system. It's supposed to be a checkmate. It's supposed to be an arm that is supposed to rein in excesses. And I remembered very well during the time of Galina, I think that was when OBJ was the president, especially the House of Reps. They were very, very strong and vocal. They threatened to impeach OBJ. The whole, what do you call it? The whole executive was shaking. But what the system has done systematically is to muzzle out the Senate and the House of Reps. They have succeeded in muzzling it, and it's a hush-hush environment. It's almost like some sort of clique. It's almost like some sort of secret society, so to speak. For me, the real essence of this story is not about women or men. It's not about sexual harassment. It's not even about the sitting arrangement. The fact of the matter is that there are people who would want to speak in that Senate or House of Reps, but the system or the institution itself is a very oppressive institution. So I think that the essence of this story is somebody like this Natasha. It's somebody who wants to speak against the normal current of chop, I chop, and let's keep quiet.
We've seen all these labor reps that have gone into this institution. They are quiet. Why? We should be asking ourselves. It's because of this muzzling nature. Somebody who you've moved her from her own initial seat, and you are saying she can't even speak about her seat. For God's sake, what can she then talk about? If you move me from my seat and I can't even say, okay, no, please, why did you move me? You didn't even inform me. And you're telling me that I can't speak until I move to where you. So, for instance, if I'm going to protest about the seat, and you're telling me I have to go and sit where you allocate me, where I don't want, where I don't like. If I go and sit, then what's the essence of my protest? And I have said it yesterday, I think during a forefathers segment, I believe that a true leader, the minimum requirement is for you to listen to anybody. That she is going to speak from that seat doesn't mean that you can't move her to another seat. It tells me that there's something deeper for you to say you can't even speak from that seat. Even me, I can't tell my children, if I say this, you're sitting this, I can't tell him, no, I have to go and sit in your seat before you talk to me. It's absurd that we are losing that essence. We're talking, I listened to her. This sexual harassment is an aftermath. It's not the issue for her. I stood up to protest or to talk. I invoke an order where if we invoke that, that means I have a problem. And you are not even allowing me to talk simply because you've reallocated my seat without even my knowledge. I think for me, this is almost like a Rosa Parks story. Look, I think we Nigerians should support a person who can even use the sitting arrangement as a protest. I should go and sit on the Senate president's seat and protest. Look, we are supporting NSAS, people who will go on the street. Why can't she just sit on her own seat and it's a crime? I find that absurd, and sometimes it's very hurting that a whole millions of people will just turn this story into just an issue of gender, an issue of sexual harassment. That's not what she said. It didn't happen today. I'm sure she must have gone over it. The issue is you can't continue to harass me. That's what the woman is saying. You can't continue to muzzle me. And if we all keep quiet, the few people in the Senate that would want to speak, we are just giving them the signal that I beg, please don't even speak, even you. For me, I think that's the essence. As a people, she should be able to talk. What is a sitting arrangement, for God's sake?
All right.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to what he said. Also concerning that, right? The issue that a lot of senators and members of the House of Reps are having is because they made it look like if you don't belong to APC, your chances of achieving anything in that house is very slim. Like in Kaduna right now, I think almost 50 to 60% of the House of Reps that were PDP before have become to APC. Why? Because they tell them for you to do something. So that's why we're trying to make you understand that this is not only sexual harassment issue. Because now they make it look like, okay, because she's a woman, that's the way we can get her. You that you are a man that we can't get you. The only way you can get her is for you to come back to our side and then you'll be able to do something. If not, you'll not be able. And this is what happens that a lot of these members of our senators, when they finish their tenure, they come back home and the members were their constituents will say, you went there, you were eating money and you didn't do anything. Meanwhile, it has started coming out now. Maybe we are seeing it. If you're not part of this side, you can't. When was the last time you heard a member of the House of Reps in America or a senator move from being a Democrat or a Republican because he wants to achieve something? Tell me the last time. Tell me the last time. It's not. So why do people have to give up that just because they want to? I was making a comment earlier in the comment section. I said, we need Aisha Yusufu in the Senate. Somebody said, I think his name is Triniton or something. He said that, oh, if she will make a very good senator, but she has to change her dressing. I said, what about her dressing? He said the way she dressed make it look like subjugation. I said, well, that's her choice. We're okay with that. Our own is for her to deliver. If she come with bomb shot now, you say this is not a party ground. She cover herself now, you say she has. What do you want her to do? To just come with skin? Do you understand what I'm saying? And someone made a comment earlier. I think the person on the left, I think it's Tony, if I remember his name. Let me see if I can see his name. Yeah, I think it's Tony. I'm half blind. He said something about sexual harassment that, okay, it happened a long time ago and she's bringing it down. Sir, I said in the comment section, I want to say something. But you see, home training and church where I go to, no one let me talk. But I want to say something. If you're a man and you have a wife and you have daughters, When you hear another woman complaining about something like this, if you want to talk, please put small comma inside, drink small water and chew ice, and ask yourself, make I talk and make I not. It makes sense, I mean, no make sense. And let me tell you why. Because there are a lot of girls, especially in Nigeria. I'm telling you, I don't have statistics, but I can tell you out of my head. In Nigeria that I come from, I left Nigeria when I was 27. Almost, I think one or I'll say two in every three women would tell you that in their workplace or somewhere that has to do with something or service that they deliver, they've been through that. So if your daughter comes to tell you that, oh, you know this uncle that used to come to our house, daddy, when I was 10 years old, he taught me the wrong way. Are you going to tell your daughter that? Why did you tell me since? Are you going to tell her that or you're going to take action? I'm just asking a question, sir. Because listen, we in Nigeria, especially one pastor preached one time and say an average person in Nigeria needs to go through therapy. We have been through a lot have been passed down to us. We want to stop from passing it on to our own children. And that's the reason why we're doing what we're doing. So I think that you need to withdraw that statement, and with all due respect, because I don't think you were being fair to Natasha. If at the time it happened, she didn't feel like the place is convenient for her enough to open up and talk. Now that she has the space, now that she has had it up to here, she say, I mean, listen, this food that they give me, are they allergic to this? I go throw up, I go throw up, I go throw up, I go throw up. If na no let her, na she say chop, 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 she throw up. She don't tell her before say she go throw up, and I know hear her, she don't throw up. So you can't tell her that, oh, why did you throw up since? Or you call work now and say, oh, I can't come in, my child is sick. And then your supervisor tell you, oh, why did you tell me yesterday I can't come in today? My child just tells me, what am I supposed to do, sir? So people go
Doctor,
through stuff. Sometimes
Uh,
not all
that
people have the leverage.
let me.
Dr. Damages, can I react to that? Because she
No,
mentioned my
not
name
yet, not
specifically.
yet, not yet,
Oh,
not
yeah,
yet.
one second. Let me land.
Let her finish.
Let me land. Also, so what I'm just trying to say is that sometimes if you want to say something, I want to make some comments, let's apply some empathy, because not everybody knows how to talk. Some people might wait for the right time to talk. Some people out of fear they do not want to say anything. Some people will just be like, let me get myself together before I talk. Some people might say, you know what, I'm not going to talk about this here, I'll let it pass. I know something that happened to me between me and a male, someone that's close to our family. I've never spoken to my mom about it. This thing happened like almost 25 to 30 years ago. You think if I come and tell my mother today, she will say, why did you tell me since? No, that would not be her first problem. Her first problem is, how do I address this? I need to go and get this person. So please, if you want to make comments on issues like this, let's apply empathy. For a woman like Natasha to come out and talk about this, it took a lot for her. There is no woman, I'm telling this with my full chest, that want to go through something like this and come on Nation TV and talk about it. No, sir. It is not pleasant. It is not pleasant. And a married woman for that matter, you have a man, you have a husband. You know when you're about to go through that scrutiny?
All right,
I
thank you,
yield.
thank you.
Dr. Damage,
Doctor,
before
can I react? Dr. Damages, I have to react. I have to react,
Not
please.
yet, not yet, not yet. Let me bring in Luke, Madam Luke. Then after her, you can react. I'll come to you first, Tony. I think you are the next person. But let me bring Madam Luke, because we've been saying we don't let them talk. They are here, and we have to let them talk. All right, Madam Luke, over to you.
All right, let me position myself very, very well. Hello, Madam Omoye. How are you? You too much. Thank you for coming today. Oh, I was sleeping, so I'm like, I started hearing this noise. I said, oh, let me jump on. Where are the women? Where are the women? Where are the women? We come, oh, but you see, our gender, sometimes they hide. I don't know why they don't come on. Not everybody's comfortable being on camera, and I understand that. Even when we have the session where there's no camera, they don't come. I don't know why, but as for me, I will play my part. My dear panelists, I greet you all. Commentators, viewers, I greet you all. Happy to be here. Of course, you know we are day laborer, weekend laborers, so I only have like 1 hour to stay, so I have to go to work. So I'm still on the Natasha issue. You know, yesterday we had this discussion, and somebody, I'm not going to mention his name, the way he portrayed Natasha was very offensive to me. He made it look like Natasha was a call girl, and she has already had something to do with Akpabio before, and that now that she's married, Akpabio will not let go, and Akpabio wants to continue collecting the cookies. And I'm like, you have already labeled her a call girl. Most Nigerian men, and I'm going to say most, and I'm talking about 95 whatever percent, they do not identify with the plight of a Nigerian woman in Nigeria. They do not. And most of the problems Nigerian women I face in Nigeria are because of men. And then they use the female gender against women. Look at what is happening in whatever now, whether it's Uyo or his village. A bunch of women have been paid to come out. They don't even sit down and say, you know what, this is a woman like myself. If we don't fight for her, who is going to fight for us? Everything is monetarized. Everything is cash and carry. Look at his wife. She cannot even say, you know what, this is wrong. She's asking, why did Natasha not come to her? Or why did the husband not come to her? So they can sort it out. And business as usual, they can cover everything. Unfortunately, Natasha is too smart for that. She has been in this game for too long. And as people have started counting on her marriages, that is why she couldn't stay in a marriage. You don't understand what a woman has to go through in Nigeria to survive. I even said it here. One of the things that made me to leave Nigeria was sexual harassment. I almost failed in school because of sexual harassment. One lecturer wanted to, have his way. And because of that, I have to involve my parents. I like to involve the school. And for that reason, I had to retake that class because I couldn't concentrate. There was nothing I could do that would make me pass that class. And I still did not pass that class. I think I made a D or so. So they just gave me let my people go because I was already so traumatized that I just could not concentrate. So, and right now in Nigeria, I have female relatives who are working. They don't get paid unless they sleep with the cashier or whatever. So people do not understand what women have to go through. And they wonder why women are selling themselves. They wonder because the men made us so. The men made us commodities. That is why, instead of us to empower the women, they will make sure you are way down there. If it's not out of tradition, it's out of religion. The two main things that are keeping Nigerian women down in Nigeria: tradition and religion. That is why I can never marry a traditionalist. If you are in any religion, I will not even look in your direction. Because those things are the things that put something in your mind, and then they make you start acting like fools. You forget yourself. Obey your man. Submit here. Submit there. Can you imagine Akpabio's wife telling her if the husband had control? Hey, God. And let me ask this question. When Natasha went to the Senate as a single person, you see that she did not get any headway. She did not get any headway. Oh, look at her, call girl. This one, she's not in any man's house. The fact that your relationship doesn't work out, is it a crime now? Is it a crime? If you marry 5 or 6 times, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. If you cannot take it, you leave. No need staying in an abusive marriage or an abusive relationship. So why is it that they checking her marital record and now she's married, enjoying the one she's married is a problem? They're bringing up her past. But when they see Nedwoko now, nobody is talking about Nedwoko. It's all Regina. So you see, our people, I want to say we are cursed. And we have men who didn't have good role models from their fathers and all the men around their lives. You will not see this kind of thing happening in Burkina Faso. That you can tell that man was raised by a woman, every woman. Not all these ones that they pay 5,000 naira to go and stand on the road. Those are the kind of women that get back to our Nigerian men. Those are the kind of women that get back to our Nigerian men. So you see, is there any hope? Every revolution starts from somewhere. And it takes a woman like Natasha to beat her chest and say, you know what? When her husband asked her, she told her, tomorrow is my birthday. Please wrap your hand around me and let us continue the show. Tomorrow we'll deal with all that. And they're telling her that, why was she? Why was her husband? Why the man was taking her? You don't know Nigerian men. They will even want to humiliate you in front of your husband to tell you that they have your husband in their pocket. So the woman used diplomacy and just said, you know what? I will handle this my own way. This woman is an old timer in the game, okay? And people are saying her husband. Why did she tell her husband? Like I said in the other show, when you are married, there are some things you keep to yourself. There's some things your husband should keep to himself. And there's some things that you people should share. That's my hybrid of a relationship. When it's time to share those things, then I will share it. My question to you all, do you not think that Mr. Oduanga knew that Akpabio was making advances to his wife? He knew. That's why he asked her, what did Senate President tell you? He knew. So people are saying that you don't let her husband know. There's nothing that happens in Nigerian marriages that, especially when you get to that level, that they don't know. Because most of them are pimps. Most of them will even pimp their wives. Most of them will even sell their daughters, sell their children to go where they are going. I'm happy the Oduanga man has not come out. Because tomorrow they will say, oh, he's eating money with Akpabio. That is why he doesn't want to come out. The only person we have not heard from is Akpabio. Is that not interesting? The only person we have not heard from, if it was me, the first thing I would do is come online and say, hey, listen, this is what it is. I don't know where she's getting, like Reno Mockery did. I still believe that story of Reno Mockery, whether the deal was the wrong stamp or the wrong time date or whatever, because Nigerian men are predatory. Even from our compounds, you have the uncles, you have the brothers, pedos everywhere, because they cannot control themselves. And yet they call themselves Christians, Muslims, traditionalists. You know what? I could go on and on and on and on. But unfortunately, this is just the beginning. And women need to have some conscience. Not everything is about money. Not everything. You don't have to sell your soul. But of course, like we were saying on the women's show yesterday, the more poverty-stricken you are, the more you are likely to prostitute yourself spiritually and physically. Women like me, I will beat my chest. There's nothing any man can give me that I cannot give myself. I purposely work hard for that. So that submit here and there does not come into my picture. Go and submit to your mom. Don't come here. Don't come here and ask me for any submission. Because that is the way they rope you into all kinds of nonsense. And you forget yourself. So my dear women, tradition and religion is what has kept us kept women where they are today. You have to rise up. You have all the Senate, you only have 4 women. Only 4. And look at the King Ibe. Look at what she came out to say. What has sitting arrangement got to do with all this, for crying out loud? What has sitting arrangement got to do with sexual harassment? If it was a civilized country, we will not even be hearing all this. They will call you to come and defend yourself. But like I said, when you have a country where you have a drug baron, a certificate forger, who is not even a Nigerian, ruling Nigerians, what do you expect? Nigerians have been ruled by non-Nigerians for years, and this is going to continue. You have men that don't respect women. Look at Buhari. That one came out and opened his trash mouth and said, the other room. What? You see? No, I'm sorry. When God made Nigerian men, I think he shouldn't have slept on Sunday because his work was not finished. According to you people that worship those kind of religions. So please, my people, women, check yourselves. Not everything a man tells you, have your own brain. Not everything a man tells you you should do, you should behave. Have your own brain. I come from a family where women, they don't take trash. Marriage is not a trophy. They will burn their children and walk. Marriage is not a trophy for them. Whether you like them. You see, where I come from, we are trained to worship the certificate more than the marriage institution. As long as you have that marriage certificate, what happens in the marriage is nobody's business. You are a missus. A missus is a missus. So women, go and work hard for your money. Stop allowing men to use you for their own selfish. I mean, look at the Akpabio's wife, for crying out loud. Any man with that such a wife, you don't now know why the man is going outside. Eh? The woman doesn't have a brain. I'm not saying Akpabio is any better because if, like I said yesterday, if it's not money, Akpabio will only be like a motor park tout. The most unattractive couple. So I don't even know what the hell is. But like I said, when you have a country where there's a drug, read my lip, drug baron. and a certificate forger from Guinea Republic. What do you expect? So my people, Nigerian women, this is for you. You need to wake up. You need to support your own. And for all those men calling Natasha a call girl, and that she was always sleeping around, and she was always doing this. When you make your Nigerian women call girls, who are you? Who is to blame? Who is to blame? So you men need to check yourselves. You are a disgrace. I have many of them in my family. They don't take their ice skirts. Even if it's a small girl hawking banana, their mind is already going somewhere. And yet they say they are pastors, they are traditionalists, they are this and that. So my people, women, rise up. Stop carrying 5,000 naira to disown your own. Stop carrying Mercedes-Benz in the Senate to disown your own. Stick together. Thank you.
All right, Madam Luke, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I love you. Thank you so much. You came with the fire.
Is there a busy men and you are there busy? When men start now, you say men are starting.
Yes,
I been waiting. Good Naija, wait. Nobody call your name for this matter. Wait.
Because you are the one that takes Nigeria the way
I want to
you are a disgrace.
I want to do disclaimer.
My check. My check. I'm going to send my check. That's all I'm interested in.
All right. So what we're going to do now, I really like this, but I want to get a commitment from Omoye and Madam Luke and all the women who are here. Maybe.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Damage. Sorry, really quickly. Natu, if you can hear me, can you drop your number in the comment in the private chat? So that Dr. Damages can highlight it with my number for the thing we're doing behind. Go ahead.
I highlighted that. So what we can
it's just that's my number.
I received a bullet.
Okay. So what I think we can do, Omoye, is maybe every 2 months, we'll get an update on what you are doing with the group. You can come on and we can talk about it. And I really want to hear the voices of diverse voices on this platform. Get women to participate more, which is what we hope to achieve. So,
right. So I would say 2 months is too far.
Okay.
Because we're running for time right now. We're trying to work. So yeah, if we can do it like maybe
once a month,
we can do it like once every 2 weeks. I think that would be. Yeah.
Okay, we can get that going somehow. Yeah, we'll find time to do that. But thank you so much, Madam Luke. Thank you,
I received a bullet.
I know you came in for a fight. No,
not for fight. To defend.
Dr. Damages, please.
Yeah.
You said you're going to give the right to speak.
I'll give you a chance, but it's Ike here. Ike has not said
I've been here silently
Ike
waiting
has not
for
said
all
anything.
this.
I'm willing to take myself out so that Omoye, maybe you can.
No, Dr. Damages, take me out because I have to go to work. So you can take me out.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Look. All right, Ike. Let's to you. Ike needs to speak because he's been quiet, and I know I appreciate you, Ike. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, my sister Omoye. God bless you. Happy to see you. I just want to say I want to thank Maska for his comment. I've not come to talk about this because I've said something yesterday. I just want to make a comment. And the comment I want to make is personal. There are a lot of strong women. And my mother happened to be one of the strong women. And I am proud that I was raised by my mother. Our father died when we were very young. And my uncle, who is supposed to be the head of the family, decided to take everything that belongs to my father to himself and his family. And my mother was left with nothing. Why? Because she refused to surrender her bekus to him. And that's how we lived. And my mother was a strong woman. And we were raised to become who I have become today by a woman. So some of us that are men, some of us, dog is better than a lot of men. You know? That's why I say I want to bring it down, close down, because I'm a living witness and I'm a living experience and a living example of what I and my brothers and one sister went through in the hands of my uncle, who happens to be the head of the entire family. But here am I today. So there are a lot of strong women, and there are a lot of men that are not supposed to be called men. Because I am not just saying, I am telling you my testimony. And it takes the grace of God for me personally to let go what I saw as a small boy, what my mother was going through. Even when I became a born again, even when I became a pastor of a church in a foreign country in Mali, when I was the pastor of the Lord choosing in Mali, for so many years, I was not able to forgive my uncle, who is supposed to be the father of the house. But look at it. I am a pastor, and I stand in the pulpit and I preach forgiveness. People come to me for counseling, and I counsel people to let go and forgive, but I cannot let go. Anytime such a case comes to my office as a pastor of a church, it takes my mind back. And after the consultation, after the counseling, I'll be so enraged to my life to the point that I want to travel back to the village. I struggled with that forgiveness for almost 20-something years for me to let go. And I let go. It was on a night vigil. And I was leading that night vigil on that fateful day. And as the night vigil was going on around 2 a.m., God spoke to me and said, Ike, you have to let go. And I tell you, after that day, in the morning, I called my uncle and I told him, all these years, the anger that has been in me for you, if you put it in a village, the whole village cannot take the anger. But today, God has given me the power and the grace to let go, to forgive you. And I tell you today, and I'm speaking, heaven is my witness. After 1 week, he passed away. So he was waiting. He was waiting for that forgiveness. So there are a lot of men who are not worthy to be called men. So many of us that are men here went through what I'm saying now. But because we don't want to say it, I am not protecting nobody. Because when I was small, when those things was happening, I do not have any power to fight back. When I grew up as a man that I have the power to fight back, God arrested me as a man to be a worker in his kingdom. And I came to understand the meaning of love of God. But because of that pain, because of the scar in my heart, I find it difficult to let go. But it took me many years. When I travel to Nigeria at the headquarters of Lord Choosing, that is always the prayer I go to the senior pastor of the church, Pastor Lazarus Umonka, to ask God to forgive me. Because I can't let go. When I remember what we went through as little children growing up, and my mother became a man, became a woman, became everything. But the Bible says, Who will speak and it come to pass if God has not spoken? I am who I am today because I had a strong woman. And I continue to pray to God to continue to bless her soul for me. So there are a lot of women who are strong. And I know you are one of them. I know that Natasha is one of them. And there are a lot of women that are very strong. And also there are a lot of men also that will have to look themselves in the mirror and change and transform their life. There is always one thing my mother used to tell us when we were growing up. He used to tell me, listen, the beautiful ones are not yet born. You see Caroline, you are seeing now, you are dying for Caroline. If you move away from this village and go to another village, you will see the most beautiful Caroline you ever met before. So women, they are the same thing. If you want your wife to look like Caroline, it is your responsibility to make your wife to be what you want your wife to be. It was like a bell every day as men in the family. So, and I grew up with that. And I thank God for my life. That I was able to know the truth at a very young age after I finished my secondary school. I'm not perfect. I wasn't a saint. I had numerous girlfriends when I was in school, when I was even a single man. But when Christ himself arrested my life changed. And I saw the beauty of life. And that was when I recognized what marriage is all about. That's why I have a lot of respect for any man and a woman that is in that union. Because it's God-blessed and ordained relationship. It's an institution that you will ever enjoy for the rest of your life if you know the value of what relationship is all about. So thank you, Omoye, for what you're doing. We all live in the Western world. There are so many things we see, but we are not from wherever we are today. I am still a Nigerian, and I am still an Igbo man, and I still know the cultures and traditions of my people. I have not swallowed it with fake fufu where I live. No, I am still an Igbo man, and I respect women. I said yesterday when we were talking about, I told them, people, if you think that if you don't believe in sexual relationship in a place of work, by the grace of God, I am blessed with a wonderful woman who works in government, who is the top officer in government. And I'm speaking from very close range. Women go through sexual harassment from men. And any man who is trying to deny that or cover it up or pretend that, you are equally guilty of that offense. You are doing the same thing. So I just pray that it shouldn't, like Maska said, that's why I say God bless him. It shouldn't be because of she must go to her seat before she can say what she needs to say. That place she is the point of the beginning of the revolution. That's where she's supposed to say what she wants to say. It has nothing to talk about decorum because the system, as Maska said, the system is robbed against any newcomer in the National Assembly. You do not have any power to say anything. I gave an example of Senator Omoye. He came between him and Akpabio, and it was the same kind of intimidation, the same kind of trying to tell him that the Labour Party don't have any say in the National Assembly. And he stood up and stood his ground and said, no, the way you were elected as a senator by your constituency was the same way that I was elected by my people, and I am going to speak for my people. How many people came up to Omoye to support Omoye? Because it is what it is, like Maska said. The system is established in a way that if you are a man, if you don't join to the ruling party, you don't have a say. If you are a woman, if you don't do what they ask you to do, it's the same thing. Nigeria is turning into a one-party system. Even the people who are fighting, people who we think that they are the men that we have to rely upon, they are jumping ship to APC because of political ambition. Can you tell me any right-thinking man in Nigeria, no matter how good people that they have in APC, that somebody will wake up one morning as a politician and say he is joining APC in Nigeria today, the present day Nigeria? That states you a lot, because that system is so robbed and so corrupt that you cannot achieve anything if you don't belong to that system. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. We have to take a break at certain point, but I want to just to hear Tony, and then we go on a break. Tony, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. First of all, Dr. Damages, you remember that you did ask me a question when I was making my submission, based on the things that I said, and so that issue that the other lady, I've forgotten her name, raised, came up. I think it's very ingenious for her to just pick one aspect of something that I said based on the question that you asked me, not looking at the totality of the things that I said, to suit her, whatever is her she wanted to say or impression she wanted to give. But to answer her question, I have a daughter, and if my daughter has anybody who sexually assaults her, she knows what to do. She's a postgraduate student at NYU. And so she's grown enough. Her mother and myself trained her enough to know what to do. And so she will take action immediately. And then she will call her mom or call me to report the incident. She will not keep it for so that narrative that is peddling.
Thank you.
It's probably how she's raised up or whatever. I didn't raise my daughter up that way, and that's how I think. Now there's the other guy who also talked about me saying that if Natasha were to be my wife, I will sack her. I come from a place where we have a culture. You don't hold a married woman by her hand if you are not the husband. That's a taboo. And two, you don't whisper that kind of obscene thing. You don't say it to her. That's an offense too. And then three, the woman doesn't keep that kind of a thing and tell the husband that nothing was said. I have a tradition. And so when I spoke, I said, if she were my wife, that's what I said. So, and nobody's going to fall that. That is what I will do. So I don't care what he's going to do, but that's what I'm going to do because that's my tradition. And so when people speak, they should be very, very careful and they moderate what they say, because when you don't know what is underpinning someone's statement. I am not a misogynist. I don't hate women. I have a mother. I have a sister. I have a daughter. Okay. And I am from a well-brought-up home. I'm not interested in this gender thing. I made it very clear. It was just an aside because it came up. I said very clearly that I'm focused on what happened at that day on the Senate and the issues, what going forward and backwards, thing that we saw. That was what I commented fully on. So I don't want to be misunderstood. So that's my position. That's my point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We have to take a break. When we come back, Kene, I know you want to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
We can't let you speak until we come back from break because people will leave. We don't want them to leave.
They will come back.
Okay, so.
Okay, sir.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, mmanwụ lagado n'ibiazigo agbanwe nwe ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya
onye ọma zoro biko abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari ibia onye nigwa na mụ lagado n'ibiazigo mmanwụ n'ibiazigo agba mmanwụ ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya mazi nwekọma odogwu na kwere ezu n'aka onye ọma n'igadele mụ mazi n'ibiazigo go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu nachala noka. Is the one them nigga delemo. Olaga doni pesi gono. Lagado ni pezigo amama wilo chilo bigora buzo anabaze te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sari ibya moya no kwana mo obube naro olaga no ni pezigo nazaboy lagado n'ibiazigo amama wilo chilo biko rapụ zoro anabazi odogwu kenere bike chefo amakwa m n'ike agwụgọ gị oligwe kwelu ike ji ọmọ bịara gị igbo Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekele dị ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ ozu ike
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this evening. It's been a wonderful, wonderful evening. Kenneth, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Omoye corners. Always beautiful. You see, I was hit by a stray bullet, and I decided to call in to correct some things. You know, my beautiful sister said something. She said, women should go and work hard. And I will add to that, men should also work hard so that they don't behave like Akpabio and his likes. See, I'm not here to defend Akpabio. I already know Akpabio, and I've said a lot of things about Akpabio yesterday. I called him Akidi Amokana. I don't know the name. I don't know what it's called Akidi in English. I don't think it has English name, but Igbo people will understand what Akidi is. Akidi does not respect boundary. In a layman's understanding, he doesn't care. He goes everywhere. He's just an irresponsible old fool. We already know Akpabio. And there are lots of Akpabio in Abuja and most of the states, you know, especially politicians and those that are in the authority, mostly in the civil service or even private sectors. Somebody on the comment section was saying that if you hear women's experience, you pity for them. Yes, I had such experience. You know, I hear women talk about their experiences. Matter of fact, at some point I was saying that 8 out of 10 women in Nigeria have in one way experienced sexual harassment. It happened with my sister back then in higher institution in one useless school in Anambra State. The rector, one of her teachers was demanding for something, and she immediately reported to me, and I had to report to my other brothers, and we sent a letter to him through text message. Hey, we will remove your 2 balls and serve it to your wife. I swear, if you don't stay off from my sister, and if anything happens to her result, your 2 balls must be served to your woman. We are not hiding our identity, you know what to do. And I had to call the rector immediately. I said, see, this idiot in your school is trying to take a shoe, and something must be done about that. And immediately he stayed off my sister's business. So those kind of men, I don't handle them with calmness. I show them the other side of Ekwensu, Satan. You understand? So that when they come back again in this world, they will better behave. Now, I have 3 culprits in this case now. Akpabio, Natasha, and her weak husband. You are holding my wife in her hands, whispering to her in a close proximity like that, maybe somewhat intimate way, and I will be there looking at you. Do I have balls at all? That means you are the weakest of weakest men ever. Better men, like weak man, complete. Now it shows there is something you guys are failing to understand in this kind of situation. Akpabio, we already know that he is an egot, and we already know we don't have structure, we don't have system that checkmate this kind of thing in Nigeria. However, women are taking advantage of such men to climb the ladder, whether you like it or not. It is happening in Nigeria. Some men also face this kind of harassment from women. All those madam, thick madam, especially Oga's wife. Gate men and drivers are the frequent, regular victims to this harassment. Now, she was using the opportunity, and that was why she never reported this idiot to her husband. And maybe prior to her getting married, we know Abuja babes now. We know how they operate. And we know Abuja men with their fake life. We know how they operate. Now, maybe prior to her marriage, she has been doing this kind of a thing. And now she's married. Okay, she wants to stay put for her husband, which is good. Fine woman, that is good. However, somebody is hitting at you like this. And I said it on this platform yesterday. If this man really, really desperately wants you, he may do away with your husband so that he will have you all for himself. So you don't put your husband in that kind of risk. You have to expose him so that your husband will keep off from him. But you want to get something from him through the back door, and he wants you to submit your cookies. And now you don't want to submit the cookie, and the guy man say, no, you're not getting it until you give me that. You said no. And that is where the problem started, because he's refusing for you to take his advantage as usual. So he said, no, give me, I give you. You understand? And this is when you now came out and started shouting, sexual harassment, sexual harassment. And she is used to these claims. Every time sexual harassment, is she the only woman in the Senate? Please, for God's sake. Is she the only woman? And she says she's beautiful, she's beautiful with pancake. Okay, she's beautiful, I accept, no problem. But all the time, she will be talking about sexual harassment, sexual harassment. She's not the only person there. If she is a good woman, as she rightly claimed, she should have exposed him to her husband immediately, so that if her husband is even a guy man, he will now plan with her. Behave this way, let's do this way, so that you get what you want, and we'll have a proof, evidence against him, so that when he messed up, we'll hit him with the evidence. But she don't want to do it. She wants to do the normal way, and the guy man said no. Akpabio said no. And now we are here, cracking our heads, giving ourselves headache over Natasha. Who is Natasha? Let her go and sit down. Let her go and sit down. Let her face her troubles herself. They are all the same. The same idiots. All of them are the same.
There's something you are not factoring in. Akpabio's wife said that Natasha's husband is their family friend even before he married Natasha. Do you factor that in? Do you know what it means?
No. If you are my friend, hold on. If you are my friend, you shouldn't even be going after my wife. So, and that is the major reason. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to let you know that this is exactly what happened between Obasanjo and the son. Shegu Obasanjo had to go and swear affidavit to tell the father, the president, to leave my wife. Shegu swore affidavit to tell the president, OBJ, leave my wife for me. Do you know what OBJ said when people confronted him? OBJ said, I warned Shegu not to marry that girl. But the reason why Shegu shouldn't marry that girl, the papa no tell in Peking. So this is maybe Akpabio and Natasha on the tango, because Natasha's husband is a friend of Akpabio before. So as Natasha's husband they with Akpabio, they maybe in a houseboy or family friend, he can't see Akpabio with that girl. So if he say he want grab him after Akpabio don't marry, so you know say now whether you marry you no marry, Akpabio go to collect. So now that Obasanjo case.
Yeah. Let me wrap up. Let me wrap up. God bless you. See, that is why you are very important on this platform. You bring common sense all the time. You see. So what I'm saying in conclusion is maybe Natasha married her husband out of so that it will look as if she also has husband. So she is the husband, the young man is the wife.
All right.
You cannot act otherwise. You will kick him out and get married to another person.
That
is it.
This is not how we are said. This is 90 Minutes Africa. So.
Oh, really? Oh, I forgot. Today is Sunday, Abi.
Yeah, today is Sunday. So this is 90 Minutes Africa. Omoye, what do you have to say about Kene's insinuations?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, somebody just stated that she sued her husband several times so that he will marry her. Hey, God. Okay, that's the prophet.
Okay, so here's what I'll have to say. I'm not even going to delve into what Kene's assumptions are. I'm not even going to bother doing that. Kene, respectfully, you are my brother, but I'm going to stay away from you engaging on that whole, you see that whole conversation or submission you just gave is something that, you know, that's on your side. Me, I'm focusing on the ruckus that she has caused in that Senate that we can leverage on. I don't care. And the important aspect of it that we should not forget is the fact that this woman is trying to bring to light the fact that women are being silenced, number one. Number two, Ajaokuta still. If that Ajaokuta is up and running tomorrow, people can get jobs there. That's all I'm not going to waste my time going into her. Everybody has a past. If you want to sit here and start counting, most of those senators, most of them, your senators in the National Assembly, they are all doing the same thing. Okay? And they are mostly men, right? They have mistresses, girlfriends. I'm sure they've had divorces after divorces. I'm sure they are swapping wives safe. Okay? Perhaps that's what's going on. But all of that does not matter based on what we are looking at now. Natasha has raised a point. You are silencing me. I want to work for my people. You are not allowing me to work for my people. Ajaokuta is there. I have presented it to you 5 times. You did not do anything. Why? Does that mean that every other person that has an issue, that wants to work for their people, and they want to bring it forward, this is how you are going to silence them because they are women? Let's not lose focus of what is important here. We are not here to castigate this woman because the men are even worse, Kene. The men in the Senate and the House of Reps, no, Kene, I beg, I don't tire, I won't come up for you. They are worse. Okay? So if we were going to be dragging people's past in, right? We not go come up for here today. If we can't drag this one, oh, this one married, friend, this one, get mistress here again, we not go come up for here. Waiting be the bone of contention right now. She say, as it stands, she's a married woman today. I don't care what happened. If her husband not care, waiting concern me. Now their life. Okay? You are going with a man. I would have flung the man's hand away. But that is me. That's a different topic. Everybody will have to.
Other than Natasha, was there any other woman woman that was silenced in the Senate other than Natasha?
Kenneth, you heard what Ireti said. Ireti too has had issues. Ireti said, you know, calm down, take it easy. We have a way of handling these things. That means that they have to pet the men. In order for them to get what they need in the Senate, they need to pet them, rub them like small puppy, rub the head, sa, before they get what they need. Is that what we want in the Senate and the House of Rep? No, that's not what we want. We want them to serve the people. We want them to serve their constituents, not to come and turn the National Assembly into a charade. It's not SNL. National Assembly is not supposed to be Saturday Night Live in Nigeria version, right? It's a place for serious business. We don't care what you do behind closed doors, but the fact that you made it clear, you now it's been televised, we now know what's happening. Instead of you to resolve this behind the scenes so that the people of Nigeria do not know exactly what happened, you silence this woman while her camera was still, her mic was still on. Why? She called you out and said, I will tell the Nigerian people what you have been trying to do. I've been trying to do work. I've been trying to represent my people. You are not letting me. They cut off her mic. Why? Then you now you can't come down, you can't double down again. The woman went to Brekete because she needed to talk. She tell Brekete, this is what happened, this is what happened. Now, this man want to retaliate, he send the aid to Brekete family. That one say all she knows how to do is wear transparent clothes and powder her face. Why are you waiting concern you? If your wife not the powder her face, how it affects Natasha when the powder her face? Is that what he should be talking about? If he had responded to this whole thing, initial take of what was happening with maturity, and say, okay, listen to her. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. The men do not listen to the women. Listen to her, let her land. You don't even have to take what she says. Okay, when she talk finish, you go say, okay, we are not going to take that in. That has been struck until you present it properly again. That would have taken care of all of this that we are talking about right now. We for not know what they happen. We for not know whether in husband, now the man friend or not being friend. But here we are. I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking about, oh, this. I don't care about that. What I care is the people in Nigeria are suffering. Ajaokuta, when supposed to they work, like say they pass some people for don't they work. Nigerians for don't they make money. Some people then when they not go for need to they send money home to support their families again. If to say Ajaokuta still start to the work. That's the bane of this whole thing. Outside of the fact that you have a randy National Assembly, randy man heading your National Assembly. Every Nigerian man ought to be ashamed. You all are supposed to gather yourself and go and protest in front of the National Assembly and say, Akpabio, we cannot take this anymore. You got to step down. You are not making the men look bad. Are any of the men doing that? No. So let's not digress this issue. Let's focus on what is important. It is lives that are at stake here. You hear them sharing money shroud in the National Assembly. They are sending to their email. They are sharing on the floor. They are sharing to each other when all of us, we are not there. Nobody is receiving anything. The people on the ground are suffering. When are we going to say enough is enough? Now that will consign me. Thank you very much. That's what I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Omoye. I will let KJ speak, then that will be it. And Omoye will give us your final thoughts. Then we hand it over to forefathers for the feedback.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Omoye. You've done a wonderful job. I just want to tell my brother, Kene, you see, Natasha is my alma mater. I will refuse to accept those your comments you made. You know? So I refuse. And my first degree is in theater. So putting on the theater, script writers, your conclusion don't really make a good script. But I'll go ahead to say this. If what you are saying is correct, it then means that the NDD's woman also, which way did they have, was she also a girlfriend? What about Mrs. Mrs. Kingibe, okay, who also had a problem with him before? Did she also have the same thing? Okay, so let's go back a little bit. What about the other woman who also had problem in the assembly? What's her name? The Arimaite woman who was in SEC. Did she also one of the girlfriends? The thing is this. Let's tackle the issue. The issue is that she is sent there by her people from Kogi State to represent her. Whatever her past life has been, it's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing her life as a senator. She has the right to represent her people. And I'm going to quote from Ojus Okalu's write-up on this, that even if she was wrong, which he believes she was, the Senate president should have exercised discretion by allowing her to make her point, and then say to her, go to your seat, overrule her and tell her to go to her seat. Okay, so he allowed his emotion to overplay because of maybe, like he said, and he alluded to maybe past, relationship. But the truth is, when we come to public gathering, let's not bring our age. I mean, if we bring our age my boss in the office is 35 years old. Am I 35 years old? Okay, so I should go there and say, look at this small boy, you're talking to me anyhow. I mean, will I still have a job? So it's not a question of the age now. It's a question of the fact that this person is performing an official function, and she's standing. Anytime anybody stands up to speak in the house, she's standing up based on the fact of the people who had brought her there. The people saw her credible. It's not for us to decide whether she's credible or not, and it's not for Akpabio to decide. Look, who has ever been walked out by a sergeant of arms? Is she a criminal? The only reason why you, Akpabio, is sitting there because you are first among equal, not because you are a higher senator than the rest of them. You could lose the position tomorrow. So what I'm simply trying to say is this, and on a more serious note, this lady was sent by her people. Make una let them do her job. Okay, if you have a complaint, listen to the complaint. Because if it was another man that was complaining, you would have listened to him. You won't tell her to just sit down. If you don't sit down, I won't listen to you. Then you call sergeant of arms. You understand? You call the sergeant of arms to walk her out. Come on, man. Let's not beat about this issue. Even if they had whatever relationship, it is not based on that. She's addressing the Senate. She's addressing the Senate based on her position as a senator of the Federal Republic. Let's give her that due respect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Omoye, your final words.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to quickly respond to when Masca was speaking earlier. He did say that his focus was not on the sexual harassment issue, but the main issues, which I agree with most of what he said, Masca. I do. It's just that point. We cannot ignore the sexual harassment aspect now. We can't, because too much of it has been swept under the carpet in Nigeria. Everyone that cares, if you have a daughter, if you have a wife, please pay attention to these things and don't just sweep it, just don't ignore it just simply because you don't know how it feels. Again, empathy is the word right there. Here, it might not mean anything to you, you might not consider it anything, but it's very important for you to listen to people, especially victims. They might not tell you when it happened, because sometimes it takes a while to process these things. I'm telling you, nobody plans for these types of things. You can't you show up at the office and maybe your boss is hitting on you. For instance, KJ, now you go to your office, your female boss is hitting. You not plan say the woman will hit on you. He just hit on you, and say for your job they know they agree for those kind of things, and that kind of scenario the woman will immediately turn them against you if you are not careful. So this is the reason why you can't just toss people's concerns aside. You listen to it. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. If somebody says they've been harassed, listen to them. When you don't listen to them finish, you don't hear their own parts and play out, then you can now make an informed decision. Okay, we need to do better as Nigerian men. We need to, right? As much as the women also need to do better by themselves. We're all in this together. Without you, without me, we cannot have a healthy society. All of us need to do this table. Okay, we not feel use judgment tear each other down. Because I thief meat for my papa, my mama pot yesterday. And they make good decision today. Kene go come say, I beg you, forget Omoye, he thief meat. Oh, when I not say thief meat for pot yesterday, we can't do that. How long are we going to do that for? We need to focus on what is needed right now. We have a country to save. Let's do our part. I want to thank Madam Luke. Madam Luke nailed it. I really appreciate her. Madam Luke, I love you. And all the women, please, people should be coming up. Black Lotus and Adana be coming and talking about politics. And they see una sometimes now they talk about love affair, husband matter, wife matter, relationship matter. Country where not good, relationship they scatter. If the country not good, if your husband not give you money to go market, you no security, marriage not go fit stand. Adana. So I beg all the women, Black Lotus, I'm calling all the women, Tracy, Comfort, all of una, they see una na side eye, I think they look all of una. More na show up, it's time for us, it's time for us to speak up and get our country back. My people, thank you so much for all of you that came to see me today. I really appreciate una who I be. Una count me as person. I make una come support me. So with that one, I say thank you. Thank you. Mona, help me thank Dr. Damages. So
all right, thank you
so much,
you,
Dr.
Omoye.
Damages.
Thank
I
you so
really
much.
appreciate
Natu, you are going to be next. We will reach out to you and get you on the show. We will be targeting women now to come. I'm trying. I just need to find them. So
We are here.
Thank you so much, those that joined us, everybody here. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Masca. Thank you, Tony, Chin, CM, Forefathers, and Kenneth. I want to thank those that supported us today. Benex Concerns LLC, thank you so much. Nana, thank you. Tima Jack, Tracy, thank you. Guy, thank you so much. Madam Luke, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Natu, thank you so much. We take a break. We hand it over to Forefathers. Forefathers, we do the recap, when people give their feedback on what happened today. So I appreciate all of you. It's been a wonderful day. I didn't plan to stay this long, but you can't resist when Omoye is delivering. Thank you so much, Omoye. Thank you, everybody. So we take a break. We'll come back, and then Forefathers will take it from here.
Olisa malugonko ene menenua Okudilio nyekelanio Chukuna malugo yobia diocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea Mano garanya uwa Oboye afiozi enipa kwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezi olisa Kodili bemo Kodili wakema Kodili wanima Naino kwane we peluo Kodili bemo Kodili kemo Kodili heyo Ibedwe me wane Nikadie zibo heyo
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm live. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Yeah, let me get everybody back on stage before I lose people. Let's see. I hope I've gotten everyone. Yeah, thank you all for joining the show today, and it's been quite civil, apart from Kenny, obviously. Always has to come and start trouble, but it's all right. There is also Madame Luke that caused a lot of trouble, so they balance each other out just fine. All right, so Chim, I have to thank you for actually calling out the women. You know where they normally go to Madam Obodoyibo. That's where they go. That they will go and talk about the what was it? All these musicians and their love life and all those things. That's where they go, and they don't hide from camera there. They show their face proper. So yeah, what do you make of it, Chim?
Forefathers, thanks for having me. I think it's been an interesting day. A lot of things to unpack. It's a good topic. Omoye did not set out to make it a feminine male versus female thing. I think the whole idea was to be able to call out injustice and to encourage people to be able to, when they see what is wrong, to speak out. I agree totally with all the assumptions she made, which is this has nothing to do with the woman's private life. It has more to do with ethics. There's supposed to be a way things are done in the National Assembly. Videos of when Akpabio himself had exhibited dissent in the National Assembly has been, I'm sure you probably have seen it, where when Saraki was Senate President and wanted, and it's the same seat issue, changed his seat and he took offense. By then, I think he had lost his position as a Senate Minority Leader because he cross-carpeted to APC. So he had to lose that seat and all that. And he was fighting and everything. So it just goes to tell you, for me personally, what I've said is this. The only place, like I said the last time, that her husband, for instance, in this matter, which is now going on a personal level, is where I don't seem to understand how you go to your friend's house and then you're busy being behind and your friend and your wife are working together. That's the only place I've been struggling. But again,
he was on phone.
Okay, Masker, don't worry. So, like I said, I gave an Igbo proverb. And it might be an Igbo proverb, but it's a fact of life. Birds of the same feather flock together. So I don't see how Mr. or Chief or High Chief Udrana will be a friend of a female predator. I will leave it at that point. It doesn't now mean that male predator we're talking about should oppress this woman. That's wrong. This woman has fought. She's a politician. Politicians are not necessarily clean people. I don't see anywhere in the world any politician is a clean man. Not in the UK, not in Nigeria, not in the United States of America that we so adore. They all have, if you start, I said it here the other day, I said, if I want to look for anything against Rudolf, I will find. If I want to look for anything against Tony, I will find. And then I will use that to discredit. And that somehow, what's her name, ended on that note. Last week or so, I'm sure Tony can remember when I said that if you look for anything, I always try to stay on substance. Trust me, I'm not a perfect person, but I always try as much as possible to stay on the topic. What's the issue? Leave the personality, take the message, deal with that issue, and let's move on. In this instance, the lady has her right to defend. And Ajokuta personally has become, I don't know whether it is intentional not to shut that thing down in the way that we do not see the light of day. She's fighting for something that will benefit all Nigerians. So I think the Senate will do well to let that issue be discussed. If it's a bill, I don't know if it's a bill or she's just asking for a discussion on it. I'm not sure. I haven't followed it properly. That's the only thing I want to say. So I think people should leave her personal life out of it. Whether, I don't know whether she was a Ron's girl before or no Ron's girl. There will always be, people will always, because she's a woman, people will always bring up all those things. Let's leave all of that. I think we should deal with the issues. Like I said in another program, Nigerians are the ones being robbed with this soap opera. Because we sent Akpabio, sent Ireti, sent what's her name, Natasha, to go and make good laws for the people of Nigeria. We didn't send them to go and be doing soap opera. Because the more they are doing this thing, the more important business of the day is being delayed. So I think, but all in all, it's an interesting topic. I hope people can always stay on issues and not, bring all these personal things we always bring into it. And there are good men, wonderful men.
Can I just ask you one question regarding how she should not? That's why the husband allows the wife to hang around a potential predator. Some men may not necessarily see somebody that they consider their friend. Even if they know it's a predator, they might think that on balance, the wife is also streetwise, will be able to handle herself, stuff like that. So there's a level of certain trust that some men have with their wife. They will say, okay, you know what, that guy is a rascal, but she can hold her own. You see what I mean? So, and this is why for me, I feel like people are casting a lot of aspersions between couples that are doing their own thing. Relationships are unique. You don't know the permutation that they have going there. And yeah, I guess you can pass your own judgment for your own ideal, but you have to also understand that they are own individual people, and it's not a crime to allow your wife to be free to navigate the world the way she sees fit and be able to come to you when she wants to report issues. You see what I mean? So I don't know what you think about that aspect where you felt you are struggling with the fact that he allowed her to be in presence of somebody like that.
Okay, so remember, if we are to take the stories that Natasha has told, especially the one she has put on air on her rise, where she said she was having a conversation with her colleague. Let's first of all start there. Akpabio is her colleague. We are in the modern world, we have female colleagues. You understand? My female colleagues call me. My wife's male colleagues call her, because we have a life to live. We're not going to say because I'm male, so I will keep necessarily with all the men. No, you have female colleagues. It's a world. You have female friends in church, decent people who, they see you, they ask about your family. And even before you met your spouse, you would have male or female friends. It's a given. But the point I'm making in this instance is this. Remember, don't forget, there is that little small issue of the man getting home and then tapping his wife when they were, together as a couple, and asking, what was this man whispering to you? When somebody starts going there, it's like when your wife says, what was that girl telling you? We're men, that means there's some level of suspicion has started being, is swelling somewhere. So for Mr. Uduaghan to have asked his wife, what was the Senate president whispering to you? It means there was something he felt he missed that held his, I don't know how long, between the hour when they left the man's house and went back to their hotel. I don't know the duration, but for that to have still lingered in his mind, that he thought it necessary to inquire from his beloved, trusted wife, what exactly were you people discussing? It means it troubled him. Do you understand? Yeah. See, I don't want to go into that, but it means, because we started delving into those areas, we might as well go into it. He asked, and the woman, intelligently, as she told us on air, sidestepped it intelligently and told the man. Then the man now said, okay, as she told us also, I'm not making this up. The man said, I don't want you to travel out of this country in his company. How can you be telling your wife to travel in the company of her colleague and if a friend you had known before you even married her? So that's why I said, Obu mane kweke with a guy. You see, listen, a predator fears other predators. I've seen, it's a fact. We've been laughing about these things. A predator doesn't allow predators go behind him. These people, they know the games they are playing. Listen, I won't fall into that narrative of saying Nigerian politics. Politics everywhere is a dirty game. The only difference is in some climes, they have very functional vacuum cleaners that they are using to clean it up once in a while. In ours, we're still using old broomsticks. And those broomsticks are not doing a good job of sanitizing the place when we need it sanitized. So that's the only difference. But again, in all of that, I don't want to lose focus of the critical issue, which is the fact that she's a senator that should be accorded her rights as a senator. Let her speak. Let her pass motions. Let her make the contribution she's supposed to make, both for her constituents and for the larger good of Nigeria. That's where I stand. And to that extent, stepping whatever motions she's trying to bring is denying Nigerians the benefit of whatever things she might bring to the table that will benefit. A bad senator, as bad as Tinubu is, that I have not agreed with him, I've said it here that one of the policies he has put up is this tax law. If that tax law passes through, it will change Nigeria. I think it was a genius of him to bring it up. But it doesn't still remove the fact that I believe he stole a mandate. I can still chew gum and say that at the same time. So in the same way, Natasha could bring up a law that will favor Nigerians, but we can still go back and deal with her whatever issues. So, but I don't want to dwell on that. That's just
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chim, so what do you make of Omoye and her performance today? And in short, you can comment on anything, including what Madam Luke said.
Yes, so I'll start with Madam Luke.
I was asking Tony, let's go so that he can go around. Otherwise,
Okay.
they will start.
Let me quickly say this, and then you go on to Tony. Madam Luke cannot use one brush to brush all men. That's wrong. And then for Omoye, I constantly appreciate her ability to rise to the occasion, to come and discuss critical issues. We can still discuss soft issues and still discuss critical issues. Like she rightly said, it is only a society that is at peace that will be talking about soft issues. If you are focusing on soft issues and where the key issues are being ignored, then I don't know. That's just my view.
Other than where she was cheering Madam Luke, I thought she did well. She was cheering Madam Luke when Madam Luke was saying men are predators and all the rest. That's not cool. Okay. All right. There are there are a lot of men with integrity out there. I would not like to see the two honorable gentlemen that are on this panel as predators. They aren't. All right. Thank you. Tony, what do you make of the conversation?
Well, very, very refreshing, enlightening. Madam Luke, if you ask me to score her, sorry, Omoye, if you ask me to score her, I'll give her 85%. A couple of things I didn't agree with, and I think I did try to point it out. I wasn't particularly comfortable when the thing was drifting to gender issues and so on. I have been very careful, to navigate this discussion, not calling out, not going to people's personal life, whether it's Senator Natasha or Senator Akpabio. I was just basically looking at what happened on that day when this the noise in the Senate, this fracas, came up. But I got to comment on that aspect where Akpabio held her hand and all those stuff, because I was prompted to. I didn't really want to. I think it's a shame, first of all, that we keep having these distractions in the Senate, first of all, because that time that was spent in this argument, on the argument and all those type is precious time paid for that they would have used to do something else that would benefit the nation. So this whole thing was, to me, totally hogwash, over procedure, which is well defined. I did say that Natasha was wrong. And I also did say, if you play back what I said, yesterday, that the Senate president, even though he had authority, didn't moderate that entire discussion.
Exactly. He could have just said, just give her 10 minutes, let her say what she wants to say.
Yeah.
Just overrule and move on.
Yeah. So, and then we wouldn't have had this thing and all this nonsense. And then when I was prompted, that's when I said all these issues they are bringing is accessory after the fact. Because I said that this thing happened a long time ago. It would have been an issue that should have been trashed out long time ago. Now bringing it here, what are you trying to create? What is it? And you're dragging the whole nation into this said word, that said word. We haven't heard from Akpabio. Whereas when he opens his mouth to say, God knows what he's going to say. And every day you see that this whole discussion is so many people are coming in and so many things are coming in. And I just think that this is just nonsense. I think it's nonsense. Now,
but don't you think that it's Akpabio's making, though? He could have avoided all this by just...
No, it's two of them. It's two of them. It's two of them. It's two of them. It takes two to tango.
It's fair, but he's the one. If this stuff happened outside the chambers, it would have been different. It's the chamber that it's in charge of. That's where it happened.
Listen, that's my understanding of what happened. I have listened I watched the incident. I listened to Akpoti, speak on Berekete. I watched her on the floor. I watched her on Arise. I watched the Senate President's representative on Berekete. So I watched other comments. I listened to other comments. And I listened to the senators speak. I listened to two other senators from her constituency speak. Nobody is in support of Akpoti. None of them. Not one. They were actually pleading.
Why would political actors be?
No, hold on. They were actually pleading, but that's not the issue. The point I'm trying, what I'm trying to say, and I agree with a lot of the things that Chim said. You see, this whole thing. Yes, Akpoti may be doing a good job. I don't fault her for that. I didn't go into that at all because I just thought that wasn't the real issue. So I'm not commenting on how well she's doing in the Senate and all that. But I'm saying, listen, if we are saying that the order that you can nullify the order in the Senate just because certain actions are not pleasing to you, then you create confusion, and that was the confusion that Senator Akpabio created when he was when Bukola was the Senate president. We're not learning anything. We're not moving forward. So how often should we continue to have? And I also talked about the continued this same repetitive behavior that we keep on seeing with our legislators, whether in the House of Rep or whether in the Senate. We've had a lot of these things happening, and each time it happens, it's swept under the carpet. And I feel that this whole thing eventually is going to be swept under the carpet because these are politicians. They're going to go. They're going to go and settle their differences. And here we are shouting and saying all kinds of things when we should be talking about some more serious things, taking sides, whether you are supporting Akpabio or supporting
to be fair to Omoye Corner, she focused on one key area that was important, which is the Ajakuta steel issue, and is what I was harping on about yesterday too, that issue that she raised may be more significant than even like you said, they will settle each other with these accusations. But how about the fact that he's delaying important bills from going through when he passed the national anthem?
If that was the issue, it will be clear. It's a clear issue. But that's not the issue now. This is an after. If that was the issue in contention,
then she would serious damage to him. But if she doesn't have evidence, they will just settle it and it will be over.
If that was the issue, that's an entirely a different thing. It will be very clear, and everybody will see it. So but these are issues that came up because something else happened. That's my point. We shouldn't be.
Tony.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so I have an issue with the position you're taking or the way you're presenting the whole issue. Here is somebody who is saying that, look, I'm being muzzled out. I'm being frustrated. There is a grand scheme to muzzle me, to frustrate me, to irritate me. And you're saying that, okay, she should just take it. Because
no, wasn't my point is that was not the original issue. This is an after. This is an
original issue.
No. That's not the original issue. What started this whole thing? What started this whole thing was sitting arrangement. If the issue was, listen, you are not allowing me to speak, which she would have been able to make from anywhere, even from the new seat. She would have been able to make that point.
Tony, hold on. It's not sitting arrangement, actually. But if you are restricting it to sitting arrangement like King Gibe did, she wasn't allotted at first. It was now she came to office and just discovered this. So she wants to make a point of trying to understand what is going on first.
There was a senator who also spoke. There was a senator who also spoke. And said that his seat on that same day, his seat was changed, and that in fact that he was insulted by Akpoti. There was a senator who spoke.
What I'm saying, Tony, okay, so this is exactly my point, Tony. Okay, we are being very simplistic in looking at things. Okay, I understand that another senator will complain that, oh, my seat has been changed. Okay, but if a person is saying that, look, And if you really listen to her, she explained why where she's being posted to is not a good thing. She's not happy even with the place, the seat she's been given. And I'm saying that, look, you can't blame her for not being happy. And you are saying that, oh, she should just take it. That is not even the whole essence. Listen, just so that don't be like Akpabio also. Don't muzzle me also.
No,
Just
don't equate me with Akpabio. I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician.
Just hear me out, Tony. Hear me out. I'm sitting on the seat you allocated to me. So just hear me out. Okay?
Oh, let's not start with seat management talk,
so what I'm saying, Tony, is that it is legitimate if you move somebody's seat for that person to complain about his seat. Or is it not legitimate?
Have you been watching the discussions in the Senate? Have you been watching Senate, the debates and so on? Have you?
No, I've not. No, I've
Very
not.
good. So if you have been watching, you won't ask me this question. The point I'm making. No. The point I'm making. Listen, you see, that's your own opinion, and I grant you that. I grant you that. Now, and I am saying the point that I'm making is I have seen senators after the meeting or when there's some research, they go to the Senate president and they discuss issues and they sort out a couple of things and they sort it out there.
Tony,
that's a Senate.
Hold on. Are you okay with that arrangement?
What I'm saying to you,
that because everybody has to meet the Senate president somewhere and rub his back, so I must do it if today I'm a senator.
I didn't use the word rub his back.
That's exactly what you said.
You see, what you're doing is very dangerous. What you're doing is because what you are doing is that you're putting the cart before the horse. You are bringing some grievances that the woman had into your decision or your opinion of how things should go. And I'm saying take out that, and that something has happened in the Senate that she's not comfortable with. She has the option when she was told to say, okay, let me get my seat, or go and meet the Senate president and say, I don't understand this, and so on and so forth. Must she look at the uproar, look at what she comes in the Senate.
Because they were insisting that she left that place. She wanted to make a statement, but they kept insisting that she left, that she should leave.
This man has a history of not listening to me.
Okay, so I think I get where he's coming from. He is going strictly by the rules, and there's nothing really wrong about trying to stick by the rules.
There is something wrong, forefathers, when somebody is complaining that, look, this leader, this teacher is not marking me correctly. We are saying that, okay, take the marks that he has given you, repeat the class, and then complain.
Forefathers,
let me ask you a question.
In a way, I think you agreed with that, but at the same time, you said yourself that Akpabio should have listened to her. But again, then you still blame her again when Akpabio is the one that is.
Forefathers, you are the moderator here. Just take. Let us. You are the moderator here, and there are rules that are guiding whatever we say.
Why are you eating?
No, hold on. Hold on. If you are asking me to hold on, someone wants to speak, and I'm trying to say no, forefathers, and it has happened on this platform, not your platform, I'm saying, and someone is saying, no, forefathers, you always don't want me to speak, and blah blah blah, and saying hold on, and it's becoming rowdy, and it keeps on. What do? You put the person, you mute the person, or you put the person on backstage. Would anybody fault you for doing that?
Yes, people are faulted forefathers for that.
I don't know what they've done to me here. That one is not.
Can I say something on this? There's something two of them are missing. There's something two of them are missing that we should take into cognizance. I'm happy Tony brought the issue of procedure. And in any institution like the Senate, there should be procedure. It doesn't have to. Those procedures have nothing to do with Akpabio. I think the problem we have is that, and those procedures are things that the Senate has. Akpabio should not be the one implementing those procedures. You have the clerk of the house or the sergeant or whatever that person's job is in. They are the ones. Now, secondly, we should remember that there is a majority in the House. APC has gained more people because there was a recent crossover or cross-carpeting of some senators. So based on that seating arrangement, they have to rejig the way they sit because they sit according to caucuses. So assuming in that caucus there's an overflow to where the minority people sit, it will affect the minority under which Senator Natasha falls in under. Now, this is my personal views. I don't know why sitting is a big deal. Because, trust me, I will go to the Senate, sit at the back, and I will be vocal.
Exactly. I don't understand it to myself.
I will speak. Because from wherever it is, I will make my voice heard. I think Nigerians are in love unnecessarily with showmanship and see me all the time. That's the only place I fault her. But I'm not faulting her on the other sexual issue. Like Tony said, maybe she's using it as a cheap blackmail to get her point. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's a different issue altogether. But when it comes to this city, Akpabio should not be involved in city.
But to be fair though, if Akpoti is demanding a better sitting location that just because of the visibility or stuff like that, that is wrong, because then some other person that is also a constituent of some part of Nigeria has to sit there anyway.
And
so
my point,
what makes her better than them?
These forefathers, there is a minority leader who should be liaising with the majority leader to arrange where each of their members will sit. Why is it the senator getting involved? The minority leader should go and do his job and tell his member who is Akpoti to say, okay.
But I think they said in Nigeria it's the Senate president that governs that thing. That's the rules in Nigeria.
And forefathers,
you see, the reason that
let's allow Michael Ade coming. Otherwise, two of you will just go.
No. I just want to say one
I'm
thing.
happy to listen to two of you for all day and Masca.
No,
while Masca
one minute.
But
1 minute. I just want to do something. I'm not going to stay more than a minute. The initial point that what she said initially was that the cameras won't pick her from there, and then she will not be seen when she raised her hand. Those were the issues. She didn't say, because it was later on that she talked about this Abuja, this Ajakuta thing and so on. So that was an afterthought. That's what the point I'm making.
You mean on that day she was talking about camera, the day when she was filming?
Yes, she was talking about camera, and then she would raise her hand. Those were the issues why she was refusing
that camera part shouldn't necessarily be something she should be raising. I guess you can raise it. You are saying, okay, maybe they are punishing me because of, if you feel you are being victimized, you can raise that, but it just seems a little bit vain. If that is her main gripe, if she's griping that, okay, they are trying to punish her for something that she tries to raise, that's a different thing than saying, no, they are putting me there and I can't, that's beneath me. That's beneath me.
Everything is a punishment.
Everything is a punishment.
That's her story. It's a grand scheme. She's being muzzled. That's her story. If you care to listen, but if you are a chauvinist, you can go.
I have to say, not all fingers are equal. Right. And by looking at the issues that she's going after, personally, I'm not Akpabio. If I was the one in charge, I'll give her preference. There are certain things that are more important in life. That's how I look at it. Michael Ade, thank you for your patience. You could have easily
Father, thank you for allowing me to moderate.
I appreciate your time here.
I appreciate you. Even though sometimes your assertion of things, it gets me running, but I agree with you. No. It's good to have a different opinion. That's all life is all about.
Thank you.
Well, for me today, I see what Omoye came to this issue, and I believe all of us will understand is the critical point she was trying to make is about women platform, how we in our society, how we muzzle, how we hold women back. I think that's one of the main things that she came for the show about. She's not about what it's back doors and all that, because when we look at it is what example are we setting for the future of our children in that country? Because number one, look at the statistic number of the people in the house, 190 something to about 3 women. So that's what it is. That's what the issue she was bringing to the attention. In all aspects of human being, we all have skeleton in the cupboard, and we are not all perfect. So she could have her own issue, and Akpabio have his own issue too. But that's irrelevant. But it's just the way I think Omoye was just coming forward to say the way she was muzzled, the way she was silent, the way she was put to the side. That's what she was concerned about. That then, what is the future for us as Nigerians, especially all that we live in diaspora, and we see how balanced, how the society runs, where we have women in power and everything. Even let's be realistic today in America. I think America is not ready for a woman president. I've been saying it. But we still have women who have a very important role to play in this society, and they have been doing it. So I think what I take from the old conversation today is that women will need to find a way to allow women to come forward and to support them. And that's what Omoye was, agitating for, and that's what she's seeking for, that when we see a woman, because a lot of us in our society, we know it. When a woman is outspoken, she stands for her right. She's been labeled.
But I think there were
true.
some points that were raised during Omoye's the session. Because when I was having that conversation with her, something clicked in my mind that it raised the question in my mind. We will talk about one or the other one in terms of Akpoti, whether she lied to her husband by not telling her husband about what happened at first. And then, but regarding the topic you are talking about, are there other ways that women can contribute to society without necessarily going into politics? Because society is a whole different, tapestry of, different specialities, where you have, if you look at teaching now, women dominate, especially at the lower rung.
Even nursing, medical
nursing, they dominate. There are areas they dominate. Men
because
are
you know
not
what?
gonna,
This is what I'm saying about it. That's the work of nature. Women have more emotional connection in nature, and they have instinct more than you will see what you say. And I'm telling you this, if women are not given a fair balance, I'm not saying, because to be honest with you, in this society it's not equal, but give them a fair balance for them to come in with ideas and opinion about things. We're just going to be going the same circle all our life. And then we know when we come from our own, let's look at our own, the nucleus family situation. Our mothers have views with raising us up, not only our father. And that's what I always say, when it comes to raising children, women give us the love and emotion, but men will give us that ability to hold on to who are, we create character. That's men.
Men tend to focus on structure more.
Yes.
Structuring the society and those expertise that come naturally. This is why it's almost like you are designed to walk with your leg. They decide that no, because this is modern time, let me use my hand. You're just making life hard for yourself. So in a way, that is the kind of point I was trying to make to her, that society has been shaped in a certain way. Why not use that, find a way to use that structure to still meet the objective that you're trying to meet? Because sometimes I feel like when you hear the narrative from the West, they want to transfer it to our society as it is right now, without taking into account that we have not gone through the stages that the West has gone. Yeah. So that is, and I just feel like maybe we have to come up with new ways. That's my thinking anyway. But please go ahead and carry on with your analysis.
So in closing, I just want to say that in closing, I really appreciate all the men that came forward today. I just want us to take one critical element out of this, and then Chima's talk about it. the Ajaokuta, this thing, that's what she was muzzled about. How far can we go? And the fact about it is that, and I can tell you today, all of those people that you see in the Senate, Ajaokuta will not come to life until they see what they can get out of that project, what they can take home. Ajaokuta will never come to life until they get something out of it. That's the is true about Nigeria, because anything that is industrial, that is happening all in that country, everybody is looking for. Look at the simple road project. How can the road project you be asking your own this thing on a road project? You ask it to your own share. What kind of society is that? So those are the things that I say that we as in diaspora, we see all this game playing our eyes, because all of us now we are able to see from the outside, because when we in Nigeria we don't see. And I'm telling you this because if all of us was in Nigeria, we're gonna be in the same thing. When you're in that position, you're gonna make sure you get your share too, because that's the way it is run. Because if you don't run it that way, they will kick you to the side, and you don't want to be kicked to the side. But we are not in diaspora, so we are now engineer in our brain in a different way. In a different way, we see things, and we know that when things is not working, we can quickly get it and try to say, look, that way you're doing things, that's not the way it has been done. And the result, especially you doing things and you're not getting the result. So quickly for us here, when we say, oh no, it's not working that way. This is the way it should be done. But let's face it. So that's what I want us to take, and I appreciate you guys. My colleagues, it's a pleasure being with you guys all the time, because it makes me feel that we need to start talking more than just being silent and just say, oh, it's a simple. But maybe when we talk more about this, from our exchange of conversation and ideas, we can start taking out things and filter and take the good thing and replicate it to make it better, Nigeria. Because like we said today, what I take out very much about today is for Omoye to say, yes, it's time for diaspora to have the power to vote. But some people disagree. But to me, I agree with that idea if we all can genuinely know that we all rally together to make sure that our vote or what we participate in is valid, and we follow through with it to make sure it works. Because by us, let me say this, I have my children here, and I want my children to go back tomorrow to say, Dad, I'm packing my bag, I want to go serve in Nigeria. That I'm not going to hold them back, oh, don't go, Nigeria is this, no. But I want to say, go ahead, son. I give you, oh, go ahead, daughter, I give you the 100% support. And I will advise him to see, well, this is how you want. So because for us, we need to find a way forward for the generation. And that's why I always come to this platform for solution. I don't just come to talk. What are the solutions that we can create? How can we create an avenue for the next chapter instead of us talking? Because I don't believe in, it's good to know about your history. History is good. But what about the future and the present? Let's talk about the present and the future. That way we can move forward. We know our country is in a critical, is an handicapped situation. How can we give the right diagnosis, the right doctor, the right physician to fix it? And that's why I see many of us here that we should work on and find a solution. Thank you so much, fellows. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Some people are already disagreeing with diaspora voting. I don't know what the one that disagree with diaspora voting, the reason why they are disagreeing, you would think it's got to do with democracy. It's got to do with, they don't want Nigeria. They don't know what Nigeria is. They're confused. They don't know what Nigeria is. So diaspora voting, personally, I don't see that as controversial at all. We should all support it easily. Just like we should support the Dangote refinery, not Dangote refinery, I mean Ajaokuta State coming online. Which is about security in Nigeria. Those things are not controversial. They are not even, okay, maybe Ajaokuta still is optional, but security is not optional. But Ajaokuta still is critical. So that's my take on that.
I think you are making a mistake. I should be the one next, please.
I thought you were the one, after
No, I was the one on. I was the one online after Michael. Please.
After Michael.
Yes, since you took over, they haven't spoken.
Okay.
And Mascot has.
Mascot hasn't had his turn.
No,
Yeah, but I was next after Mike. I was next to Mike.
Kene should speak, but this is the point I'm making. Now, see, forefathers as a Senate president.
Thank you.
As putting Kenny. Kenny should have the right to speak.
Exactly.
But what people are saying, forefather should just throw Kenny out because he has allotted Kenny a slot, and Kenny should go out first before. No, please go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Masker. You see, there's something that you guys are forgetting here. That Kene is not in any position to speak for the good of Nigeria as it is right now. Because Nigeria has disappointed me to the point that I'm feeling heartbroken with Nigeria. So anything that will make Nigeria make sense, because I know it will never make sense. Nigeria is a country that I so much loved. I gave my heart, my everything for Nigeria, and Nigeria broke my heart. And since then, I have rejected Nigeria and anything that will make sense, for Nigeria. But this is it here. Buhari had 8 years in office. The then Senate president.
Nigeria is your ex. Nigeria is your ex.
Nigeria is my ex. But I've never hated my ex the way I'm hating Nigeria right now. The then Senate President, Ahmed Lawal, under his leadership, they passed a bill. That bill will completely fund Ajaokuta steel industry. The money was embezzled and nothing was done about that. Till today, Ajaokuta industry is rather depreciating every day. Then we had in 2018, Ajaokuta steel industry, again, they passed a bill again under still Buhari, and the money was embezzled. 2014, again, actually February 2014, $496 million. Fact check me, $496 million was put aside to revive Ajaokuta steel industry project, and the money vanished. And this same kangaroo criminal Senate had a 10-man committee to investigate on the missing fund. Until today, the money has not been found. And like we all said, nobody's going personal with what is going on. I know some people here have already tagged me misogynist, and these people are the real misandry that we know. But today I'm misogynist because I kick against Natasha, same way I kick against Akpabio and Natasha's husband. But the fact that I spoke against Natasha, I'm a misogynist. I should have just clapped and support them. One-way traffic. No, everybody must not think and reason the same. We have our own sense of reasoning differently. Now, we had what they call him. Akpabio had same experience with the then Senate President Saraki, and Akpabio apologized to Saraki and to the Senate House. And today, Natasha is having the same problem, similar problem with Akpabio. And she is not apologizing to the Senate. She is not apologizing to Akpabio. And Nigerians want us to come and queue and support Natasha. Oh, Natasha, go girl. Disrespect the useless Senate House. Disrespect the incompetent criminal Akpabio. No, I'm not wired like that. If you disrespect the House, you have to apologize. In as much as the House is a den for criminals. So, and nothing has ever been successfully accomplished for the benefit of the citizens from that Senate House. So why will I come here and I will be cracking my head, disturbing myself, seeking for Natasha's position to speak for the benefit of Nigeria? Which benefit of Nigeria? What has she ever done to benefit her constituency? or constituent.
She has literally built a road.
Which road?
Literally. She built the road. That's one of the reasons why I know
With
about
how
her.
much? With how much? Go and watch that road after 3 years and see if that road is going to stay again. It's all about
You see your
gravels
problem.
and
Somebody
no,
did
hold on.
something. People are
This,
driving on
if
that
you
road now. You are bad mouthing her for it.
Foreigners, what I cannot consume, I won't give you. If you want to do anything good, do it right and do it perfect. Don't just do it just that it will look as if you did something. Do it with all sincerity and let it be
well.
authentic and original.
But
Do you
that is the
understand?
whole point. You didn't know the case. She did it well because they told her that the road, the base of the road was so bad. So the money she thought she was going to spend, she spent more than 3 times that.
Okay,
because
hold
she
on.
had to do the road the right
Yes.
way.
Yes, we are in the same Nigeria where it will take them, it will cost them 200 billion or 200 million. Let me use 2 million to tie a 2-kilometer road.
Personal money, by the way. It's a personal money. No, this one is not this thing.
I don't know about personal money.
You don't know the lady you are criticizing.
Hold on now, hold on. I don't know about personal money. You know, but I don't know. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that what you're saying is not correct or is not right, but this is information that I don't have. Do you understand? So, and I will not stay here and say, oh, you are right, because I don't know. So I'm not saying that you are saying something that is not correct. But what I'm saying in essence is how using the Ajekuta steel project to seek for cheap support or blackmail against Akpabio, and that doesn't make sense to me. Seriously, if you want to talk about position, talk about position. Do not say it on sitting arrangement so that you use that sitting arrangement to voice, to call for Ajekuta steel project. No, you can voice it out from anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are sitting, but using that steel industry so that she will seek cheap support from people that have fragile emotional intelligence. Now nobody is restricting her from working or for working for her constituents. The only problem is that something got wrong, and she's just trying to find something to put on what is it, Akpabio, right? Which is okay in a fight. There is no rule in a fight. There is no rule in love, right? But we are not that gullible, right? So we are talking about disrespecting the Senate House, disrespecting the senator, do the right thing. And none of her political members, those from PDP in the same Senate, is supporting this lady. So does it mean that all of them are against her?
Yes,
right?
Kenny,
But
this is for me. Hold
okay,
on,
hold
Kenny,
on.
hold on. This
But,
is the
but this is me.
No,
Whether
hold
you are
on.
in APC,
Hold on, Kenny,
Sorry,
hold
of course
on.
they will be
Yeah.
against her. You know that
yeah,
now.
yeah, whether you are in APC or
Kenny,
PDP,
They
hold
behave
on,
like a cult there. You know that.
hold on now. Yeah, I will answer your question now, even before you ask. Whether you are an PDP, APC, Labour Party, I don't care the party you are coming from, provided you are in that Senate House and the condition of Nigeria, the situation in Nigeria is still the way it has been till today. You all are useless. I don't even care where you're coming from. I don't see. My position when it comes to Nigerian affairs is that I will always stand on the other side. So I don't care. Please, if you call me a misogynist, no wahala. If you call me and you that you are misandry, thank you. You are doing well. I'm somebody's husband, and I love my wife. How about that?
You may just like to be mischievous. See, this is the lady you are criticizing. You don't really know her that much. I'm surprised you didn't know that she constructed the road
No,
with her
I
own money.
think so fathers. I think
Is this the road that the then governor fought into two?
In Edo, no. That's a different road. This one is in Edo State, not even in our state. She constructed a road in our state. That was all the way back in 2020 or so, or something like that. I heard about it because the government wanted to stop her from doing it, and the local people said, no, this road, you have not fixed it forever, so let her complete it. And she went on to complete the project. So this is somebody that has been breaking rules to an extent to get the right things done in the country. So I'm not. That's why from that point of view, I look at her like somebody that is a force for good. I've not seen anything she's done wrong so far. I was actually trying to find out information about what she did. He said, though, I was trying to find out information about what she did regarding the national anthem change. I wish I could find information about that. I wanted to search.
It doesn't matter now, forefathers.
Yeah, I would like to know her position.
So let me tell you, well, let me start from Kene first. I think you're trying to push back on Kene. You're wasting your... Because he has summed his position very well. Anything to do with the whole of Nigeria, he will take the opposing side. So clearly he's anti-Natasha, anti-Akpabio.
Anti all of them.
Yeah, so there's no... What would be the argument? But you see, look, my argument in this issue is very, very simple. And Kene, in his closing argument, that's why I wanted to push it back. He made a point that everybody in the Senate is not supporting Natasha. Now, for me, the question is, okay, who are these senators? What if you ask me a typical senator, what kind of person he is? If he is against something, then something in my mind tells me that let me check this thing. What is this person saying that they don't want to hush? They want to hush this person. For me, that should be the reaction for Nigerians. Because if all the senators that we know are all chopping and cleaning out, they are all against this woman. Something is fishy somewhere.
Yeah.
The second question for me also that I want all of us to ask. Okay, so bottom line, what's the issue? The issue, the way it looks to me, it's like Akpabio is saying that, look, follow me so that you can enjoy the benefits of this place. If the woman is not following him, then clearly it's not money she's exactly after. It's not the enjoyment. And I'm very clear that if this woman really decides to follow this Akpabio, we are not going to hear this story.
Yeah.
So if she's not following this Akpabio and the antecedents of Akpabio, nobody is going to sit here and argue with me. Right from the time when he moved to APC, me, I had followed his politics very closely. People forget that this man was not in APC. Didn't start from there. He moved into that place. And I listened to his statement when he was moving into APC. So I'm not even going to waste my time on the antecedents of this person. If anybody is going against this person, and this Akpabio, he has made sniding statements. The things are there for everybody to see. We are not in a, what do you call it now? We are not in a nightclub. So it's, and she has also...
Masca, they're not in a nightclub now. Are they in a nightclub?
Are you serious, Chim, that every house in the whole world is a rowdy place? Have you ever seen the British Parliament?
I hear you. I'm just saying they're not in a nightclub.
What I will say, Chim. The problem with Nigerians, we insult each other's intelligence. People have thrown chair inside that Senate.
But does that make it right?
No, that is so, but that's what the place is. It's a beer parlor. That's what it is.
It's not a beer parlor.
Oga, listen now.
No, Masca, I hear the substance of what you're saying.
No, you're not hearing me. You're not. That place is not a decent place. Let's not deceive ourselves. What you are trying to portray is that place is a decent place. Is it?
Okay, so Masca, can I just chip in if you don't mind?
Okay. Yes.
I understand what you're saying. The people's house, in terms of debate, anywhere where debates are held, are usually rowdy. I get you.
Exactly.
I understand you.
So why are you going to say that where we are supposed to shout and argue, you are telling me that it's not a nightclub?
Okay, so it's
Forefathers. Yes. I have to speak. You were not there. I don't know. They take this as their own. This thing. Let me speak, please.
No, you were not there. That's why I didn't call upon you.
I went for business. I want to give somebody something.
Okay. After Masca is done, then you can go.
Masca has been speaking more than 2 hours here. What is Masca speaking there?
Let him talk.
Wow.
Let him
All right then.
Because if I was to follow the procedure that Masker said, then I'm supposed to be shouting now because this is a nightclub then.
But you have shouted, you have shouted, Chim. I was here when you were shouting over everybody. And you told us that we shouldn't mistake your nicety. You can also be a
welcome, Benson Emmanuel. What do you make of Omoye Kona and if you want to talk about Akpoti too, you can go ahead and talk about her. And if you also want to go into another area that I think we should discuss after this, is whether it's okay to lie. Are there circumstances that it's good to lie? Because to an extent, she did to her husband by not telling her husband what she claimed that Akpabio did. So that's something we have to think about. So please go ahead, Benson Emmanuel.
Yeah, my name is usually it was Constance, So
yes.
This change of this thing because of this Google. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, but to start with, Mr. Chim, when I speak before, Chim came up and said, women are standing up, this, that. Chim, when you grow up, when you grow up, women stand for the truth. These days, women don't stand for the truth anymore. Which woman is strong in Nigeria now? When you have the Aba Women's Riot, that's when there was women. When you have the Fela Kuti's mother and all the rest, that's when you have women. If women today want things to change in Nigeria, they will. Look at Akpabio's wife coming to defend the husband. What are you defending the husband for? Everybody knows that men are going after women's skate. That's why they're looking for this nonsense money they're looking for. Somebody have $1 billion, they want to get 10 billion, want to get 20 billion. Understand? So that is why the men, when this money they are getting, they use it for married women, they use it for young ladies, they have side chicks. Some of these men have, some of these commissioners, ministers, many of them have more than 10 side chicks. Sending them abroad, buying nonsense for them. Is it not what's happening in Nigeria today? That's why they look for this money. Tell me before when I said before, you just came up and said no, women that are strong. Which women is strong in Nigeria now? They're all compromised. A woman, if before when women were women, Tinubu's wife supposed to come out and say, husband resign. People are suffering. You don't know what you're doing. But these days, you don't see those kind of women anymore. You don't see them. So that is why
when did we have such women again? I don't know.
We don't have. Let's be honest with ourselves. We don't have. When I said it here before, only this, I can see this Oruche. When I see that Oruche from Benin, that lady, the other day, she was even highlighting Imo State governor. That's the kind of people I want to see. Okay, not all these ones.
Hold on, Benson, sorry for interrupting you. There's something interesting there because I noticed that in Nigeria there have been a few women that have been quite outspoken and they basically paid with their life, and most of them are from the southwest, like Ransom Kuti's Fela's mother, Kudirat. I don't know whether there's another one that have really been quite, assertive. If you want to say like women should come out and speak. Yeah, some of them have come out and it didn't end well.
Benin ladies are really, I like the Benin ladies are outspoken.
You said, have we had women? We don't have women who are speaking up. The guy who there's this lady who was married to, she's a civil liberties organization person. I'm married, her husband also in the Odumaki's wife.
Joe Odumaki.
Odumaki's wife. Yes, that's one too. Now, not because I want to patronize anybody. The lady that just left the scene today now. Why are you talking about? That's a strong woman. The woman who insisted that Abia State election should count, Professor Nenoti. That's another strong woman. What are we talking about?
That, excuse me, when in terms of why you are going, like that woman, yes, she stand up for Abba, but that woman is the one also that gave former terrorist minister. In her university, give her this thing. Give her what's her name? The former. It was the minister under Buhari. The one. What's that man? Communication minister. I think communication minister. She gave her this
Mohammed.
Huh?
Is it the one they call Lai Mohammed?
No, not Lai Mohammed. Not communication. It's a Fulani guy.
Is it the fair guy?
The fair guy. She gave her this is why the man didn't qualify to get that position in her a chancellor. What is gave her. So let me tell you, those are not because she did that for that man. Maybe he knows Oti very well, and you know that Oti can perform. But not that she's powerful, not that she's standing for men.
I don't mean to take your time. I think we can't be doing this. You can't come out like I said against Luke when I said Luke cannot use a brush and brush all men. In the same way, you can't use one brush and brush all women.
Mr. Tim, let me talk. Let me talk before I go. What see? For the issue of men, let me tell you, these days you have some useless men. Because when men we are men, men we are men, women don't come out to say they want to run for politics or so. When men were taking care of their wives or taking care of their families, it's only that the men have learned what they're supposed to do and start going after different skates. That's what is happening. When men we are men, when you have honorable men, when you have men that when they come out, they speak or they not this kind of psychophants hypocrisy you have in Nigeria now. Before, men don't allow their wives to go to the offices because they know what will happen there. They know. But these days, because the men can't take care of their wives, most of the men, I don't mean all the whole men, majority of the men don't know their left and right. That is why the women are going now to offices looking for jobs. And at the end of the day, all these shenanigans are happening. Let's be honest ourselves. How many men can take care of their wives now?
See you guys next week.
Thank you for joining us, Chim. Well done today.
Google rowdy session in the Senate and see 1,000 videos. You will see people fighting.
Yep, fighting away. So let's get to the crux of the conversation that I wanted to have today. It's going to be a short one, though. I will try to keep it short. Let's not try to stretch it, so that we can wish our people to have a good week coming. Is it okay generally to lie?
Yes.
How do we decide whether it's okay to lie and whether it's not okay to lie? Now, in the case of Akpoti and Akpabio issue, is it okay that she didn't tell her husband that Akpabio did something like that when she went to the property, and Akpabio held her hand and said something to her, and she didn't tell her husband? So what do you make of it? But let's rotate down again. Let's start with Kene. What do you make of it?
What do I make of with what?
When is it okay to lie in the first place? And if it is, then why should anybody tell the truth?
Okay, to lie in a business or in a relationship?
In anything, really.
Okay, so I think in business, there are some lies that are acceptable in business, right? Because you don't, when you buy your commodity or your item for like $10 and you want to sell it to a customer for $20, you won't come and be telling the customer that I bought it $10. If the customer is the present one, you may even swear that you bought it for $15. Okay, give me $16. Let me just make $1 profit, not knowing that you're actually making $6 profit. So I think that kind of lies are acceptable in business.
But why is it? But the Christ, if you are a God-fearing Christian, you shouldn't lie to your customers. Then don't just discuss the price that you used to buy the item, isn't it?
Yes, the Christians will be in a better position to tell us that one. That good Christians, that are God-fearing Christians, right? But I don't think in business there is anything like Christianity or any religion in business. Everything in business is a survivor, right? That everybody's just to look, get the money. But when it comes to relationship, honestly, I'm of the belief that you don't lie in a relationship. Unfortunately, we have a bunch of people that pretend to be in a relationship where they garnish you with all manner of lies and deceptions. So I'm one person that I'm against that. If I'm in a relationship with you, be you my girlfriend, let me use girlfriend because in marriage, I have no option. I will just stick there, But as a girlfriend, you lie to me, I will kick you out, man, straight. I don't waste
Yeah,
my time.
but in
But
terms of your girlfriends when before marriage and all the rest, let's not bring your marriage into this. So have you not lied to
me,
Mhm.
I think when you don't really understand life, this is when you begin to lie in a relationship. I will not exonerate myself from from that kind of situation. I was in that kind of situation before because I knew less then. I didn't know much about life, right? But when I got to know more about life, what is the essence of lying in a relationship? Unless you are a randy man that do waka about and all that, right? This is when you keep lying to yourself, thinking that you are being smart, right? But because at the end of the day, it's HIV will settle your matter in one corner. But the thing is, in a relationship, when it comes to marriage, yeah, you don't lie to your partner, no matter what. You don't lie. Just keep it real. As my brother, my siblings, I don't like. If I don't tell my family the truth, who else? Right? I have to come out plain the way I am, tell them the truth. These are the people that will fight for me with the last drop of their blood. So why will I be lying to them? So I'm from a family that you don't lie to your siblings, you don't lie to your parents. If you do that, I think something is wrong. No, you don't even try. You don't even try. This is where you have to be real, the family, right? So in a relationship, that should make sense. You don't lie unless you don't take that relationship
So
serious.
so okay, in a relationship and within family, you don't lie.
Yes.
So outside that, is it fair game?
No, in a business, like I was specific with this, when it comes to business transactions, you don't be that truthful unless you want to.
Friends,
No, you
friends,
don't like as a friend.
acquaintances.
Friend, you are in a relationship. You're having some kind of relationship as friends, right?
Yes.
You don't lie to your friend. My
Mhm.
friend shouldn't lie to me. If I find out, and this is I'm just telling you how I operate, right? If I found out you've been a consistent liar, right, unrepentant liar as a friend, I will sideline you straight. You never hear from me again. I'm off. You understand? Because I don't waste my time with such person, right? If you're my friend, should be open minded. I should be open to you, right? But if you are the one that's lie, man, I don't keep such people around me. So I was being very specific when it comes to business. I think it is okay. Unfortunately, I'm not a businessman, so
Yo, look
unless
at that.
yeah,
You're not a
you know,
businessman. Okay. Okay. So because it's a very fascinating area. I
yeah.
didn't. The more I think about it, the more I think, okay, this could get a little bit weird for people to know where to draw the line to lie. Because like when you are dealing with children, do you lie to them about Santa, or do you tell them Santa is
Oh
not
no.
real?
No,
That is
not in my not in my house. I tell my children the simple truth. I am the real Santa that you're seeing. Yeah. Oh no, it will disrupt
not.
childhood. It will disrupt that. No, it's not disrupting anything. It's even more fun when they know that their Santa daddy kept something for them. If they miss their tooth, I don't say that one fairy nonsense came and no. I'm the one. I was the one that took the tooth. I was the one that put that money, right? So it's fun. I made it to be a fun thing
That
in
is
my own
quite
house.
interesting. That's quite
Yeah.
interesting, actually.
So I made it
That's
to be a fun thing. And if you see where they are talking about it, they will be laughing and. So it's something that they look up to. They always expect that their fairy daddy is going to put something and take their tooth. So I don't like if I lie to my children, I'm hurting them now because they will later get to find the truth. And they will like, oh,
yeah.
so my daddy used to lie. And he
Kene,
was the
what
one
you,
telling us not to lie.
Kene,
You
what you just
understand?
shared now, what you just shared just now is for public good for a lot of men out there.
Exactly.
If you are torn about lying to your children about Santa or stuff like that, you can come up with a method where you assume the character of Santa, the tooth fairy, you do the job yourself. And I think
Exactly.
there's some merit there because it's truthful and it is what it is. And yeah, I must say that one I respect that. Tony, what do you make of this lying versus the truth? Where does the balance lie? Because lie technically can almost always be bad. You can look at something and you say, you know what, the fact that you had to lie is bad. No matter how you look at it, you can decide that. But there are cases where people will argue that lying is definitely necessary. You have to, otherwise the consequences will be far worse if you didn't lie. So what do you make of this?
Ah, that's a difficult philosophical concept. That word lie. Now, lie, if you go to the English definition, simply means um, something that is not true. Untruth.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but you
And
see, but
willful one to willful one. It has to be willful. You have to be
very
conscious of
good. Yes, yes. So even if you go to the lie itself, it's categorized. They say this is a white lie. This is I don't know. Is there a black lie? I know there's a
Of
white
course,
lie.
now you know the white lies are the ones that are sanitized, that have been
So
shined.
yeah. So,
Black
but
lie
there's
is
a way.
when you are telling somebody a lie than when you know he knows even the truth.
Aha. So
The worst ones.
sometimes
Okay.
sometimes we try
I'm
to
not going to use that
categorize.
term. There's nothing like white lie. There's nothing like that is racist kind of statement, really.
No, but
Please go
but
ahead.
is there in the lexicon in the English
Yes.
lexicon? But
Mm.
sometimes we try to categorize them. This is not something serious, a lie that is not serious. This is one that is grievous. But a lie is a lie. You know. So, but in business, sometimes I was once a businessman, and I've been faced with situations where I either tell the truth or tell a lie. But I mean, can you imagine? I have experienced a situation where someone, in order to save his life, he had to tell a lie, and in
Yeah.
order to save
That's
someone,
interesting.
someone was being chased, and the person ran into his house, and they came and said, "Where they wanted to kill the person." He said, "No, he just ran past here. Just go that way." That's a lie, but that's a lie to save someone. So,
Yeah,
so, so,
but why are you lying? Because you are trying to save somebody. Maybe the person deserves to
yeah,
perish.
you're,
Maybe
you're
you
trying
should tell
to
the truth.
you are trying to save someone, even though you've done the wrong thing, but you try to save someone. But that doesn't change the fact from being a lie. Is a lie, but a lie
Yes.
that was told in order to do good. So what I'm
So
trying to say,
are you saying that reality, for you to be able to function in reality in the actual world that we live in, is lying is a necessity?
no, I am saying that sometimes lying can be positive and sometimes it can be negative in terms of the effect that it creates. So circumstances, it
But you're not.
doesn't change.
You are literally saying it's a necessity. In other words, it has to be there. Otherwise, you can't. You can't function properly. Society can't function.
No, because I am saying because there's really nothing that is absolute truth. There's really
That
not.
is what you are saying, though. By saying that there are let's consider that that scenario you painted wasn't your own opinion.
Yes.
So if one was to ask you, is it necessary to lie now and again? Because if the circumstances demands it and you want to prevent a greater evil, is it necessary to lie?
Okay, that's a difficult one. Let me as a Christian person, I am taught to tell the truth all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying that sometimes, circumstances can compel you to tell a lie. And in that case, what you assess is what is that lie supposed to do? Because
Let's
there
say
are
the
some
lie is
lies that
supposed
do
to
damage.
save your life.
Yes, there are some lies that do damage, but there are some lies that maybe help. But even then, it's a lie. So they cannot exculpate you from telling a lie. But it's just that in telling this lie, let me give you an example. Many years ago, I had a contract, from government. I won't mention the state government in Nigeria, and it was a big job, running into millions.
Akpabio, we know now.
No, I'm not. I'm not from his state. He never gave me any job. I never came close to him. Yeah, he's from Akwa Ibom. I'm not from Akwa Ibom. Well, I don't have anything to do with him. You know, it was in PDP. I didn't do business with PDP. You know, so anyway, but you know, so I got this job, and people pushed it for me, and I got it, and they paid me. And so when they paid me, these guys who helped me push the job came to me and said, "Listen, you know, we're very powerful." I said, "Yeah, I know, and we're leaving soon. So let us share the money. We'll destroy the file, and you know, you can be sure nothing will come out of it." So I said, "Okay, I heard you." So I went home. I told my wife, I said, "Can you hear what these people said to me?" My wife said, "Why are you telling me? You don't know what to do?" I said, "Of course I know. I just want to let you know." So I went down the next day to meet them, and they were expecting, "Oh, maybe you have come, you know, to bring the money or whatever." So I spoke with them. I said, "Listen, one, I'm a Christian. I don't want to be running when nobody is pursuing me. So concerning the discussion, this is what I want to do. I don't mind giving you some money from my profit, but I want to do the job."
Thank you.
And I did the job. That's how I wriggled out of that, you know. So what I'm saying, but to narrow it down to the case that we're talking about, you see, the way I operate, as a Christian, married in the church, sworn, my wife and I are one. I'm speaking now as a Christian, pardon me. So if I lie to my wife, I'm lying to myself, because we're supposed to be one. So if I had that situation, if I had that situation, assuming I was a woman, and that situation that Akpoti had, and the man whispered that thing to me, I will do like the NDDC woman. I'll give him a dirty slap.
Yeah, but we are moving back to the scenario. However,
No,
we are
then
talking about the concept of whether lie is an essential part of reality.
Yeah, what I'm trying to address is that that lie will not come up. That question will not come up, and that lie will not come up, because the reaction, my action will speak for itself.
Unnecessary then? Are you saying that lie
the
is
question you should ask Tony is, has he lied before? Simple.
Oh no, he's lied now. We all know. Everybody.
I said it. I did. Only God is the one. God only is the one that doesn't lie. I built up my case gradually to say you can lie, and everybody lies.
You have your answer now, forefathers. You are not a good interviewer.
No. This is philosophy. This is philosophy, my brother. So we're speaking philosophy. We're not. It's not just easy to say I lie. You know, but there are people who lie chronically. There are people who every time. I can give you an example if you ask me here. I have a president here who every time he opens his mouth is lying. Ekene will not be happy with it, but every time he opens his mouth, lie. Every time he opens his mouth, lie. Every time he opens his mouth, lie. He can't help himself.
Yeah. So okay. Now I think it's come down to, I'm not sure you've answered the fundamental question. You say you lie, that you've lied before, yes. But is it an essential part of reality that we have to, lying has to exist to avoid the greatest evils, or that's a greater evil for us to be survived?
No, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. We are striving. You see, we are not perfect. You see, the lying comes from the fact that we are not perfect. So we are trying to achieve perfection. So sometimes we fall. When I use the word fall, that means, you know, we lie. You know, sometimes deliberate, sometimes not deliberate, sometimes not intentional. Sometimes because we are pressed, because we have a situation.
We are talking about the intentional one now. We are not talking about the unintentional one.
The intentional one,
you have to tell to prevent a greater evil.
The intentional one is the one that is dangerous. You know, because if you form the habit of lying so that you can gain advantage, there are consequences to it. Because you have to tell another lie to cover another lie and tell another lie, and you come to a point where, you know, you can't tell any more lie. Your lie will just, you know, expose you.
This
But you
thing
see,
you're saying,
lie.
it applies to all lies, good and bad lie. Once you lie,
Yeah, that's
whether
exactly where I was
whether
going.
it's a good lie or a bad lie, chances are that to cover that same lie, you may probably have to lie again the second time.
Yes, but the good thing about, well, again, you are going to put me on the spot. One good thing about lying is that lying,
Can you imagine?
you know,
Oh God.
I gotta listen to this. You know, lying is an indication that you're not telling the truth.
Yes, yes.
So that's a good thing.
Isn't that obvious?
No,
Yes.
no.
So lying is an indication that you're not telling the truth. And if you are a sensible person, it reminds you that you have to tell the truth if you have a conscience.
So if you have a conscience, you get that guy killed there. Is that what you're saying now? That guy that you're trying to protect their life. This is 360. So in the case of somebody running towards you and they want to kill him, and you put the person inside your room, and the people arrive, say, where is this person? We have to kill this person. You'll be like, for my good conscience.
I say, don't run past. They run past me. See and there.
Hey, you just lied then.
I just lied.
You see the contradiction?
I just lied.
The contradiction of what you just did just there. It's a big
When
contradiction.
When I was working for fathers, I do a lot of interviews because to get good people in Nigeria is always difficult. So one of the decisions I took is that for us to hire anybody, there is like 3 levels of interview, and everybody must pass through me. For one of my standard questions, the first question I ask is, have you lied today or yesterday or this week? Guess what? Most of the honest people will tell me, yes, sir. And say, what lie did you tell? Guess what? I will tell you that he told his supervisor, for him to be there for that interview, most likely if he's working somewhere, for him to even be there, most likely he must have lied. And if you tell me, no, you didn't lie. So I ask you, okay, so sure you are working? He said, yes. Are you in the office today? Yes, I was in the office. So you told your supervisor you're coming for an interview, and then people start fidgeting all over the place.
Yeah, they lie to their supervisor.
Lying is an integral part of this life. It has nothing to do with us as people. It is the way life is structured and constructed.
That is interesting.
Yes, things are not straightforward. The first time this thing came, I read a book, The Republic by Pluto. He did a lot of analogies, but I can't remember exactly how it is. But the bottom line of the story he was given, it was a quandary, it was a conundrum. Yeah. Let's say me and you were very close friends. We used to go hunting together, but every time we go, I am the only one with the gun. So every time we go, we use my gun. So there's a time when I was indisposed and you decided to go hunting alone, only you.
Yeah.
And normally it takes like 2 weeks for the expedition. And in that 2 weeks, I run mental. Will you return that gun to me?
No.
But is that okay? It's my gun. You promised me to return it after 2 weeks.
I think it's okay because it's not the person you promised it's not the person that you are returning it to.
So that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with you, but life has a lot of uncertainties. A lot of things can change, and somehow, sometimes, we are not configured to deal with all circumstances in truth and honesty. So
that is interesting, isn't it?
Yes, for me personally, the concept and look, this thing you're asking is a very important thing for me, especially when I used to work. Because to work here in Nigeria at a very senior position is always very difficult. Because there will be many, many unsavory circumstances where you will be torn in between the devil and the red blue. You don't know simply what to do. Okay, because as a leader of an organization, if you take a certain route, inadvertently you are killing killing that organization. Give it 2 years, it's going to be out of business.
Wow.
No, I'm telling you. So these are you are turning between, okay, should I kill this institution or should I do this small criminal event?
Okay, so let me read this from Oga Igbo Basic. Thank you for the $5, American dollars, the Trump dollars. Hunter saw a python in the bush and escaped being swallowed. What do you think the hunter will say when he gets home? He comes home. He's not going to say it. Is there any shame in this? I don't know what it means. Is there any shame in telling the
The
truth?
last story I will tell you, forefathers, one of my very close friends who were then young people in Lagos who were squatting together. And then they called and then they told me his mother is late.
Yeah.
And she died in Kano. We are working in Lagos, but we're all together with him. We're all from Kano. I couldn't look him in the face and tell him that, okay, your mother is dead there and then. The only thing I could do was to just go get us a ticket, find a way of us flying to Kano. And then, so I'm saying that there are circumstances where it could be a lie, sometimes it could be not telling the truth, and it's one and the same thing because you know the truth and you are withholding it from the person.
Yeah. So it's a utility. I think there is a concept in philosophy that is called utilitarian. This is utilitarianism, whereby the outcome justifies the means. So if you are trying to do good, you could lie to achieve that good. Then where is the line of the lying?
No, but the line is, what is the intention? What would be the outcome of that line? Is it going to be
by that standard, is Hitler not justified then? Hitler must have some nice dreams that he wanted to fulfill by taking out so many people. So isn't that because that's
what are you saying, for fathers? Even in the court, people sentence people to death.
Yes.
So killing people is really, technically speaking, no human being can tell you that killing somebody is bad. They will just tell you the reason. People do jungle justice.
Yeah. I don't know. You would have been interested to hear from Kenny on this, and I don't know whether Ben Emmanuel talks about something like this, but the idea of when, let's say, you have to lie.
Kenny calls himself the devil. So,
yeah, because there's an element of utilitarianism. As a matter of fact, it's actually utilitarian when people lie, especially when they lie for the right reasons. If they are lying to, prevent something that they consider evil from occurring, that's a utilitarian approach because you are thinking.
We lie to ourselves, forefathers, not to talk of other people. We tell the lies we tell to ourselves even more than the lies we tell to other people. You see black in your mind, your brain, because it wants to see something else. You know that this woman, she doesn't love you. You keep toasting her. You know that staying like at 1:19 a.m. talking on Dr. Damage's show. So, but you keep telling yourself, hey, you are doing it because you want to refurbish Nigeria.
Yeah.
So look, in the end, what I believe personally for me, I think the answer to this is going to be personal. It's not something that is universal. It can't be universal. Isn't
a form of universal rule whereby, like me now, one of the a kind of way I try to make sense of it is you can even tie it to morality. When I when I use the term that the only morality in the public life or whatever you do is the greater good. It's a kind of utilitarian approach to.
But even this greater good, you have come back full circle because so now we can circle.
I know it's a slippery slope.
So we can't be universal.
Kill a lot of people say this for the greater good.
No, but take a situation where you're working in an office where they want you to behave in a particular way which you think is not ethical, which you think is wrong.
But you see what you say, you think. Did you hear yourself? You think.
Yeah, I deliberately think. Because I mean, that's, there are rules and regulations everywhere, and based on your maybe training or your exposure, your worldview, you think this thing is wrong, I shouldn't do it. But they want you to do it because that's the general practice. And so you refuse to align to go that way. And there's a penalty for you to pay. So some people will weigh the penalty and see whether
people will weigh the penalty. Let me tell you also another story. Something I did in my life when I was working. I abhor liquor, not because I'm a Muslim, but because I had a friend whose father consistently was drunk. He will come in, he will beat the mother. And, I just, as a young man, I hated drinking. Like, what will make a human being, your own family, to make your own family so miserable? I didn't like drinking. I hated it with everything inside me. So as a young man, when I was working, one day I was working in a bank, they brought a letter of credit for Nigerian breweries that we should issue the LC for them to import something from Belgium. I simply told my boss, look, I cannot sit down in good conscience and issue a letter of credit for anything to do with beer manufacturing. It became a major issue. Even the MD of the company came down. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And because they were good people, they understood. Say, okay, look, it's just this one else you don't want to do. I said, yes. Fine. They called my supervisor. I gave him my ID. He did the input. And, they were joking. They were laughing at me for a long time. But look, it was okay. But the truth also is that as you grow older, as you grow, some of the things that you hold as sacrosanct, sometimes you change them. Some of the things, the small lies that I used to lie, you begin to see that, look, you don't, like now, I don't want to, there are some things I don't have to live up to anybody's expectation. And I'm old man now. There are things I will tell you to your face. I don't care anymore. Before, I will be Mickey Mousing about it. But now also, there are things that a young man will say, you look at him, you just smile because, look, you can't go into that territory. It's a dangerous slope just because of honesty. Don't go that route. But anyway.
Thank you. Let me bring you in, Benson. So how does this apply, let's say, to religion and Christianity? Is lying acceptable in Christianity for the greater good or utilitarianism? Utilitarianism is basically the end kind of justifies the means of what you do. You can do things that are considered immoral, but for a greater good. So that's what I mean. So what does the Bible say about lying? Is it acceptable?
But the first place is that lying is not good. Nowhere lying is good. Even in business, even in whatever we do, even in relationship, lying is not good. You are there to tell your husband the truth, and your husband is there to tell you the truth. But due to now, where the world is going now is a problem. And that is why when I'm talking about women. My brother, my concern is not about what Natasha and these people are doing. My concern is about we that are abroad. We are looking for a situation that the country can be good. And if the country cannot be good, let us divide. That's my concern. And I believe that if women today want that country to be good, it will be good. I have respect for women. And women are the weaker sex. Women are the weaker sex. And whenever let me tell you, if women want to bring men down, they can bring men down. Right from the time of Bible, even up till now. If the women in Nigeria stand up today, both the North, both the South, both the East, all of them, both the different religions, they come together. Women of some former politicians, women of some ministers, some of them, and said enough is enough. Because women are the engine room of the family. Women also the engine room of the country. If the women today join hands today, say this corruption, this nepotism, this nonsense going on in Nigeria will stop. It will stop. If they come out, let's say 500,000 women or 1 million, who are you going to kill? Before you kill 1 or 2 women, in the whole world will rise up for them. So for those who believe that Nigeria will be good in a short time or what, all these protests, like he said, the women of what they call the Niger State protest, and others are not protesting. That is not what is protest. Some women in Lagos protest, others are not protesting. That's not protest.
Yeah, but have you thought about what you are saying? That the women, first you call them a weaker sex, and they said that they are going to bring us down.
The weaker sex, let me tell you, the women are lion. In terms of weaker sex, that's what the people tell, that women are weaker sex. But when the women want to come out and do something, they come out and do something.
Yeah, but okay, now when you are saying that if they come out and they try to do something to them, the world will come and save them.
Yeah.
The contradiction there is that when the world comes to try to save them, they're going to be saving them from their husbands, and most women will not want that. In other words, you are going to invite people to come and kill your men.
Forefathers, for example, if for example now 3 women ministers, or 3 ministers, their wives come out. Some army generals or some army people, their wives come out. Some this everywhere in the whole country, and all of them come out. What will happen? You think who is going to kill them? Who? Nobody will kill them. The problem is that the country is where it is today because the women kept quiet. They are enjoying this luxury of having
to be fair,
50 cars, having expensive cars. That's what is killing the country. In a same country, in a same country where things are working, women don't drive all these big cars from the politicians. It's only they drive the cars they work, maybe those that have companies and industries, but not this. When they are following these politicians, that's where things are spoiling. It's a woman, like the other day, Tinubu's wife was moving in Lagos. The traffic, they have to, more than 10 people or 20 people were stranded because of her. For what reason? If that woman has conscience, when women were women, if that woman when women were women can tell their husband, the family, our village is suffering. You're not ruling very well. Come, step down. But these days, women want to be on these flashy things, and that is why this country is falling. Forgetting that the women at the engine room, women are there to see that their younger ones, their children, have a good life, have a successful life, have a decent life. But today they don't care about those things. So that is where the problem is in Nigeria. The women now are going. I'm not against women going to politics, but the way they are doing it, most of them are riding under their husbands and so on and so forth. That's not the issue of also. But I want the women and the men, I want the people in Nigeria to stand up for the country. If they really love the country, let them stand up. It doesn't matter they are Muslims, it doesn't matter they are Christians, it doesn't matter they are from the east or from the north. 1 million women come out today in Nigeria.
But it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right for a man to be sitting here saying that women should take the reins of society. But that said, the topic was about lying, though. In terms of the lying, so you are saying in any circumstances it's not good to lie, but I could paint the circumstances now that I would want you to answer. I think it was Tony that painted that scenario earlier on about somebody that was being chased and some people want to kill that person, and but you didn't know. The person came and you told the person, "Oh, come and hide," stay inside my house so that nobody harms you. Then those people come and say, "Where is this person? We are looking for him. We're going to kill the person." Would you give that person up knowing that that person will be killed, or would you tell them the person are headed somewhere else?
Yeah, in terms of trying to save somebody, you can't go and say the truth that time. No, you want to save somebody. That is different. When you want to save somebody, yes.
Lying is in a way depending on
circumstances,
the outcome that you are trying to achieve.
Yes.
So you are okay to lie. So that is that not a slippery slope? A lot of people will now start saying, "Okay, I want to do this big thing. If I tell this lie, I'll get away with it. Then I'll go on to do nice things." Is that not a problem? Hitler wanted to do a lot of good things for his people by doing all the horrible things that he went on to do, because he thought the end result is good. So is that not, where do you draw the line? Do you have anything that you can say that says, okay, this is a line you shouldn't cross? If you're going to lie, let it be for this reason only.
For example, now, you have a girlfriend, you put her name on your phone as a mechanic. And when that mechanic called you, when that lady called you,
oh God, what have you been up to, man?
Let me finish. When that lady called you and your wife is there,
God.
you ask you, who is this person? You say, no, it's my mechanic. That means that kind of lie is not good. You want to release, you want to destroy your, that's the.
Wow.
But for example, you want to save somebody, you want to save somebody's life. My brother, that you lie. It's not a bad thing when you want to save somebody's life. You want to save somebody who came into your house. He ran into your house and you want to save him or her. You have to lie to the people that person is not here. Just for that person to lie to be saved. You can't say because Bible says you should not lie. No. You see, these things of the Bible, let me tell you, people misunderstand the Bible so much because they go deep into many things of the Bible. You see, I'm a proud person today because I've read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. The Bible is about love. The love you have for your fellow human being. The love you have for God. If today somebody said, people went and they start talking about Noah slept his wife, this, that. That's not what the Bible is all about. Today you have the money and you see people who are poor, who don't have, you don't help them. God said, these people you didn't help, they are me, you didn't help. That's what the Bible is all about. You understand? It's not about you said the truth or didn't say the truth. You didn't. No, that's not what the Bible is all about. But people misunderstand all these things. Or a pastor, you see a pastor.
But are you sure you are not the one that misunderstands it? The Bible says don't lie. It says it clearly. It should not lie. Are you not the one?
You have to save life. That you don't lie, that means you cannot save somebody's life. No, you have to save somebody's life. If in that circumstance, that situation, you have to save somebody's life. You can lie. I can lie to save somebody's life.
Jesus Christ lie.
Who?
Jesus Christ, did he lie?
You see, now, Jesus Christ is a different human being altogether. We cannot be comparing Jesus Christ with ourselves or the situation having the world today. Jesus Christ is a different thing altogether, different things, but them all together. You can't be comparing Jesus Christ. It's not human like us. Jesus Christ is not human like us. He said it that all have seen and come short of the glory of God. But God, Jesus Christ is looking for those who have good hearts.
So,
and those yes. Okay.
Look at here what equity, fairness, and justice, which is a very fair name to say for someone that wants justice.
That's the only good reason. So that even a lie would not be altruistic.
Altruistic, okay.
Yeah.
How do you know the person is innocent? Those people that want to kill him, they probably have a receipt for what he's talking about.
People that want to kill him.
So now you are the judge whether the person is innocent. So you see, this is a slippery slope, but this lying business, and it's very concerning because a lot of people have been wrestling with this sort of conundrum quite a lot, because we grew up being told not to lie, but yet it's almost unavoidable. And so we have to train ourselves to confront the realities of these things so that we are actually more mature on how we handle them. Because it's woven into our reality that if you decide to go around without lying, you are probably going to have a lot of problems. A lot of problems will occur in your life. It's a very, very strange world we live in, that we have to be subject to this. I remember in the Bible where they said the devil owns the world. So it's a very, very, it reminds me of why that statement was made, because it's almost as if almost anything you do in the world will be tainted by the rules created by the Bible. It's almost, the Bible cannot meet the world with the way the world is. You can't exist here. It's very, very strange. Okay. Let me bring in.
Before you move on, forefathers, I think there's something that you must underline in terms of lying. what makes it good, what makes it bad. Not good, but let's say okay. You have to start from the position of you and the other person, or the other people, or your people and the other people. The benefit will have to be on the other side if that lie is going to be okay. If for any reason the benefit is to be in your favor against the other people, then certainly it's a bad lie.
So if it's in your favor and your family is going to gain from it, it's a bad lie.
No, if your family, then if you want to suffer for it for the benefit of your family, that's a good lie.
Forefathers, I think what he's saying is that a lie is a lie. Whether it translates to good or it translates to bad, it's still a lie. But if you do it to save for the good of someone else, it's still a lie. But it's different from it. But it's good. It's based on the outcome.
You are saving a life. God, the addition of God made the world is for us to save somebody, for us to save ourselves or to save somebody.
So does that mean that
it's about life preservation?
Does that mean then that lie in itself is not inherently bad?
Somebody lie, somebody didn't lie, cannot make someone not to go to heaven.
Used.
Yes, it is bad. I mean, for instance, let us look at the story in the Bible about Esau and Jacob. You know how Jacob had to lie to steal Esau's blessing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, yes, that's a lie.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that because I wanted to separate it from whether it's good or bad. So lying itself, because sometimes it can do good things.
Yes.
Another time it can do bad things. So in itself, lying in itself is not evil. It is how you apply it.
No. Lying is evil.
Not all lies.
Not all lies. God. No.
No. There are no exceptions. There are no exceptions.
No. Lying is.
Did you just say there are no exceptions?
There are no exceptions. Lying is evil, but sometimes when it is told, it helps to save life in the context of that we are looking at it. But it still doesn't make it good.
So when it saves life, it's still bad.
It's a lie. That turned out
bad now. Why you don't?
I think Tony now is confused.
I'm not confused. You see, there are sometimes you take a decision that you know is wrong, and it turns out to be good. Now that decision is wrong. You're just only lucky that it turned out to be good. So you cannot say it's good.
But that's not a lie.
Let me tell you another story.
I'm just using that as an example.
Let me give you another example so that you can understand. I remembered sometime also when armed robbers came to our house. They jumped into the house. My mother was there. My junior brother was there. And then it was, how armed robbers is. So they are asking for money. And then they said there's no money. So one of them said, but look, you have a fine house and no money inside. And then my kid brother, who actually was the person that built the house, said, it's my brother that built the house for us. That's a lie. You are lying to an armed robber to save your mother and yourself. How can that be a bad lie? How can that be a bad lie?
That's a lie.
Yes,
there's no good lie and bad lie.
You would lie like that. I'm sure you
what do you mean there's no good bad lie? But if a lie does a good thing, how can it be bad?
It cannot be good. It's not good. It did a good thing, but it's a lie.
We held him for telling that. For even thinking of
No. You will be redefining the meaning of lie if you take that position.
Of course.
Because a lie is something that is not true.
Let me ask you, Tony, have you never heard of this statement that there's nothing is permanent in life?
Nothing is what?
Nothing is permanent in life.
Let's bring a guy. Basically, it was his turn before we start. But Tony is going to keep. He's in a quandary. He's not sure. It's bad, but it's good.
That's the problem with lie. Once you start lying, you get confused. You don't know which lie.
No. I said no. I'm not confused. I've said that lie is bad. That's where we started from, because it's untrue.
why you're
But if you say
confused.
if he saves life, how can it be bad?
He asked you when
Now,
somebody
we now say that there are sometimes you tell lies and it saves, but that doesn't make the lie. It's still a lie. It just
Yeah, it's still a lie, but is it a
that's
good
a
lie?
honorable lie.
Yeah, that's honorable lie.
Honorable lie.
Not honorable lie.
Yes.
Soon we're going to get excellency lie. Sooner or later, we're going to be different type of lies.
That's
Is what
honorable
we are
lie.
trying to grade here. We want to grade the lies that are good and the ones that are bad.
Okay, so have you ever watched any movie, for instance? Isn't movie a lie?
Some are, not all.
All of them.
Please,
No.
let's bring Oga this in the elders here. He probably will have something to say about this lying business. Whether lie is bad, whether lie is good, whether lie is a mix of those. Where is the line, Oga? Where do you think? What do you make of the conversation about lying?
All right. I have followed carefully your topic on lies, and because it says philosophy day, that's the headline I see here. And some of us who come from the other generation, and by the other generation, if we were born in the early 50s, then you are one of us. If you are born in the 60s or 70s, you are in a different category. I'm going to piggyback right off of what Masca said about when some people came to him to sign off something about a brewery. And he told them that, sorry, I can't do this one. Those people, they laughed and they went on. And Masca excused himself. It does not mean that they did not go on and build a brewery. But Masca had a conscience of his own, which each and every one of us must live with our conscience, whether you call it lie or whatever you may call it. I'm from a state that gave us what we call alternative facts. Cali and Conway, from New Jersey. That's where I stay. It does not mean that I subscribe to everything that they say, but I'll just put it down this way. When some of us talk, we speak in tongues, if I use that word. When I came back online, I was actually going somewhere. It was because forefathers did not understand why a hunter will not say everything he sees in the bush. When I talked about a python, a hunter saw a python and escaped being swallowed. And this is not to make excuses. The hunter came home with a little bit of grasshoppers he caught. And the family asked him, how did it go? He said, it went very well. He had some grasshoppers. What he did not tell them was the part of the python. The reason being very simple. If he told the family that he was almost swallowed by a python, that family may not allow him to go back into the bush because they want to be alive. And he moves on further. A man named Okonkwo, and this is in real life story, may not be the exact name. He was in Kirikiri prison. It was Nigerian Biafra war situation. The war was ending. The man was obviously an Okonkwo. And they asked him, because they were going around picking up anybody who has the Igbo name to send you to the great beyond, land of no return. They asked him his name. He said his name was Afanekora, which is something that sounded Yoruba. I just used that again as to replace the real name that the guy gave. He lived to tell us the story, and he's way into his 70s today. That's another life lesson. And then when we talk about what Masca did, even in voting situations, see somebody who couldn't live with his conscience. They say he abstained from voting. Don't it happen in politics? It's not that the person was a coward or he don't know what to do. He came to the floor, came time for him to cast his vote. He said, I abstain. He abstained. Which way you going to club him down for abstaining? His mouth shut up, according to Zebudea. My mouth shut up. In other words, there's something we call Ngedre for the place where they write Biro. No car for where they write there. If I said something that seemingly resembles exactly everything that forefather has done, just again using that as an example, I didn't call forefather's name. All I said is I laid out the truth or the facts the way I saw it. You can say a lie is a lie and all that. But the fact is that I didn't call forefather's name. So forefathers, you can assume all you want. You cannot nail me on that. Earlier on when I made a submission in this program, I talked about the Wokliwo syndrome. I talked about the Ungwaro syndrome. I talked about the Semboto syndrome. It was all today. And I summed it up with what I call Chocho Menuku, because what we were discussing earlier on was the subject of Natasha and the rest of them and what they do. And I now followed up in this section by saying to you that Okafor's law, according to those who went to University of Nigeria and Soka, they said one snack is ever remarkable, depending on the frequency of the first snack or whatever. That's the way. That's not the exact way they put it, but they say. What am I trying to say? As we try to kill ourselves over what we are not there when these things happened. Even the wife where you marry. Now you knock him first. Now you diverging him if I'm to go down that lane. And I went on further to say earlier on today that a man can only go that further than a woman, than a man let him. I sang that song, somebody says, by Royas. And Dr. Damaji said, what age, what generation is that from? I said it's what we call from 19 Kiridim. All in all, the things we face each and every day, it requires you, who is the participant in the room, to make a decision. And whatever decision you make, you're going to live with it. Call it lie or truth, whatever you may call it. And I just talked about the story of Okonkwo, who turned out to be a Faneko, as a name he gave, enabled him to live up to today. So when you talk about lying, who amongst you or who amongst us have not at one point or the other told one, whether you call it black lie or white lie? So, my friends, let us look at life situations.
From your point of view, the farmer that doesn't tell his family members what happened is like good in that case.
It's wisdom. What he exercises is wisdom because he wants to feel.
Why are we always shy of saying lie is good in some situations?
No. We're not shy of saying lies. There's something you go talk. And we know saying a koro lie. But to talk am. But let me put it this way. Most everybody's suing. You see the man where they call him Elon Musk, right? He has, what do you call it? He has all the money in the world. And he says that he is not going to marry again because of the laws in the country. Because if he marries, that woman is only coming for what? Half of whatever he has acquired in life. That's his place. What I'm trying to say to all of us, even if you are the Pope, we assume the Pope is the person who never lies. When you have so much, like Akpabio them have, for now, they say power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you have so much money, sometimes you begin to go mental because you don't even know what to do with your money. And when you have so much influence over everybody, you lord it over. Even if that
how does that tie into the fact that whether lie is good or bad? It's like you are doing what Tony did now. Like, hey, we slide here, slide there. It's good or it's not. It's bad. It's good. It's bad. Either lie is good in some context, or it's not good forever, and you should desist from it.
No, from the get-go. From the get-go, I stated it here that it is not good to lie. Period. Okay? White is white, black is black.
Then that hunter is wrong, man, to lie to his family. The hunter is wrong to lie to the family then.
Oh, no. No. I'm a hunter.
Wow.
I live by the act of bushcraft.
But he lied. You just said lying was bad.
Listen, did I say he lied?
Yes, he didn't tell you what happened to him.
No, you didn't hear me. I said he came home with a cricket.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked him, how did everything go? He said, it went great.
Mm-hmm.
He placed the cricket on the table, and that's what they have for dinner. That will enable him to go back into the bush the next day to hunt for an antelope. Okay?
But you said he didn't tell the truth. You said he didn't tell the truth.
You didn't hear that from me. I said to you, if you run the tape, I said the man came back, and they asked him, how did it go? He said everything went great.
Okay, he was conservative with the truth.
That's lying by omission.
The man lied. The didn't go great.
But
he almost got swallowed.
He almost got swallowed.
He clearly didn't go great. He almost got swallowed.
But he lived to hunt another day. And when I say we practice bushcraft, some people equate it to witchcraft. No, bushcraft is the act of survival in the bush. And some of us are creatures of the bush. So,
but why are people struggling with this idea concept?
They are not struggling with it.
Okay, then let me play that scenario for you now. Somebody is running away from people.
They are not struggling with it. But what I said to you, and I just named Elon Musk. Elon Musk can come and tell us whatever he wants to tell us. He can tell us that Twitter is now X. Mm-hmm. Because he has sufficient to last him through the rest of the life. And even the current president of the United States, when he comes out, in the context of what we are discussing today, is he not the person that said grab them by the, what? Okay?
Yeah, but that still doesn't go to the point we are talking about, whether lying is good in some scenarios. You say lying is bad. And it's always bad. But you are not willing to admit that it's good sometimes.
Forefathers and get the place where they write below. They write your name there. Huh? Masker said it out very properly. Masker said he abstained. Look at the votings in anywhere. The man come to vote. He knows he can cast a vote like, what's his name? John McCain, who came and did a thumbs up or thumbs down or whatever he did, voted down. And for that, a lot of stuff was saved. Would you say that John McCain lied? He, at that point in life,
he lied. He lied.
No. The man did not lie. The man actually said his conscience. And Masker, who is here with us, came to a point where he abstained. He simply abstained.
Okay, now let me play this scenario so that we can get his own clear opinion. Because it's good that I think it was Masker that introduced it, whereby somebody is being chased by people that want to do harm and kill that person.
No, it's me that said it.
Okay, it was you. Sorry about that,
yeah.
Tony. Yeah, Tony. Thank you for that. Thank you for correcting me. So the person was trying to escape, and then you gave the person refuge in your house. Then the people that want to come and do harm and kill this person arrived at the front of your house. Say, where is this person? We need to kill this person. This person. We need to finish this person. Would you hand that person over because you don't want to lie, or would you tell them it's in another direction? Okay.
Let's put it this way. They said it's the duty of a king to give life, not to take life. All of us on this set, including our viewers today, we saw Omoye come online, did a beautiful Beautiful job. From all around, she did a very beautiful job. A couple of other ladies joined her. Now, I ask us, in our own context, which my children even look at me when I say something. We call her our sister, don't we? Most of us, we say, my sister, my sister, my sister.
But how does that apply to whether you're going to let them take that man?
Wait now, and I call you my brother, my brother, my brother. Sometimes you see we don't even know the difference between auntie and aunt, and we simply say everybody's our sister. True. Is that a lie or truth? Because my children will nail me to the wall and say, but that's not your brother, but that's not your sister. Why do you call them sister? Why do you call them brother?
But that's a figure of speech, so it's a little bit different, isn't it? It's a play on words.
Not for the children. Not for the children of today. Be careful when you say this is my brother.
Yes,
that's sorry, Igbo basics. You see, forefather has raised a very important point now. Because speech is only a translation of what is in your heart. So essentially, we can argue that you are only going to be held palpably accountable when you have a wicked intention in your heart. Because what is the speech? It's just a figure of speech. So whether it is, you say it is, whether you say it's black, and sometimes you make that mistake. In your mind, you're saying that this is black, but the word white will come out from your mouth. But in your heart, you're saying that, oh no, this is black. So I think you've hit the nail on the head, because the issue is what is really inside your heart. It's a figure of speech. Sometimes how you look, when you say the man has gone that way, it's not that you're just saying that, oh, don't kill him. That's all. If you are in a position to say, don't kill him, he's in my house, but don't kill him, go away, you will do that.
Exactly. However, though, the very act
is just the figure of speech. But what is in your heart is what
I understand that, but the very act itself is what is defined as lying. You see what I mean? That is, I don't want us to get away from that.
Sorry, about basics. Still, he has made another important. Me, as a Muslim, in my religion, whatever action you take, you will be judged according to your intention. If you go to the mosque to show off, don't expect God to give you the benefit of a prayer. If you go and give somebody money because you want people to hail you, God is not going to give you the benefit for giving out that money. So you are hitting the nail right on the head. The answer to all these things, hold on, sorry, Tony. The answer to all these things, there are things. Igbo basics have mentioned the word conscience in his discourse. We all have our conscience to judge us. And I think you said it. The fact of the matter is that whatever you utter from your mouth in the end, it should be according to the intention in your heart. I put it there.
So let me ask one question. What is arguing now is a utilitarian approach. That is how am I mistaken that the Quran interprets it as your intention is what matters, it's not what you actually do?
Can I ask a question, forefathers? Let me ask one question. Igbo Basic didn't answer the question because it's like saying.
Let's see. I just use you an example. Don't bring religion into it. So that
Okay. No, I'm not bringing religion. I'm avoiding religion. I'm not bringing religion. A man goes to steal because he's hungry, and he's caught. Did he steal?
He stole.
Listen carefully to this, and because Masker has brought it back to the niche of, if you look at our motto here, it says custodians of the conscience. You, me, all of us are answerable. And the day we go to face our maker, your mother will not be there, your father will not be there. You are the only one who is going to face to face. And they will bring out the long sheet of all your actions. What am I trying to say? You are the best judge of yourself. And going down straight to what question that Tony just asked, this happens commonly in the Igbo tribe and other tribes too. The case of the old man, the eye of the old man. So the man caught a chicken. I won't use the word goat because goat may be too big in a bag. And they started chasing him down. You caught a chicken. And they chased him down to the elder's corner. And they said, he stole chicken. And the elders gathered. And the elders said to him, we hear that you stole a chicken. And what he turned around to do was he said he looked the elders dead in the eyes because he was facing execution. The execution of these days. I even saw a woman they called a kidnapper in Aba yesterday or so. They stacked her naked, beat her, beating, bing, to the ground, completely naked. I don't know if any of you saw that clip. The elders looked at the older man, and the older man said to them, would you use your elder's eyes to look at what is inside this bag? Again, wisdom comes to play. The elders looked at it, and they knew what would go down if they said otherwise. The elders didn't say that they saw any chicken in the bag, and they didn't say they did not see any chicken in the bag, but based on the circumstance of the moment, the elders just sighed. Whatever you may interpret that to be, and this goes on each and every day in life, we face circumstances that only us actually know. Whether you did it or you didn't do it, others may have seen you do it or didn't do it. So you be the judge. The elder's eye comes right back to play with what Tony had asked about.
Thank you.
And he was trying to say.
Thank you. It is clear. It is clear now. It's been established that we are very, very shaky about defining what a lie is.
We are not shaky. We are not shaky. We are not shaky.
You say you're not, but you said lying is bad, but it's okay when you do it in such a scenario because you want to save life.
We are not shaky. We are not shaky.
But
you call it philosophy, right? You say it's philosophy day.
View. But in my opinion, there's a different view. If you look at the definition, the lie is just an English word, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the definition, it's clear in the two examples I have here. It said telling a lie is the act of intentionally deceiving someone by saying something that is untrue.
Yeah.
I underline the word intentionally. The other one said, if you lie, you say something that is untrue in order to deceive someone.
Yes.
Okay, looking at that two scenarios, so that means whether the intention is positive or negative, if it is deceiving someone or is intentional, you are intentional about it and to deceive someone. So those two things come to play. So at that point, you're doing the wrong thing. That is the literal meaning of that thing. I asked my father this question, this kind of debate, and I said, okay, if I'm in a scenario to help somebody, should I lie? He said no. He said the theory is this: do what you can defend. He said if you kill somebody, you are free to kill somebody, but when they come to ask you why did you kill him, make sure you have an answer.
Yeah. You see, your dad is far more advanced than some people.
He's a military man.
That guy is brutal.
He's a military man.
Yes,
he's a soldier, a retired soldier. So he said kill him. Then the way to answer the questions why you kill him, have a good reason. If you don't have a reason, don't kill him.
Exactly.
If you have a reason to steal, steal. If you don't have a reason, don't steal. That means there's not always a reason to do a wrong thing because you're going to lie at the end of the day.
Jesus Christ. I don't know what I to say, whether is ahead or what is behind. That sounds very brutal, actually.
So what would be a good reason? What would be a good reason? That means don't do it because you cannot. You're going to lie about it. There's no reason. There's no reason that is positive or that you can defend. The word defend comes in. So bail yourself out. For me, in that example that he gave, if it's me, I won't open my door for him to run in. That's the solution. You should try the next door. Because I don't know what he did. I don't know why they're pursuing him.
Assuming your door was open and he ran, you know.
I would tell him to find his way out.
Assuming he doesn't go out. Sorry, we'll rope you in. Assuming he doesn't go out.
He doesn't go out from where?
Your house.
I think I have a right over my house anyways.
No, but you see, he enters the house and people followed him in. This is what I was saying. Life doesn't come the way we plan it.
All right.
So, but then, okay, why are we struggling to admit that lie inherently is not evil or good? But what is evil is how it is used.
Let me tell you.
Intention, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
No, intention is a dangerous term because anybody can say, I meant well.
All right. No, Masker, if you all excuse me for a second, because I got to go.
Can I come in?
The last thing that Obey had talked about, somebody running into, I think it was Obey. They talked about somebody running into somebody.
Yes, he's the one.
And then he talked about your father, which I always doff my hat for those elderly men. There is, again, the core principles of who your father is. That's his character. Hopefully, he probably translated some of them into you. You can stand your ground. Either you get killed or you don't get killed. That's one thing. But from a life experience, a policeman is supposed to be the protector of the law or the person who would safeguard life and property, right? This happened to me 1974 in Aba. And this is a case of running into a policeman's house. And this is a case of a school named Sacred Heart. Not only were chasing me, they grabbed me because they said that I was the person who defeated them in soccer. I did not play soccer. I was just a fan club leader. They were taking me to their school because they were going to shave my head with bottles. They have done some damage on me already. At a place called the Zuku Road, there's a police barrack there. I saw the policeman's house open. I saw my way out. I ran straight into the policeman's house where he was having dinner with his family. Guess what he did? Like what Obey said. The man quietly, the mob coming after him, he quietly pushed me right back out to the second house. And they dragged me all the way to their school. Needless to say that at the end of the day, some people gathered and went and switched off the light of the school and came to the dining hall where I was and rescued me. And as such, life continues. So in any given circumstance, depends on what you are confronted with. That policeman could have closed his door and said, you guys can't come in. But the hot-headed boys of secondary school of those days, they probably would have broken down he could have done anything, but he quietly pushed me right back out. Would you say he did right or did wrong?
He did wrong.
No, he did
right. He did the right thing.
Protecting his family.
There you go.
Oh,
so I don't blame him.
Oh, okay. I didn't take his family into account. I was just thinking about him himself. So, but okay, if he's trying to protect his family, it's a different thing. Then he doesn't want to expose his family. So, in other words, the judgment is about the greater good, isn't it? Like, okay, yeah, it's about the greater
what
good.
Is greater good?
The greater good is if you, because you are not, the outcome is if your family suffers versus that boy suffers, which one is the greater good? That in terms of you want to avoid the greater evil. Let's put it that way. So the greater evil is your family suffering. So you protect, you try to forestall that one and let the lesser evil prevail. So, but in terms of the lie aspect of it, because before we start even shifting into professional areas of lying, because that one is it goes into all some kind of crazy areas. But if I didn't think this was going to be a problem. We are having issues admitting that lie could be.
This question you're asking, I'm Robert, stop you. when you have money in your pocket and money under your shoe, will you bring out all the money and give him? Honestly. No, what are you asking?
That's another good one.
But that is
That's
what I'm
another good
saying
one.
now.
Yes, that's
But
another good one.
You are admitting that lie is not inherently bad.
Yes.
But Tony doesn't like to hear that.
All of anybody that
doesn't like to hear
all of
that.
us here, the truth is that all of us are lying because we want to protect our women. That's the truth. We don't want
doesn't want to hear that.
And say lying is okay. Nobody
Because you call him my brother.
Oh, sorry. It was by accident. I just got him out.
You call him your brother, you call him your sister, you call him your sister. You know it's not your brother, you know it's not your sister.
Exactly.
He says a figure of speech.
Exactly.
Yeah, that we all know that's a figure of speech. It's not intentionally trying to deceive. It's just a way of saying relative, uncle. Some people call people uncle, even if they are not their real uncle. So that is a kind of way of endearing terms.
Forefathers, be careful when you say it in the presence of the kids of today.
No, I agree to you.
So
I agree on that.
take it very seriously.
Let me give you another good one for in Nigeria today. When I'm like, even now, I want to go and pee, I'll tell you guys I'm coming.
Yeah.
But that's a figure of speech. We all know what you mean there. That's not lying.
I'm lying.
So it's not. No, you're not deceiving him.
I'm going and I'm telling you I'm coming.
Yeah, it's a figure of speech. That is different. You're not misleading the person. The person understands exactly what you want to do.
So now it is not about lying. It is about whether you are misleading or you are leading.
Yes, misleading. Yeah, deliberately misleading somebody. That's intentionally. That's what lie means. Intentionally misleading them, giving them information that deceives them. They will think something else is happening while actually something else is going on. So that is the essence of lying. So what you are doing then by saying you are going away is not lying because the person understands what you mean. Just like when somebody says, that's my sister or my uncle or something like that, they understand what you are trying to say. They are not being deceived. But the younger generation, obviously, the Gen Zs and the ones that come after COVID-19, forget it.
So, forefathers, why do you think that the elders use proverbs to drive home a point? Do you think all the proverbs that they use are true?
Proverbs are quite powerful because they compress meaning in such a way that people can digest it more easily. That's why I believe it's very effective and people use it. It's an analogy that is easy to understand. Sometimes to explain the concept of anything you want to explain to somebody, you might not even have the words. You just have to use real world, what has happened in the real life, and that person will relate to it more easily. You communicate the idea better.
And that's why I said, take the elder's eyes, look inside his bag. I beg.
You see, you are doing all those ojoro. You're like, that's ojoro because you are doing ojoro there because
what is ojoro?
You are trying to say, okay, because of an elder, light is bad, but it's good sometimes.
Light the same.
I think what Maska is trying to say is this: if, for example, somebody is at the gunpoint and telling me how much do I have there, and I need to unfold all the details of the money I have actually intentionally lied to the person to deceive the person from stealing my money.
And you're
That's the same lie.
You're supposed to give them all your money.
Exactly, but you had the fact that you had lied because you had intentionally deceived this person, not telling him the actual amount that is in your custody at that point in time. So the fact that you're doing it positively because the person is going to invade, is trying to steal from you, does not technically change the meaning of your action. That action is still a lie.
Does it change the judgment of the action, whether it's good or bad?
It doesn't. You lied because you were because you were thinking that this person was going to get away with your personal property.
So, but the lie is bad.
Yeah. But you prefer to protest something doesn't mean that it's wrong. That is why there's a provision for forgiveness, for confession.
Isn't that what I was saying to you? I'm confused.
How can lie be bad when it does something good?
Ask the armed robber for forgiveness.
No, you're going to ask the priest, the church. That is why they have the fellowship.
Oh my God, man, this is getting out of control.
No, hold on for a second, forefathers. I come from an area where when you come and knock on the door, I've come from an area called Bende, 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 local government.
Bende. Mm-hmm.
No, Bende, not Bende. Bende.
In my own side, it's called Bende.
No, it's Bende.
All right.
If you come to the door, this is what we teach both our children and everything else, and that's for safety and security. If you come and knock on the door, and you are looking at Okafo, or Okorie, you're looking at Okorie, and you ask Okorie, I'm looking for Okorie. Do you know what Okorie will tell you?
I'm Okorie.
No. Well, what are you talking about? Okorie will say to you, wait a minute, I come Fotoya. I have not seen him before. That's Okorie telling you that he has not seen Okorie. And the reason is very simple.
To know why you want him, yeah.
Precisely because you don't know Amandia Neze. Pansad, I'm glad you're here. You don't know who the other person, Amandia Neze. You don't know who has come to your door.
But basically, then it cannot be hard for you to say sometimes lying can be good. Lying in itself is not a problem.
Forefathers, if I'm packing and I come to you and I say, please, I'm looking for forefathers, and you see me with a gun and stuff like that, are you going to tell me, say, I'm forefathers?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, you're making my point now. You're making the point I'm making. Then why are you not admitting that lying can be good?
Father, there are two people in now, Jide and Pansad.
Jide, I'm coming to Jide. I don't know why we are struggling to say, okay, lying is good, because you see that we are wired to say lying is bad. I don't get it. I don't understand.
We are not struggling. We have already written it all over the place. We've said it, everything that we needed to say. It is for you. No. It is for you. It is for you, the listener, the audience, to decipher. Whatever you want to take away from it, that's on you, not on me.
Wow, that's too elder. An elder has spoken for fathers. Go and decipher it. It's not everything that is black and white.
You know, if I'm to decipher it based on his argument, lying can inherently do something.
Another
good.
correction. Based
Oh,
on your
fathers, not be everything where hunter see for bush where go talk. I beg.
He's the one that said that he's going to lie to protect himself now. And he's going to lie to protect some other person.
Pansad and Jide, let's hear their
Yeah. Jide, welcome. Thank you for joining us. He's the one that hasn't spoken at all. As you can see, a lot of people are struggling with this. I didn't know that it was going to be this bad, actually. People are like, lying is bad, but this scenario is fine. This scenario is fine. This scenario is fine. Does that
Papa, give him one scenario that we discussed so that he can.
Yeah. Okay, let me give you one of the scenarios. Somebody's being chased, by people that want to do him serious harm, and you have a chance to accommodate the person, you hide the person in your house, and then those people that want to do the harm come by and say, have you seen this person? We are looking for him. This person, we want to finish this person off. And then you decide that, okay, you don't want them to do harm to that person, you misdirect them. Is that an evil thing to do?
No, that's not evil. In fact, you can use lies to advance your interests, to protect yourself, to advance certain objectives. Like, lie is not always inherently evil. However, every evil that is being carried out, lying is involved. So lying is involved with any evil that is going to be carried out.
But
however,
is truth not also involved in all truth? Sorry, hold on. But because I think we are getting somewhere here. If you are saying that, so is truth not also involved in evil?
Truth. If anyone wants to carry an evil deed, like at some point you have to provide deceitful. You have to make some deceitful posture. That's one thing about
evil. You have to make some deceitful posture, but you also have to mix it with good. So in other words, the nature of what you do doesn't necessarily matter. Is whether the quality of how good it is what matters, isn't it? Whether it's good or whether the action you took was bad. It doesn't matter whether you lied or you didn't.
It's actually about looking at the consequences. That's the bottom line. If I tell this person this thing, what would be the consequences? I'll give an example. If I'm a politician, right? If I'm a politician of a country, and I want to invade another country for my own selfish reason, because I want to expand my country as an empire, I will have to lie to my people and make a case That case may be full of deceit, but I have my own personal interests at heart. You understand what I'm saying? So there are consequences. You understand? Because I have an agenda, I have an objective that I want to achieve. At the same time, one can lie and it may have negative consequences, unintended negative consequences. You understand? And sometimes you can actually lie and it will lead to positive consequences. I'll give an example. Apart from the example you give, I'll give another example. Like as a man, you may be married. We were talking about cheating yesterday. You can be married to a woman, right? And you have your family, you have your kids. And peradventure, you know, you are this woman, you are a woman, a young man is having an affair with a particular woman outside of wedlock. And something happened, you know, he got her pregnant. And the man is very wealthy, right? Even though he has his own nuclear family. But he kept it from his family and friends. Nobody knows about it. He has another family as a result of that. And nobody knew about it up until when he was old and he passed away. Then when he passed away, his family never knew anything about it. Then the family of the wife he impregnated, they now came like, this is me, I'm the second wife of your husband, you know. And they came together and they're living happily, right? They healed from that trauma and they live happily. So in that regard, it did not destroy the family. It did not destroy the family fabric of that man before he died, right? Because he was able to manage it. So that does not lead to negative consequences. So that's another example. So lying is, at the end of the day, I have to look at the consequence of what I'm doing, because there are things you do that when you say it, you have to say the truth. But you're actually saying the truth, it may actually lead to unintended negative consequences that you may not be able to bear. That would have been better if you had lied and managed it at that
Will you
moment
call
in
that a
time.
lie or
So
a deceit?
that's why I see it.
Are you going to call that a lie or a deceit?
I think this is a very, very interesting conversation, because I think I've had I saw this thing about this wasn't about lying, it was about whether good acts often lead to negative consequences. Like there was a situation whereby a very good man always trying to do good things for people, but every time he does good things for people, it leads to bad outcomes. You see what I mean? So reality in itself is not as clear cut as we like to believe. Based on what Jide just said, is it that whether you lie or you tell the truth is the consequences of what you've done that matters the most?
No,
Could that be the case? I don't know. If you have summarized it, I don't know.
I think there are three elements to it, and I will repeat what I've said before. Igbo basics have nailed it. I think the starting point is conscience. A part of it is your intention, and obviously your perceived outcome. Because nobody can tell you can do one thing, but nobody can tell you with all certainty that this will be the definite outcome. So I think these three things are always, they all come into play. And like you said, what for me, I think is very, very important in this discussion is the fact that life will never come to you okay, let's put it this way. Life sometimes can come to you in a scenario you've never envisioned. So even the idea of what is right, what is wrong, it's not clearly defined. We just define right and wrong for circumstances that we've already.
I have to say something about that. I have to say something about that. That is very important. I'm glad we're talking about right and wrong. You see, that's why I have to talk about that briefly, very briefly. You see, Islam and Christianity has actually destroyed the African philosophical view of what is good and bad, right? This is not to bash any religion now. If you look at Yoruba, if you look at Yoruba philosophy, we have good and evil, yin yang. It mixes together. We don't separate good and evil. It is the Arabs and the Europeans that taught us that good is separate from evil. They are two completely distinct. However, if you look at Yoruba philosophy and Asian philosophy, the Chinese Buddhist philosophy and other African philosophy too, maybe in Igbo too, I don't know, but you have what they call yin yang. Good mixes with evil, evil mixes with good. But I'll stop there. I'm glad I mentioned
that. Thank you. Let me welcome Pansat in. Pansat, thank you for joining us. Let's get back so we can start seeing the faces a bit more. Thank you for joining us, Pansat. And let's get Amy is going to go next. And yeah, thank you for joining us. This issue of lying versus not lying, it stems from the fact that Senator Natasha Akpoti didn't confide in her husband what she alleged that Senator Akpabio said to her. And so it begs that's what gave me the idea of asking this question. Is lying or either always evil? Can it not be done for good reasons? Which, if that is true, does that not mean lying or truth telling is not inherently evil? It's the consequences and the intended consequences too matters. I think Masca did highlight something like that. So that's the question. I don't know what you want to make of it.
Well, let me first start by saying hello to everybody who's on the panel, ranging from the oldest down to the youngest one here, who's probably half of Turkey is in Europe, and then to others who are in the comment section. If the question is an objective, if I should say yes or no, then I'm gonna say no. It's not always bad, because you can lie vertically or horizontally on your bed, right? You lay down, which means you're lying on your bed. The lie is not bad then. When we, all of us here, if you look at what everybody's saying, we have it. We have the answer. We know what we're talking about. We may not be able to put it in simple terms, like a sentence or something like that, but all of us have, it's like people went and they saw an elephant. Some people saw the big feet. Some saw the trunk. Some saw the tusk, right? So when they go home and they put it all together, they say, we have an elephant here, right? Because you got all the parts. Let me say that it's in physical terms. Let's say in physics, you have what's called a vector quantity, and that is something that has both magnitude and direction, right? It's the same thing goes for a lie, right? Telling a lie, there has to be an area where somebody is hot. You're telling a falsehood, something that is intended to deceive or mislead someone, right? So we have many names for the degree of lies. Some of that, the one I just described last, is probably the worst one, which is you made a statement that is believed to be false, and it's intended to deceive somebody else or to mislead them. Especially if they get hot doing that and you have nothing to gain, then that's evil. That's what Jide was trying to explain earlier. He probably did more eloquently than I did, but that's up to you.
You said something about if you have nothing to gain, but what if you are doing it for some other person to gain?
If it's not evil. See, evil is quite separate. It's a different thing that stands by its own. That one.
You see, now that is where we converge, because this is where it looks like I've been repeating myself, and somebody's accusing me of being a quack for trying to bring the point out there. Because some people struggle to say, okay, lying itself is not the evil part. It's the act that the consequences and the intended intentions too also matters. All those things is what makes them what it actually becomes. But because our culture, we are raised to instinctively saying lie is wrong, we are forced to just jump to that conclusion. I think by and large, we mostly tell the truth most of the time, but in some scenarios, you have to embellish the truth so that the better you avoid the greater evil. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. So let me make the point.
By so doing,
let me make the point. I've heard what you're saying. I appreciate you agreeing with me. I don't think it's a virtue, but I guess in this case, we could make an exception. I don't like it when you agree with me. Let me put that.
You want to fight? You want to fight? Okay.
The lie, we do have to separate out, but there's one that is quite distinct from everything else we're doing. I believe all of us agree with it, which is evil. Right? Evil it's something that doesn't wait for when the Lord comes, and then there'll be judgment, and then you'll be punished for evil. Evil is skewed here and now, and is punished here and now. If you lie, but you have nothing to gain from it, and it hurt somebody else, and you did know it was a lie, instead of telling the truth, you lied, then it hurt somebody else. That is evil. That's different from there's a bad lie. You lied and it's bad, right? You lied and it's against the law. Then you get punished for it. Or you lied to your wife or your girlfriend and he caught you, and then you face the consequence, you get a divorce, stuff like that, right? So now we'll have names for it. Some of it will be, there are white lies, which are harmless or trivial lies. Maybe you told it to spare someone's feelings. Like you see an ugly baby and you say, oh, what a nice looking baby, right? To the mom or something like that. That's a white lie, but it's a lie nevertheless. That doesn't count. That's not what we're talking about, right? Then you have fabrications where you just made up statements. You have confabulation, right? That is honest lying, right? So, but there are exceptions that are made as well by human beings themselves, by law and everything. In essence, you've alluded to it earlier, which is you're in a risky or dangerous situation. Maybe you have to tell a lie to prevent further harm. So it's not something that should take a whole episode in this discussion. I believe that we all get it in our own little ways. We're able to now extract the evil one and just reject it.
Thank you for that.
Right?
So I think you have moved us further in this conversation. I have to appreciate you for that. In terms of depending.
I always do. You just don't have any respect for me. That's all.
You don't even let any compliment go unpunished. It's all right. Go ahead.
That's evil there.
I yield back. I yield back if you want to move forward.
So you moved it forward from the point of view that it depends on whether you are going to be doing it for evil or not. So then how do we draw the line? Because in professional cycles, you can't afford to lie because it's also quite dangerous, especially like in sciences. In maybe even law, I think, if I'm not mistaken, definitely law, you can't lie. So because we lie in the real world, are there protections to prevent it from moving into other areas? Because this is part of it might give us an insight into how to shape society. See what I mean? If you know where certain things are acceptable and where it's not acceptable, then you can put a kind of guardrails to make sure it doesn't bleed into other areas. You see what I mean?
So forefathers, sorry if I may interject for 1 second. Why do we say agwo fonye horonagoeke? The snake that one person sees turns into a python. It might be a rattlesnake, but it comes and tells us it's a python. That leads us to the subject of witnesses. Instead of only one person telling us, I saw a python.
Good. So
witnesses, because you're talking in terms of professionalism and stuff like that. Even in law, they say the witness to come and corroborate what one eye see, whether the other eye see them, and whether they can both come and witness to say, we both, and that goes back into the elders' eyes, where they say, even in the law court, when, what's his name? The man of, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. John Cochran.
Yeah, that's right. Let me just say this, and I believe in. I think the question you asked.
Let me try to get the order right. I'm not sure. Jide, have you finished? I think Jide finished, didn't he? Yeah, he did finish.
No, it's
he wasn't given a chance. Me.
Emmett's next. I should conclude in about a minute or so, because the question you asked. Now that's a different thing. There's something called perjury in law, right? So if you lie under oath, for example, it's totally different. You shouldn't lie to a police officer. You shouldn't lie to in the court of law as a witness and all that. But there's also a more severe lie, which would be to tell a lie under oath. And then if you forswear, make false statements, willful false statement, because the courts try to make sure that the intent was there to lie, right? So the court, you could, if you don't have intent, it's very hard to establish that particular intent, but it's done. So that's why what we're dealing with, it's maybe started with caveman, right? Lying as human beings, we know it's the wrong thing. So that's always, we've been able to sort it out and figure it out. So you should not tell a lie at any time anyway, but white lies are harmless. It doesn't hurt anybody. But if you go to court and tell a lie, that's called perjury. Sometimes perjury carries the punishment of, let's say, somebody who committed a murder. Okay, here in the United States, it may be jurisdictional, but here in the United States, it's a very severe crime, coming under the 118. But it's also something that has to have the intent. You told a lie with intent to lie, but then swearing, an oath, affidavit, stuff like that. So with that, I'll leave it at that. You shouldn't spend the whole episode here on this. I think we got it. All of us got it. Our inflation is over 30% there.
About this one.
Women are being harassed, and I know you dealt with
other people have not had their say now. So I think the word lie is a clumsy term to describe the actual phenomenon that is taking place. That is why they had to coin white lie and all the trivial lies and all the rest. Because from what you are explaining, if I want to define it, like the negative one, the bad one, is when you tell, the one people really don't like is when you deceive somebody. In other words, that deception leads them to a negative outcome.
I hope you know that this problem is only in English language. In some languages, there are different words.
Yes, I know. I agree with that. I'm thinking that in the English term itself, this is why we are having it. It looks like we are disagreeing, but in reality, we know what we are talking about here. We all know what we are talking about that we don't like.
I'll take my leave with that. I'll be listening in the background. Depends on what Emma says. I might have to rush back in. All right. Thank you.
Leave me alone. Let's have the next person. Emma, so what do you make of this? We all know what we are talking about now, that we don't want to, just deceive people to their detriment. And especially when somebody said, when you don't have anything to gain from it, just because you just want a little bit of comfort, you don't want to tell the truth. Some people lie for some stupid reasons, like when they don't have to lie at all, just because they are afraid of being ashamed or they're afraid of a little bit of accountability, they lie.
So some people lie for validation. Social media, they are full of, there's so much
that too.
For validation, right?
And then because of that lie, you lead somebody to rate you higher than they should, which is not always a good thing. Then you are misleading them negatively.
Especially our gunmen that just enjoy to hijack ladies all around and use a lot of lies to get them.
Yeah, that's a big one, guys.
You cook a lot of women. You cook a lot of stories in order to.
Some people blame the women for it. Like if I didn't lie to her, she's not gonna know what to go with me.
So, forefathers, by extension, are you criticizing Emma for using a false background now?
I'm using a false background. Who am I to judge? I'm using a false background too.
No, but it's not a lie. It's a false. It's a background, and it's not false. It's simply a background, and that is the purpose for that. So everybody knows that I'm not in that particular building. Anyway,
what do you make of it? Yeah,
this is just what I think from the place I'm coming. One thing is this: if you look at the binary perspective about life, like either things are white or black. Things are either one or zeros. So that means that for every good, there's an evil. No? So there's no in between there. A lie is an evil thing. And it's simple there. Either it is white or black or anything. A lie is a lie.
But you're just taking us two people backward now. What is this?
No. I'm not taking anybody backward. You said my opinion, and that's just what
I hear your point, but it's just like we are going to go through this again. It's all right.
No. It's basically I still have the right to do that.
I know.
Yeah, but I'm still going to drive forward. But the thing is this, that there's also an angle to this question. If someone is not afraid of death, then they have nothing to be afraid. They have nothing to lie about. Because that is where lie comes in, actually. That's like the fundamental reason why we all lie.
You may not be afraid of you dying, but
no. I'm not. Wait, Mr. Maska.
Death. No,
I'm not. No, Mr. Maska, please understand my point. This is like a syllogism, like the farthest. I'm not saying that's the reason all the time. But when you look at it, okay, what could be the worst why somebody should lie? It's because they're afraid of death. But for someone who has overcome that fear, for example, me, I've not overcome the fear, so I'm not saying maybe I'm perfect here. So I can lie. And I know it is wrong. But I simply attribute it to being human this time around, because I believe an average human should be afraid to die. But there are some people, they've overcome that fear. And those kind of people, usually, you can't even enjoy their conversations because they'll tell you bluntly whatever they feel. They don't care. And those kind of people, you have terms to define them, because you say maybe they are just crazy, they don't really suit their system, they don't comport to the system, they don't conform to the system because they are like that. They have nothing to fear, and they just stay even though.
Are you aware of the scenario we painted earlier on regarding harboring somebody that is about to be harmed by a mob?
No, now that is now for somebody who is not afraid of death. He's not afraid that somebody else is to die as well. He doesn't care. So he will simply just say it as it is.
So you mean when the mob comes, you give somebody refuge from the mob that wants to kill that person?
That is
when they come asking,
yes,
where is this person? What would you do?
Personally, for me, I will lie,
yes,
and I will say the person is not here because I am human and I'm scared of
I'm
death.
a bit confused though.
There's no need to be confused.
I thought you said it was bad.
This I'm not saying I can't do bad things. Did I say I'm perfect?
Oh, I see.
You get my angle.
You are okay. So
I can.
That's all of us. That's our position. We said they lie. Lie is bad, but there is a reason why we are saying
so
it. No,
I don't need to. I might So I might have a reason to lie in order for something I say that is good, but I know that I'm lying. Yes, no, that's the thing. Now the thing is this.
That's all our position.
You might want to say, but so why should then if somebody does lie to benefit himself? Because if you look at that now, I'm not really benefiting anything. I'm trying to save somebody else's life. So, but if somebody lies to benefit himself, then you question yourself to what purpose? But that's just greed, and that's also being human sometimes. So I can understand where that person is coming from.
My own position is lying inherently is not evil. It's the intention and the.
No, you can't say lying is not evil. Look, when you lie,
not inherently evil.
When you lie, you have done something opposite to the ground truth. The ground truth. But for you to lie is because you are going exactly opposite what it should be. You are doing, or you are speaking something exactly what you know it is not true.
What it should be. If you say what it should be, that gentleman should perish. You
absolutely
surrender them to that. That what it should
said, be. If for a man who is not afraid of death, you need to now understand that perspective. Now, for a man who is not afraid of death, he will go ahead and say, yes, this person is dead, and that's it. Okay, even if you are going to kill the person as well, even if you are going to kill the man that maybe because this person is not afraid of death. Now, look, he has overcome one particular thing that most humans have not overcome. The fear of death pushes a lot of people to do a lot of things.
Yes, because it may be part of. Okay, what if that fear of death is the reason why we survive?
Yes, and that is also part of it. Is the reason why we survive. Is the reason why a lot of us survive. But there are some people, for example, now, if someone will tell you from the Bible that the Bible says, do not be afraid of someone who can kill your body, but be afraid of the person that can put your soul and body into fire. Now, that is so. Somebody who took that doctrine, hook, line, and sinker, will not be scared of somebody who is going to shoot him. He will look at the thief and say, yes, I don't. This is my house. I have money, but I'm not going to give you. Do your worst.
And then they kill you and kill the person too.
Now you are concerned because he just lost his life foolishly to you, in quotes. But the truth is, to him, he has stood for what he believed in.
and he has stood for the truth.
And if you were the last man hope for humanity,
don't forget about the last
humanity for that.
And
No,
because
the reason why.
If you say wait, if you say he's the last hope for humanity, so be it. But if humanity, if that is to it, look, this is not to me. Understand what I'm trying. This is a perspective I'm painting here. That this is somebody who has seen it that way. I'm not saying me as a person see it that way, but I can say we have people like that. So for such people,
isn't that an inferior way of perceiving reality? Because my concern is that this is revealing something. That this is why this topic is important. This is beginning to reveal something here. Because
when you say inferior, when you say inferior, it's because you are thinking everything ends in this part of life. For some other person, they feel like this is just one segment of an eternity, and they believe, you get the point. So now perspective come into play here. So you have to now look at what's this person's view, and where is it? You get the point, because from there you can understand.
And the reason why I consider it inferior, yes, it's based on perspective, but if you
can't say it's inferior, because when you say it's inferior now, you are making it look like you are wiser than that person.
Exactly. I'm trying to have a kind of matrix to measure whether
eventually. Now let me tell you why that might not really be a necessarily a wise opinion. That person will tell you that, okay, with your wisdom, can you last 1,000 years on earth personally? Your answer will be no. So eventually you end up where he has ended up. Yes. Either you spend more time, and to achieve what? Everything will still be nothingness. That is somebody else's perspective.
Yeah. However, you see, what I'm trying to say here.
So are you just saying you just want to live the next 70 years, to live the next 70 years, and eventually still end up like him, and in the next 200 years, the generation still don't know both of you? So what's your purpose? You get the point.
No, I'm not sure. Repeat that again. I didn't understand what you said.
Now, this is my point. You lie because you want to have an enduring, you want to live longer a bit, because it's maybe, so your lie gave you like maybe 15, 20 years in addition. But eventually life catches up with you, and it is part of life that somebody dies.
Yes.
Now, this man, because you think he's foolish, but he just stood on being truthful no matter what, because he's not afraid of death, and he lost his life to the thief who shot him.
Yes.
And he died. So in the next 50 years, both of you are dead.
Yes.
Or let me say 100 years, because maybe you still don't want to die early. In the next 100 years, both of you are dead, but you still end up the same place after that 100 years, which in the scheme of time, it's not, it's insignificant. You are still both in the same state.
It's true. But you know the difference.
And to add on top, hold on, Fofa. To add on top of what MS said also, there's no guarantee that if you tell the armed robber the truth, actually he may kill you. Or there's no guarantee that if you lie to him, he's still not
going to kill you. So you see, that is why I want you to see that. It is not just, you need to understand that for some people, if they've overcome the fear of death, they have nothing to lose. Because they have nothing to lose, they are blunt. That's what we call them. They just open and tell you the way it is.
I hear what you are saying. The reason why you lie is because you are anticipating that is going to give you a higher chance of survival.
That is it.
That is the reason why you do that. And in terms of the whether it's a good idea to, versus somebody that just believes that they are going to go to heaven versus somebody that doesn't believe that, is because the way you measure
heaven now. It's not a matter of heaven.
Or some kind of reward, or like the example you were giving.
Yes.
The idea is that if you have to have a kind of way of measuring reasonableness of things in terms of being able to navigate the world, the reality you are in. So if there is no proof of heaven, there's nothing like that, versus the fact that you have children that you have to raise. The children are too young, maybe 3-4 years old, that you have to raise. Then you go and do, I'm a purist, I'm going to go to heaven.
Why do you want to raise a child?
Why do you want to raise a child?
Yes.
Because you were raised in this world.
Yes.
And you want your children to go
this person that will believe that it's God that will raise the children. Can we move?
We believe that God is going to raise.
Some people don't even believe that they should have children on it. They have fathers who are Catholic priests, and they feel like
in their service to humanity and God, they don't even want to have marriage.
Those ones, they cancel themselves out of life.
Now, you see, you are blaming. Now, wait, you are thinking you have a superior argument or you are wiser than them because they chose that part of life. No, don't make it look like
no, I'm not necessarily doing that. I'm just saying.
What do you mean they cancelled what? What do you mean they cancelled?
They canceled themselves out of the continuous flow of life because
based
on what we know,
it is by their choice. You understand that point?
Yes.
Yes. So those kind of people now, you realize that you can't scare them with, hey, don't you want your generation to continue? Because some people you need to scare by saying
I don't need to scare them. They can choose their path.
You understand what I'm trying to say now? You see, your weakness is what can be used against you.
How?
Now, if you're afraid of death, I can tell you that your weakness will be that somebody should put gun on your head and you simply negotiate and you do your worst because you are scared of death.
What I'm discussing has nothing to do with that fear of death. Death will surely come. It's actually, you're talking about continuity into the distant future, not about yourself, about generations to come. You are not caring only about your individual self, about other people around you too. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Because you've come into this world, the privileges you've enjoyed is because of some other people.
If you're thinking of these other people, now wait, let us use the scenario of that robber, for example. Now, if that robber goes to like 15, 20 homes, and each one of them did not lie, and he shot all of them, maybe he killed 100, maybe he killed 1,000. But all of them simply spoke the truth and said, I have money and I'm not going to, and I'm willing to die, and they died. What happens? Do you know that becomes an ideology? And before you know it, the robber will have to reconsider and say, come, these people are mad. They won't give up. They won't give up and stop robbing eventually.
Or they find a more drastic way of making them do it, like maybe making sure that they kill them in front of their family. Robbers who want to rob, and if you escalate, they escalate. That is the nature of prey versus predator. So the argument you were making was that some people don't care about these things. It's true. You can't force people that don't care. People want to be a monk and all the rest. However, most people in life they travel through time in the way in terms of procreation. That's how people travel through time. And generally, most people want to go in that direction, and they don't want to die needlessly. Not when they have not raised their children, and so that their children, they don't have any chance of passing on. This is something that we are hardwired to do. We will enjoy all these benefits not because we did it ourselves. Some other person laid it foundation for us.
Okay, let me just give my final submission.
Half of Europe is waiting.
Yes, let me just give my final submission.
Half of Europe. Who is that? Who is half of Europe? Is that speak the truth? I don't know who he is.
I'm actually about to leave. But I have to say this. There's a lot going on this weekend.
It's quite interesting. We are going to have. Sorry, I'm going to come back to it. It's quite interesting the exchanging with Eme, because it came with a totally different point of view. We barely even touched the actual crux of whether lying or not lying. Go ahead, Jide.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's a lot going on this weekend. Maybe it's probably going to be next weekend. We'll talk about it because currently there's a Europe summit for Ukraine and the drama is already heating up, man. But we'll talk about.
They are all trying to seduce. They are trying to intimidate, seduce, beg Trump to turn. That's the name of the game. They what's his name? Zelensky went and saw the king. They are exposing him to everybody now. Look at Trump will be like, oh, I'm crying. He goes and sees the king. Now let me go and cut out to the agenda of triggering a world war. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be a drama, but yeah, I have to think of going to work tomorrow. Man. Talk to you guys later. Take care.
They are working tooth and nail to win him over. But that said, I think let allow I speak the truth to speak. Then Jefferson, Eccentricas, and then we'll just open it up for a bit. Then we round off for today. We've gone on quite long, actually, longer than normal for Sundays. Yes, I speak the truth. What do you make of this?
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Maska. I really, really appreciate your time here. And obviously, anytime you're welcome, and I will be getting back to you. Diaspora voting. You know, for diaspora voting, there is somebody, Omoye Corner came today, and she wants to also do some campaign on diaspora voting. So that will be quite interesting for all of us to work on it together. Yeah, I speak the truth. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, sir.
All of us to
Same,
work
man.
on it together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so
Thank you.
I've
Welcome.
been listening to everybody, right? I think there's a feedback somewhere.
Okay, so
All right.
I'm taking care of it.
Yes, sir. So a couple of things really interested me. I was listening to, and one came from Obi, another one came from Tony. Of course, we heard Emmy, and I think, in essence, Hindsight already put it succinctly. He explained it all. You know, he explained the difference between lies, fabrication, deceits. Those are the things he outlined. Then, of course, he went into the realm of the court, where he talked about willful misrepresentation. He talked about perjury, which could also be, in some instances, obstruction of justice, or in most instances. What Obi actually said, and which I think Emmy leaned into that school of thought, and which also bothered me in a way, was the advice he said he got from his father. And what I wanted to ask, and which I asked in the comment section, was, let's say the mom that Evo Basics talked about, let's say it was your child that was being accosted by the mob or being chased by the mob, and they fled into your house. But the mob wasn't sure that was your child, let alone they weren't certain if he ran into or she ran into the house. Would you say, because of what you hold moral, would you now say, well, I'm going to, because I'm not going to tell a lie. My dad told me never tell a lie. I'm going to let my child out to the mob, knowing that they're going to cause harm to your child. You know, so I thought that's a question I would like him to answer. Because if we look at it, lies are not inherently bad. Like, I mean, everybody here is saying the same thing in different ways to a large extent. So sometimes they're not morally reprehensible. Sometimes they could be justifiable. Like in the case of the guy Tony said that stole, if a guy stole a loaf of bread and then he goes to court and says, well, I was starving, that was why I did it. I know in the West, they wouldn't care you stole it, but I wish Master was on here to, well, if he knows, I don't know if he knows. Well, I'd say, like, in the Middle East, for example, let's say under Sharia law, such a man will not be convicted for stealing while he was starving. So lies are not entirely evil. You can't just say, well, because let's say this. There's a popular video on the internet of these little girls that were in a zoo with their dad. I don't know if you guys have seen the video. And there was a horse. They were looking at the horse, and the horse's penis started elongating from his stomach. And you see the little girl saying, Dad, it's about to poop. It's about to poop. And the other sister's like, Dad, is that its leg? Is that its leg? And the dad's like, yeah. that's
Let me
leg.
answer him.
So what would you in that instance expect the dad to do? We've also personally, there was a significant event that happened where you know, let me stop there because I'll be giving too much away. But yeah, there was a significant event that was supposed to lead to a military change in Nigeria, and my parents had to step up and act like after my dad came in, like, no, they're not here, they're not here. You know, so there's certain times you don't. It's not. I think it's not universal. You know, there are universal lies. Then there's some that, like, out of necessity, you have to tell them. You know,
Yeah.
so sometimes what is a lie in your society might
Ready?
not be a lie in
Okay,
my
I'll bring it for you.
society. Huh?
No, it's just interference. Go ahead.
Right. So
Sorry.
sometimes some lies could be societal. It could be a lie in your society and not a lie in mine. But then at the same time, there are lies that are universal.
You mean there's a societal lie?
Yeah, definitely.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What could be a lie in your
So I shouldn't be
society?
talking like this now. You
Yeah,
shouldn't be
there's
talking like
Hold on.
this.
Let me ask him then. Can you give us an example of
an
a
example.
societal
An lie. Example is in the West. They
Oh, look
tell
at
their
that.
kids. They
Syndicat,
tell
you
their
started
wait,
now.
they
Syndicat, you
tell
started
no,
now.
no.
You
Listen.
started now.
It's okay.
I'm agreeing with him. In the West, they tell their kids that Santa Claus is real, and that Tooth
No,
Fairy
you're
is
going too
real.
far. Your another example is saying that Jesus Christ is white when he's black.
Exactly.
That's a practical example. And then someone here is saying, really? In this forum?
Yeah, so those are not it's not universal. Some lies are universal.
A lot of lies are even traditional.
Which one is universal? Like, which one is universal?
If you go to the Yoruba land, for example, you will be told that don't put your hand in the ring.
A universal lie.
Those are superstitious beliefs now. Are they lies?
But they are lies. Because once you do that, you realize that there's no repercussion.
I'm learning about all these universal lies. What is a universal lie? Because I've not thought about it from that point of view before.
A universal lie will be what we all know as deceit. So think about any way of deceiving somebody. If you know that this thing is inherently a lie, did you take that thing? You didn't take it. In any society, if you steal from somebody and you say, did you take it? And the person says, I didn't take it. I don't care what society it is on earth. That's a universal lie. You told
Okay. I see what you mean. That makes sense. It's the objective definition of lying. You're intentionally deceiving
some things are universal, some things could be societal, and some things could be morally reprehensible, and some things could be morally justified, but in there's still lies. So but but it's not all blanket.
It's not all blanket. I think why this became interesting was because some of us were struggling to admit that lie is not always evil. I think that is where
but it's not always evil. It could be, but not always.
Yes,
sometimes
not
it could be
always.
morally justifiable and needed.
So in professional circles or professional career and business, where do you draw the line in terms of lie?
It doesn't exist. That's the problem.
No, it does exist. Lies, of course, they do exist. If anything,
let's restrict it to like scientific and engineering. That would be interesting to. Let's just restrict it there because it will be too broad if we bring law and all the rest.
Scientific and engineering.
No, let's discuss it all. Let's not leave anything to chance.
We can't. Scientific and engineering, it's either true or it's not. And most people are not versed in that. I would not come on.
Before it's even a truth in science.
But some people can falsify some reports now. If they fear that, okay, look at the moral judgment now. Let's say you have a dictator for president, for a leader that wants to go to war, hot, and he says, "Hey, I need to get this chemical weapon made." You be like, I don't want to be responsible for making this. That this guy is going to go and use to poison a lot of people. So you could forge it. You see. Is that evil or is that unprofessional?
Yeah, but that's not science. That's not science. I think when you say
it's within
it's a moral. It's a moral lie.
Carrying out the scientific operation.
That is not science.
So you have to apply.
How
is that not science?
That's not science. When you said science and you said let's leave out. When you said science, and engineering, and let's leave out things like business and that
Mora.
the settings. Um, I was gonna say that
No, I
when it
meant the
comes
scientific sector.
forefathers, you keep interrupting.
I'm trying to clarify what I meant, so you don't.
Yes. So well, I'm trying to say what I understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
When you said that, I was gonna
I can help you out with that. One of the
I
lines
was
is
about to
scientific
preface
sector.
by saying I don't know about science and engineering, so I'm not going to come on here and pretend I know about it. But now you're giving another definition of what you meant. So that is, I would think, at least Emmy has agreed, and I would think everybody else will agree that that's not science. Now you're still going back to the morality of things. If you're saying, well,
Yeah, because my point is that it may filter into every area that you would think is isolated.
Yeah, but that's not science. You're still talking about morality. Now, if you say, let me just stay. Let's try to stay on topic. So, if you say on the business aspect of things that you asked, lying in business, of course, that's a no-no, or in a business setting. Taken from your word, this was a word you used when you first started that topic. You said it will be dangerous. So if you're known to be, yes, so that was the word you used about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Yes.
I remember. So that, and I agree with you totally, because in business, if you are known to be shysty, if you are known to be untrustworthy, if you are known to not be dependable and your work to not be taken for any reasonableness, nobody would want to do business with you. At least I know I wouldn't want to do business with you because you're not to be trusted. In a business setting, it'll be the same way. In a court of law, it'll be the same way.
But I can give you examples now. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like with your business now that you're referring to, I'll avoid the scientific area. The business area, like in the case of tobacco, when they used to market it. So business, they can lie if they can get away with it. And morality it sometimes fails even in those areas. This is what I was meaning, that even areas where you think you should not get into, it's there. It depends on the guardrails you put in place. This is where this might benefit us in terms of societally for having this conversation, because it goes everywhere. The people smoke tobacco for decades, even if the people that were making it knew, the people that were supporting them knew, but they pretended as if they didn't know. You see what I mean? So
know what? Know what?
They know it causes cancer. It damages the health. They knew that right for decades, and they allowed people to carry on smoking.
Don't speak what you don't know.
Is that proven?
Do you smoke?
Yeah. Oh, I can show you evidence.
Do you smoke?
And it can also show you a lot of evidence that says otherwise.
Do you smoke? Don't say what you don't know.
Forefathers, you can be shown evidence that says otherwise as well. You know that?
Oh my God, this is not a debate. We all know it causes cancer.
No, you see, that is where I have issues with you. You always land.
You don't know. Don't say.
Okay, oh, let me check because I didn't know this was a debate too. You guys are troubling me to do. What kind of wahala is this?
No need for you to prove anything.
Report can be put there for a reason.
You're right. You're spot on. I don't know what they're being intransigent. You're right.
You can have your audience. Some of them might not do that.
Cigarette is a carcinogen. That's a fact.
For a reason. Do you get?
Yeah. Let me check. Let me show this though, because it looks like this is breaking news for some people. Look at that. Does cigarette cause cancer? Yes.
Based on what?
Google didn't even say not based on clear evidence.
Wait. Can you tap otherwise? Show me evidence to justify that cigarette doesn't cause cancer, and see maybe you won't have.
Go do your own research. It's a carcinogen.
Look at it. It says
relax.
It's for. They said that smoking is the leading cause of cancer worldwide.
That's
a lot of people that smoking.
That is so conclusive.
You know a lot of people that.
We're moving away from the topic, forefathers.
Eme is a troublemaker. If he's arguing with this one, he's a scientific man. He's causing all this trouble.
You with your intellect sometimes you shame me at times. Let me tell you something again, right? Look, you know the policies behind WHO, yeah? And anything that's they want, to put out there, they will bend the hands of the world, even internet or whatever, they put it there.
Thank you.
You've had
Thank you
people,
very much. Yes.
You've had people in your village, they smoke tobacco and they live 120 years.
Don't mind for father, and there's
What
every
about
cast
women?
say
Women that has
live 120 years.
Women that has breast cancer.
Oh my God! You guys are going to keep me there. You know what?
Wait, now let me speak now. Hold on. All the women that has breast cancer, do they smoke? All the women do they smoke? They don't smoke. So sometimes, look, medical reports are there for something. You understand? It's just like people telling you about COVID-19 vaccine. There are people till today picked off for their head. They will not take that vaccine because the vaccine did not do anything.
No. This is not a debate.
This
one is conclusive.
No, hold on. Listen to me. Hold on. It's not a debate. I'm telling you what's out there when it comes to medical. COVID vaccine, right? Is if you ask now, does the vaccine cure corona? He will tell you yes. But there are people who took the vaccine, took even booster jab, and they also died with corona.
Yeah, but it's not absolute. Science has never been absolute.
So why are you not putting this yes as absolute?
Exactly.
No. I'm saying
you said yes. You don't change your mouth. You said yes. You said yes.
Yes to what again?
That is the point.
You said you're quoting the AI report. Yes.
Yes.
So
What?
yes, absolute. Yes.
Yes, it causes cancer. I didn't say it causes all. I didn't say that it causes cancer for everybody that smokes a cigarette. I didn't say that. I said cigarette causes cancer.
Like Tony said, let's go back to the main topic.
Don't be absolute. That's just my point.
Let's go back
every
to
loss, there can also be an equal minus. So you need to know that.
They paid out billions of dollars as compensation for the damage they caused. So this is not a joke at all.
It's a court suit, not because it's part. It's a court suit. Court that ordered it. Once court says it's final.
There are certain things we argue about. This one, the information is too broad. That if you have 10 people and let's say 20 people, you have 20 that is not smoking and 20 that is smoking. That's 40 people now. Then over time you monitor them. Generally, they find that the ones that are smoking get a specific type of cancer that is associated with smoking far more. That makes it conclusive.
Wait, fathers, please. You need to understand where we are coming from. We are not even arguing about the causality of cancer with smoking or how they correlate. No. All we are just trying to say is that as a presenter, you should also consider the other people who have other opinion, and don't just.
There's no other opinion. It's a scientific fact. Can we go back to the topic? Can we
you can't let me accept your point, and because because you say it, I should not accept it. Is that how you convince me?
That's the problem. If you don't accept it,
I'm not saying there's no other opinion.
You just suggest that.
I'm not saying that there is no other opinion in the sense that. Look, let's not make this rowdy. I think we have been doing so well lately. Actually, this conversation has gone one of the most level-headed conversation we've ever had this day without any major argument at all. So, Loco, I think who was speaking earlier on? Has that person finished? I'm not so sure.
I think it was
it was me, boy. Everybody jumped in.
Yeah, so after him supposed to be me.
No, it's all right.
I've not said anything.
Okay, you're done. Okay.
I'll listen. I'll just
okay. Jefferson. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Wait, Jefferson. Hold on. Jefferson.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, and
Jefferson, Jefferson, hold on, wait first. I know understand. Why you fight to speak? Did they win money? Did they win lottery?
Yeah, they are winning a lottery.
Oh God,
they are winning a lottery.
You know what is going somewhere?
Let me speak.
Thank God. Go ahead.
Wow. let him speak, Charlie. Don't mind Loco.
All right. It's nice to hear from you guys again. So basically, I think I love the topic on the concept of truth. You see, truth is a very, very controversial word, in the sense that it has been misconstrued in so many ways. Of course, we all know that within our spheres, we all grew up under a certain sect, religion, tradition, blah, 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 blah. And we held on to so many values. But what makes a human being distinct is the fact that the person can be able to reason and be able to check things for themselves. With due respect to everyone in this house, and I know people are going to counter what I'm going to say, it's only a dummy that will stand by something and will not do his own due diligence and go to the grave. That is the worst. The worst that can happen to you as a human being is to just take things hook, line, and sinker without checking them and doing your own individual due diligence. You see. Now, speaking of truth, you look at it from very, very different perspective. You will see that we're not. First of all of us here in this platform are above the ages of 18, right? On the first note. And what do I mean? I mean that there are some things that will be said. We need to, have some level of instincts to be able to investigate how true those things can be. Do you understand? In the medical sphere, in fact, in all our sectors, on world standardizations and whatever, there are certain things they hold as standards. In engineering, in sciences, in the medicals, even in law, they hold them to standards. And sometimes when they hold those things to standards, it doesn't mean that it's absolutely correct. It doesn't make it correct. Everybody's, for instance, I'm from a scientific background. Albert Einstein happens to be a great scientist today, right? But when he was alive, the scientists of then, they disgraced him. They didn't even give him a PhD because he brought some theories that were different from the norm of sciences. And they didn't want to agree with him. But after he has gone, everyone is now keen into into his theories and being to say, oh, the way we are seeing science today is no longer the same. So, and so many innovations are
I thought Einstein was celebrated when he was alive.
No, he wasn't entirely celebrated. He was, but if you know what I mean, he still faced some level of controversies. At a point that even his lecturer, they wrote a letter telling him that they are not going to give him a PhD. You understand?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know. You can go and check now.
See, every day I'm learning. I'm learning. This the class we are learning.
You understand? So look, there's a lot of probability. There are a lot of probabilities going on out there. In the medical world, we don't even need to go too far. Let's not even go too far in that one. Even in the medical world, right? There are some certain things that we take in that traditional that we cure us real instantly and solve our problem quicker than even when you go to the hospital.
Correct.
Do you know that? So you understand? So it has been proven so many times. Is it to cure cough and whatever it is? It's just to tell you that the global medical world, they profit. Are you listening? They make a hell lot of profit when you are sick. When you are ill, they make profit. And when they make that profit, it's $1 billion business. But once they find a way to cure those illness the right way that is sustainable, they are out of jobs.
But hold on though, hold on. I think people have made this argument quite a lot, and I am a little bit at a loss why that is the case. Because
think about it. I'll give one a practical example. There's a guy they call Dr. Sebi.
I've not asked the question. I've not asked the question.
No. I want you to go and do a research on him. He's late now, but when that guy was alive, that guy cured illnesses. And he was not a medical doctor, and he faced a lot of lawsuits.
I'm not after that. I'm saying people are living longer today. People are living healthier today. And like Ozempic now that they found cure for.
That's lie. It's not true for us.
Look at that.
It's not true. Most of us are not healthy.
We're not living longer.
We're not as healthy as
we are living longer. It's a fact. Life expectancy is rising. But the other point I wanted to make was about Ozempic. So if they didn't, they found a cure, something to cure fat, they released it for people to have. So I don't understand why people think they will deny you medicine. They will just charge you more. That's iPhone.
No. You don't get it. Most of the cure you're seeing in the market in conventional medicine, they're only treating symptoms. They are not treating the cure. Know this and know fact.
You may be right that they're hiding.
I have a lot of medical practitioners that will tell you this for free. Around me, they know. They have seen the rot. Listen, most of them see the rot firsthand, but they will not tell you. They will not. You don't get it. But because of what they will profit, they rather do and undo. For instance, you keep on taking, and at the long time, you don't know whether that thing is good for your kidney or your liver or whatever.
Can you give an example?
I will just go with the flow.
Yeah,
we
can
go
you
with
give
the
us
flow.
the historical case that we have found out? Let me ask you now, because I talk about the cigarette one, but that is not the type we're talking about here. Because what you are alluding to is that they can cure a disease, but they didn't cure it because they want to make money out of it. Is there any disease that we know historically, even one that has proven to be the case that they had the ability to cure it, but they didn't cure it?
Fathers, what are you talking about? Why are you making it
HIV? Let me bring. You want to bring this topic? Let's talk of HIV. Dr. Balaka and Co. Even Dr. Sebi, they found the cure of HIV, but you know now. No, I have to talk about this thing.
Why are you against ChatGPT? ChatGPT is perfectly reasonable. It's better than Google.
Forget all those ones. Forget all those ones. It's people like me and you that will put those information there.
I don't have for so. For you.
See, it is not. See, I knew this type of information even before.
Let me
what we know as the mobile phones now. It's a long time this information has been available. We are discussing here.
Yes. Okay.
So who is next that hasn't spoken, so that we make sure we bring everybody in first before.
Eccentrica hasn't spoken.
Eccentrica hasn't spoken. Yeah. Eccentrica, the troublemaker. He's been a troublemaker for weeks now. I don't know what's going on.
I haven't spoken to him. I've not spoken for others.
Oh, you've not spoken. Okay. Let me bring you back.
I came here before him.
No, speak now. I'm not dragging with you. Speak.
The
two biggest troublemakers are up there now.
I'm not dragging with you. Speak. I'm not dragging with you.
We come out at night, man. Oh my goodness. Well, this is hilarious, man. Anyways, so man, this guy, half of Turkey, pretty much. I agree with most of. I agree with his points. Not most. I agree with pretty much everything he said about lies. Universal lies and cultural lies. That's how we have superstitious beliefs. These are based on lies, and some of the lies are not wrong, right? They are used to preserve environment. For instance, if anyone of you guys know the place called Uturu, right? Uturu has, they preserve their alligators, right? They have alligators running around everywhere. They preserve it with lies, right? With what you would call lies. You know what I'm saying? They believe that the animal
superstitious one is
they believe that they believe that the animal protected their ancestors, right? It's like an ancestral animal. You're not supposed to kill them. If you kill them, someone in your family will die, stuff like that. And those so-called lies were used in preserving like the natural environment, right? And if you go in some communities like in Imo State, you don't kill snakes, right? Some of the snakes, they're pythons. You can't kill them because they believe that they're ancestral animals. So, it's a lie, but it's not wrong. The intention is to preserve all those animals, right?
Yeah, eccentric, don't be offended. I want to contribute. Like in a place they call Opai, they do not kill crocodile. In fact, I was doing a power plant training there. A set that went before me, an army officer went to go and kill a crocodile. And when he did that, right, the community people were extremely annoyed and they warned him that they are going to do a burial for that crocodile. Guess what? Go and check it. It's 2017, 2016. Google it. You will see the news there. Do you know the reason why the reason why they don't kill crocodile? The reason why they don't kill crocodile in Opa is because during the war, it was those same crocodile that was helping the villagers to climb on their back to sustain them to cross the river or something. So based on that, they they don't play. I think they even worship crocodile there or something.
I
So they don't
How
keep it
does
that
that
way.
relate? How does that relate to life? How does that relate to life? That's a superstitious belief.
No,
That's not
no,
life.
Hold on, let me take my time. Let me take my time back. Hold on.
Sorry. I was just trying to say something in addition to the python you were mentioning. Sorry
Thank
about
you,
that.
man. I thank you. I appreciate that, man. So the superstitious part, right? You don't have to take it serious, right? The intention there is to they understand the symbiotic relationship between those animals and the environment. How these animals preserve their natural environment. This is their way to preserve the natural environment. Like if you go to some communities like in Isuquato, some of their waters, right? You can't fish there because they drink the water. And when people start fishing in those little streams, it will create a problem. You have dead fishes in the water, and it will probably cause a problem for the community, right? So these are how they preserve their environment with lies or whatnot. And like in the West, they have their lies, right? They lies about Jesus being born on the 25th, and if you look in the sky, you see the full moon. We don't know how that's related to like the cosmic events, right? And the lies about Santa Claus and all that, right? These lies, they're not harmful lies, but they do have. There are some research that shows that they have negative effects on the children, right? When you lie to your kids about things like that, and then they realize that you're lying, it will affect their trust. They'll have trust issues.
But don't you think that when they grow older, what that lie would teach them, maybe not in a very, very intellectual way where they can concretize it, but they will understand innately that some lies are not always bad, like with that Santa Claus stuff. It's not always bad.
Right.
Maybe that's the lesson.
Forefather, I give you a scenario. When I was growing up, in my house, they just banned eating of snake. So we were inquisitive. I said, Dad, I just learned about snake that is nutritious and is good. Why are we not eating snake in this house? Because grandparents had a stomach upset with snail or something, and he banned it from the family, and it went from generation to generation. And I said, why? So in my own time, I started, when I tasted it, man, best delicacy, I started eating snake.
Oh God!
Come on now, and that was the end of that thing. It was not a lie. Just that old man got upset, grandparents got upset with snake, and refused the wife to cook it in the house, and that was that generation took it like a forbidden thing. Some of them were not lies; they were just an experience that was not healthy. So some of these things are not actually superstitious, and we just take it like one thing. Those are not lies. They just bad.
That begs the question, though. When does superstition? Because superstition, I understand it does help society. Makes it more cohesive and people work together. But when does it become very limiting? Because if you look at, I don't want to go trigger people. So like some religions now, they don't like being questioned. Because they want
their name. It's like Muslim people.
They don't like the religions don't, in short, general religions don't like to be questioned, and they don't like to expand their knowledge. They like to keep it within the doctrine, isn't it? So it becomes limiting for people in terms of their ability to discover new knowledge. So that is, for me, that is where I can say, that is where some of all these superstition becomes a problem.
Let me interject real quick based on what eccentric
hold on. Let me make this point.
No, I want to interject based on what you said.
No, I'll give you one. Just give me a minute, right?
No
There's a story about we've heard this story so many times, right? Older women being killed because some people claim that they turn into birds, that they saw them turn into a bird, went into the drainage system and then turned into a human, right? We've seen stuff like that, and we know that these are not facts. They're not real. You know what I'm saying? And people get killed over this type of lies. Someone make up lies and go, that lady turned into a bird. I saw the lady turn into a bird and turn back into a human. And then people stone her to death. We've heard stories like that so many times, right? And we don't even question the people that make those claims. They might be having
a lot of people believe these things. People believe these things. There are some people, even till today, they will be like, I was surprised that somebody that you would think is more enlightened in terms of, because the person is aware of African stuff, Pan-Africanism and all the rest. But was highlighting a video where a masquerade was dancing on fire, and she was saying something like, "This is something great that our ancestors have that they have been stolen from us." And like, how did you have the ability to be in fire, real fire? That when we talk about hot fire, you remain in hot fire, and you will come and take your country from you. You think that's how easy it is? Why you believe in those superstitious things? You know
No,
that's what I was
but
questioning.
It's not superstition,
you
forefathers.
always make that.
Some of
You
these
always
things
make
they
that.
happen. What are your problem?
Sometimes you always make that example
Don't.
of, well, if they had these weapons, or the other person had more weapons, and if you claim you had this spirituality, how come you lost and became enslaved? I don't think that is correct, because you can have more guns than somebody and still lose a war. You can have a better trained army than somebody and still lose the war. So using our ancestors as an example and saying, well, if they did have these things, why did they lose? I don't think that's fair. Back to what eccentric cast and
I mean, lose badly, not just lose to a fair.
well, lose badly a little bit, halfway they lost, right? But back to what the eccentric cast said, and Obi, I do understand, yes, some things cannot be proven, but I think we should give our ancestors the benefit of doubt. I don't think every superstition is inherently a lie, especially when it comes to spirituality. There could have been, at least based on what I know, there could have been a reason why they say, like you just mentioned, the towns in like around Olo and Aladim and all those places, like where they say, don't eat XYZ because of this, right? But if you're not deep into spirituality, you don't know why they said they should not do that. If you, and this will be straying, of course, and going deeper and taking the conversation to a spirituality, but there were
Yeah.
reasons why
So
our
Yeah.
ancestors
I
Sorry
agree
for
with
say
talking. Please
there
check
were
my
I agree with your
chat.
reasons, right? So
I
wait, hold
posted
on,
that thing I was
Jefferson.
talking about. Please check the chat.
all right.
Our
Jefferson,
private chat.
I saw that. So think about this, right? I think we right now, right? We have a duty to find out the reasons behind all these claims that they made. Let's leave the spiritual aspect of it alone, right? Let's find out empirically what they were trying to achieve, right? Like, we can deduce, right? Like, for
No,
instance,
we
there are
can't.
some there's some communities, like some of the trees in the communities, you're not allowed to, fell the trees, right? You're not allowed to cut them down because the trees are ancestral trees and they're old trees. They can last for 100 years, 200 years, right? And we've seen instances where bishops, from some certain churches, right, will come in and say and claim that evil spirits reside in these, trees, blah blah blah, and then they cut it down, right? We need to understand why some communities have this superstitious belief.
Exactly. I'll give you a practical example. There's a tree
We
called,
gotta understand the
there's a tree, a Balumo tree for Yorubas,
listen.
or Dara for Igbos. There's a
Hold on.
tree. So those trees are very significant. In fact, those ones, you are not supposed to even pluck the fruits or even damage the tree because it has a key to, it's tied to fertility. And you can go and find out. So those
Like
are
you're saying,
like one
no,
of
wait.
it. That is a practical example of what
You're saying
why
it's tied
people
to
hold on to those
fertility, but
beliefs.
what is the proof for that, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Essential
You're saying
Cast,
that it's tied to fertility.
when I started, and when the conversation went towards engineering and science, right? What I did was I gracefully removed myself from it because it is not in my expertise. It is not something I can talk about to the extent that maybe you, Jefferson, or Forefathers can, without coming across as pretentious, or even Local P, because I gathered that you guys are more into the sciences. In the same vein, this is how you cannot say, well, empiric, they have to explain to us. They have to explain to us. They have to prove it. You are not in their type of science. So even if they try to explain it to you, you still would have your doubt based on the age we are.
That's fine.
Age meaning the era, right? The age
Yeah.
we are, this information age, the kind of science you grew up to understand, as opposed to someone that would explain to you that, listen, I could do this sacrifice or do this or do that, and I'm just saying this, like I could get information from that tree. You get what I'm saying? Why you
Yeah.
shouldn't, this is why we don't cut that tree. This is why we don't kill alligators. This is why we don't eat crocodiles,
Yeah.
for example. So
Wait, hold on. Okay.
you're asking for a Western style explanation, and
No,
you'll
that's not
never
the
be
Western
able
style.
to get that.
Okay, hold on. Let me continue with my points, right? So in the scientific community, these are one of the lies, right? You can find in the scientific community. There are some theories that has been known to be false, right? But these theories, you have academians getting funded for this type of theories. Like for instance, string theory, right? A concept of a unifying theory, right? To try to unify all the forces. These has been debunked. String theory, isn't accurate, right? A lot of physicists, a lot of scientists don't like string theory because it has a lot of problems. And people can make up theories in math, right? I mean, in the sciences, right? These are example of, like, there was a lady, a doctor. I don't know if she's a nurse, right? She took I think it was exponential growth, and how things, how diseases can spread exponentially, right? And then she put her name on that and called it her own theory, and then she got exposed for that. I forgot the actual name that she called it. I have it in a book somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So these are part of it. In academia, they get funding, by coming up with, theories. They're trying to find, some particles and stuff like that. If they keep doing this,
That
that's
is
how they
quite
get funding.
interesting point you just raised just now, actually. I think we were talking about academia. I remember there was a video I saw of this lady that was complaining about what is going on in academia, especially in research, that many of them are just basically glorified pen pushers, and they deliberately do it just to make money. So, and she was like, she doesn't like it. But carry on. I think I will share the video when I find it.
Okay. Yeah. That's one of the examples of it. You know what I mean? Because this is the problem with the system that we are practicing, the economic system, capitalism, right? You got to understand, people want to, the survival aspect of it, you see what I'm saying, kind of muddy the water, messes up the whole thing. People want to make money. They want to live an extravagant lifestyle. People want to survive, right? So the people in academia, right, if people find out their roots, right, and find out, hey, look, this research that you're looking for, this particle, whatever quark that you're looking for, it's not actually important. It's not real. It could, stop their fundings. These guys get millions in funding from the federal government, for researchers, from private individuals. Those are the type of lies that can exist in the science community, right? And like string theory is one of them. It's like,
yeah, and people can be funded to spread lies too, even within the scientific community. There are people that are funded billions of dollars to spread lies. So don't act as if it's only people that are doing wrong, doing the right thing that they are funding.
You have to give us an example. You can't just make that.
No, it's not that give example.
Can we listen to this? Can we listen to this?
In this 2025, you are talking like
Jeremy,
this.
hold on. Jeremy, hold on.
That I was asked to keep confidential. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I now believe that reading it to you will go some way to explain why I'm worried about the status of scientific research generally, but especially in the foundations of physics. I received this email about 7 years ago after I published a comment in Nature Physics titled "Science Needs Reason to be Trusted." In it, I explained how I lost trust in scientific self-correction after I realized how much of what's published in the foundations of physics is nonsense and continues to be nonsense. This email came from someone who I've met a few times but don't know in any depth, and who at the time worked at a top institution in the United States. To honor the request of confidentiality, I've removed some details. Hi, Sabina. I'm if you remember me. I'm not using my work email. The topic is a bit delicate, and I hope that our conversation will remain confidential. I'm contacting you regarding your recent paper in Nature, which made a lot of noise. First of all, congratulations on a nice paper. If you wanted to attract attention, you managed to do this. Actually, I'd like to ask you next time, think not only about short-term personal benefits, but about the community in general. You understand what consequences your publication might bring for our community? What are all these BSM model builders with exaggerated self-opinion going to do afterwards? What about experimentalists who survive hiding inside big multi-TV collaborations? Can you offer them all any decent employment alternatives? Some of them have families and young children. Some of them are already too old to get employment elsewhere. For some of them, academia is the only way to get US visa. If you like, yes, what we created is a bubble, but it helps thousands of those guys and their families not to die from hunger. We all do the same stuff and have some trade secrets. For example, I'm one of the authors of the so-called model. Pretty useless stuff, old refurbished with a couple of new blows and whistles. But if people buy this and it helps them to get grants, who cares? For people who pay us, all we do is just noise. They have zero idea that elementary particles exist. They pay us from public funds, not from their own, and basically pay for something cool, some new crazy hype, which they need either to include into their science spending reports or, in case of universities, to attract students. Your paper made a lot of noise and most likely will affect redistribution of HEP funds towards other areas, but I doubt that you'll be able to suggest and implement any organizational changes. Also, any change.
Go finish with it. She goes on to talk about how she doesn't support it and she wants to. I think it's got millions of views, and she's a physicist. She does a lot of physics topics, as you can see. She's not
A lot of people asked me to.
I think look at her subscription, 1.something million. This is big stuff. She's got 1.something million subscribers. So for her to be making such a comment shows you how far it's going to travel. So yeah, the point is this thing that people lie to people is not only restricted to normal area, it filters into other areas too, including scientific. Human beings are we are quite fascinating.
Even within our, sorry, with due respect, even within our culture, our artifacts hold a lot of scientific discoveries, but because they see it as crude, they always try to discredit it. It's only of recent times now that they are beginning to see, like that they see that our scientific artifacts hold a lot of maybe they even saw it some 100 years or 200 years, only God knows.
They knew that.
They know that we hold a lot of scientific secrets. Do you understand?
Like which one we have found out that holds a scientific
the Uboku artwork. There are some artworks. There's the artwork that has the fabric of the cosmic thing. Look,
it's a kind of technological achievement. It's not a scientific mystery. I don't know.
You don't see, forefathers, you don't get it, do you? You don't get it.
I really don't get
exactly.
it.
I understand. That's why you're talking like this. No. With due respect, listen. With due respect, whether you like it or not, most of our cultures hold a lot of scientific secrets.
Jefferson.
That even most scientists, even tomorrow, cannot explain.
Jefferson, look, the thing is,
they can't explain it.
It is incumbent upon us, if we truly hold those knowledge, to utilize it to our betterment. If we can't, if we are
yes, I agree with you. What happened is, of course, we don't need to go too far now. We had a lot of issues with our history.
We can't claim ownership of what we don't know.
Don't take. What do you mean that don't take ownership of what to know? No, is it not our same ancestors that were stolen close to 400 years, and they were making all manner of discoveries outside of the continent? What are you talking about?
Okay, now what do you mean?
Why you be talking like this? When you don't know your history, that's why you act. You talk as if we don't achieve nothing.
Not Jefferson, though. We are trying to start a week of very. No,
sorry, Emma. I don't mean to lash at you. I know I'm talking like this. Most of us are misinformed. That even outsiders even knows us more than we know ourselves. And that is how bad it is. It's extremely bad. That outsiders knows us more than we know ourselves. Let that sink in.
That we let outsiders define us to that point that we don't even know ourselves, and we are not taking outsiders' definition of us as us. That is
You don't understand. We are lost in translation.
Let me hear
We're
from
in ignorance, and that's why we're in this state of confusion.
Jeremy. Let me hear
Maybe
from
because I'm not been talking like these things, but I just have to say it so that we
have
understand.
to round up so that we can wish our people happy week.
You know.
Diaspora, this is voting. Please go ahead.
Okay. For me, for others, I think the premise of which you start the question is even wrong. The foundation, the takeoff was wrong, because like I thought you first of all ask the question, truth or lie, telling the truth or telling lies. You understand? What is the benefit of it, or what are the pros and cons? You understand? And later you switch. You were trying to now cage the question into compartments. You're trying to compartmentalize the question. If it's true or lie in engineering, is different from truth or lie in medicine. It's also different from truth or lie in religion. Also different from truth. So you can't put all the same to say, okay, the truth or lie in medicine and truth or lie in engineering, they are the same, or science, or farming, you understand, or in religion. No, they are not the same. You understand? The only way you can have a direct answer to that is if you discuss it openly, as in a broad form. You understand? And truth or lie is different from true or false. They're not the same. True or false,
yes,
is the opposite. Is in fact different from truth or lie. You understand?
Yes.
And what is truth? What is lie? You understand? A lie to you can be my truth, and I'm ready to go to grave with it. You are ready to go to grave with that. But because we are opposite each other, we are seeing it different. Just like you are seeing a 6, I'm seeing a 9. Put your gun in your head, you will like, that is it. Put your gun in my head, that is it. But put up, I tell you the truth. But from your own lens, I'm seeing it as a lie. Or from my lens, I see it as a lie. But from yours, see it as the truth. You understand? And if you ask now, who is the creator of truth? And who is the creator of lie? Did you have a creator? You understand? If you say yes, it came from the same source. Did not come from opposite source. The creator, the same source, whoever created lie and truth, the same source. You understand? And if it's the same source,
so it now depends on the perception. Yeah.
You understand? So it now what now like you now have to put it into 2 track. Yeah. You can tell a lie to be, and the truth, and both of them will still coexist in the same track, going to a particular direction, a particular destination, or to achieve a particular motive. You can also tell a truth and a lie; they will be on the opposite track, going also be maybe to a negative or whatever. So you can tell truth that will cause destruction.
Wait,
you can
sorry.
also tell truth that will also cause.
Why you dividing truth and lie as if they are 2 different things?
No, that's what I'm struggling to separate.
You either when you switch off the light, you see light. If you switch it off, you see darkness. It is just
the opposite side, right?
Yes, it's of the same
point. See. Even in the same sciences, you have 2 states.
You are simply saying the lie.
No, calm down. In sciences, you have 2 states, 1 and 0. Even within, I don't know, there's something they call qubits.
That's binary.
Qubit.
3.
Yes, qubit is the modification of binary that gives 2 states. If in scientific discovery you can have that, then how much more in what we're discussing right now?
No.
You get?
No. You're missing something here.
Yeah.
No, I'm not missing it. I know exactly where you're going. You say someone's truth can be a lie, someone's lie can be a truth.
I'm not the one that said
I said within the scientific context, you can have a state that is mixed. You have pseudo state, you have real state, but they are still trying to achieve the same thing in some context.
That's what I'm telling you now. So like that, I say truth and lie can coexist in the same track and achieve the same.
Exactly.
Thank you. Now that we come to an agreement. Thank you, gentlemen. The week is coming up, and let's round up and say some, if you want to anyway, say some, leave some message for Nigerians and people. What kind of, I think just kind of farewell message for the week, I guess. So let me start with Obe. Obe didn't say too much. I really appreciate you for joining us. You know, sometimes these rough people that think that they are landlords, when they show up here, they won't let anybody else talk again. Although,
let me interrupt you real quick, please. Obi, I wanted to ask that question. That was why I came on. Remember?
Yeah, not now, though.
I mean,
not now. We are closing out. We are closing out.
I can even answer it in 1 minute. Anyway, that's not a problem.
Don't worry. Before you know it, Jefferson will join, and then May will join.
It will regenerate.
When diaspora vote join is over. You are not going anywhere today. So I really appreciate you people for coming in, and the way everybody has engaged. They've been engaged in good spirit. You see, this is why philosophical topics are good, because it doesn't lead to very acrimonious discussion. The moment we start talking about you know, Nigeria and Babangida, IBB, all hell breaks loose. Everybody start telling each other, say out.
We only have two toxic topics. When discuss something about
let me just
start now.
Godfather, just 1 minute, just to save the curiosity of what's his name again?
Yeah, thank you.
I think I have an elder brother. My daddy is military man, retired. Oga Loco will remember Babangida must go in New Benin when it happened.
Yeah.
My father gave instruction in the morning that nobody should step out of the house, based on security report he had as a military man.
Wow.
And based on he was close to the corridors of the military meetings and whatever they were holding. So the first son, eldest brother, went there to go and see because of youthful exuberance. You know, they picked him. And they took him to Niger State. An old man told me, what did I say? The mother cried, almost called the whole family on top of him. He did not travel out of it. He didn't make a call. He said he should go and he should pass through it so that we understand that when your father tell you next time, don't go out. You will not go out.
Did your father tell you the truth?
He told the mother.
See, that's why I say nobody should say anything.
Because your father tell you the truth.
He told the mother.
No. Question was not following question.
And they didn't catch them.
Chill out now, look. Come on.
You said what? They didn't catch you. What did he say?
People went
hey, hold on. I'll start muting
people. And they were
people.
And that's what I'm saying now. But since you were told,
okay, I will start muting people. These people are trying to trouble me today. So, gentlemen, obey diaspora voting. Amy, Jefferson, and half of Turkey is in Europe. Let me just greet. I think you guys will have the last word. Then let me just greet people first. Then you have the last word. Bami, I see you there in the chat. Dan Godwin, I see you there. Equity, fairness, and justice. I appreciate your comments today. It's very, very like, hey, and a lot of people were like, lying is bad. No matter what, it's bad. No matter how much you like it. Boom Boom Ray is also there. Loco P is present. Adesina John. Nwachuku is there. Don Anthony. Who else is there? McKennelly. You know, quite a few people are there. Uzo Ihi is also there. AB is there. Thank you for that. Let me thank the people that donated. Nana Bash donated $5. Thank you for that donation. There is Tim Majek. Thank you for another $499. Very, very good. And Tracy Jacobin. Tracy Jacobin donated the euro. It's a euro. It's a currency of the European Union. It's called the euro. And Tracy Jacobin again with another this in euro. And Guy Onwalele with $5 Canadian. You know, soon Trump will take Canada. He will take Canada, and Canada will become America, and that Canadian dollar will disappear. And another €2 again from Tracy Jacobin. That's appreciated. Nana Bash with another $5. That's a lot of donation. Guy Wanlele with $2 Canadian. Canadian dollars, hardworking Canadian dollars. Thank you very much for that. Another $2 Canadian again. Very, very good. Nana Bash with another $2 Canadian. You know, this was with $2 and they are paying electronically, but it's all right. We all appreciate it. Every little helps. You see, Madam Luke, you are in trouble. Man, this woman, she doesn't do anything small. nothing she does halfway. Everything is boom, boom, boom. She comes in and completely abuses the men, saying the men are predators and all kinds of stuff she said about our men. Yeah, it's unbelievable. But it's all right.
When
For
men are
all
giving
that,
$2, she's giving 100. You need to abuse.
she give $100. She gave $100 even after abusing all of us. But it's all
Oh
good.
my
We
God.
appreciate that, Madam Luke is highly, highly appreciated and welcome. And Kulata, as always, you see the men, $2. We appreciate it.
Joke with you.
And they do it to some people. $2 again. Thank you very
Yeah,
much, Kulata,
something.
for the $2 donation. And Life with NATO, another $10. You see, the women are the ones standing up. Thank you for that. And Igbo Basic, as always, $5. Thank you for the donation. And now let me give everybody a chance to wish Nigerians a good week. And so we can close out for the day. We really appreciate that, all the donations. All right, so let's start with Obey. So what message have you got for our Nigerian people for the week?
I think more drama will ensue. I learned Fubara gave in earlier. He gave a broadcast saying that he will obey the Supreme Court order and commanded all the local government chairmen to step down and hand over to the secretary of the local government. So that means that they were going to read through the original copy and be able to take it off from there. So more drama from Akpabio end. I'm envisaging an Akpabio's probably he won't survive the end of this tenure. But even if he does, he's not going to come back because there's be a time people will get tired of him and they will want to make a change because from the way it's going, too much of talk, So based on that, Naira was beginning to do some 10 naira, 20 naira, balancing it at 1490 to 15 and all that. So we're looking at some drama at that end. Then from the international scene, God help us, we'll begin to see more White House drama too, But I think Nigeria, to be well with them, everybody will. It will be better off for them anyway, from one step to another. I wish everybody a good week and a fruitful and a prosperous week ahead of us. Thank you.
Very good one. Nice one. I appreciate that. Diaspora voting, what have you got for Nigerians? Not only Nigerians, by the way, all well wishers. Let's put it that way.
Nigerians first, now. At least if it's not Nigeria, who are they?
Yeah, because it could be Western European, this is Americans. It could be
because they are here because they wish Nigerian were. That's why they are here. So Nigerians.
Okay.
If it's not Nigerian, they won't be here. So anyway, like the next people itself support diaspora voting. Is a mandate we must achieve. Nigeria must be great. By hook or by crook, anyhow it be. So whatever it is, we should stop. Being more division. Instead of trying to unite together. So wish you all peace and love and have a good week ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Jefferson, any message for Nigerians and everyone out there watching?
Oh, well, I'll say Nigerians are survivors. I'll put it that way. It's tough out there. Tough out there for our people back home. Equally tough out there for people abroad. So all over the world, it's a give and take situation we're in right now. I would say let us keep on being strong. Of course, there's so much drama in the political space, home and abroad. One that happened on the international scene, of course, which we're anticipating. May God protect us, even with any aftermath that is coming up. And then, in addition to that, back home, the drama is, I don't know where we are going with that. Let me just put it that way. And it's unfortunate, the kind of leaders we have, no sense of direction. But we're praying God that one day we're going to really have an intervention in that country. And we'll get it right. We'll have a change of heart, right mindset, like someone said. He said, "Oh, that is my parents' generation, our generation, and our generation." They say when those generation go before Nigeria can be great, but I totally disagree with him. I believe that if we can reform our mindset and do some things right, of course Nigeria can change, and it doesn't take nothing, doesn't take anything to achieve a great country. It just takes a true mindset and a true leadership and true followership to have a direct and noble cause. And I pray that it happens it happens. I anticipate that, and I wish everyone a good, lovely work week.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure they will appreciate it too. Yeah, welcome back, Igbo Basic, and yeah, have you got any message for our people for the week ahead?
The message is very simple. Forefathers, just to share that I was still listening while I was on the go, and then you had the story on the masquerade, and you talked about the masquerade that came out of fire. Actually, I just put that up on the private chat, and if there was a way you could pick that up, that particular masquerade you were talking about, out of Igbo Basics, it's in 10 minutes and 7 seconds of that video clip. Then you would actually be able to go away with the realities of the mysterious things that we still have that are both scientifically proven, that is real, for a lesson for us to learn, not to throw away the good things that we have. It's right there. It says, it's Ekpo Beke of Sweet 16 and Ekpo Igbo. I put it up there because you can actually see that masquerade you're talking about that is coming out of a fire, real fire, not a joke. While you're doing that, I would say that because we're on ground, the situation, as we get the reports each and every day, it's come to a point where you put your soup on fire and you look away, and by the time you turn around, somebody has actually come and lifted that particular soup that you put on fire. That is what is happening in Nigeria now. And this is not, when we say stuff, we don't say just to. It is the reality of what those whose pots, either somebody just took the pot away or just emptied the content. That's how bad things are. Though we are survivors, but we are not in a declared war. In a declared war, everything is fair game. But this is relatively a time when there is no war. And it's becoming more than a war situation. So with that in mind, I would say to those at home that so they come, so they go. Nigeria go remain. I pulled out a Nigerian passport earlier on, and I showed that a lot of us are still carrying that passport. We have our final affiliation with that place because that's where we come from. And then when the chips are down, that's where we will go back to ashes to ashes. So, forefathers, I don't know if you were able to look at that video that I sent you there.
Yeah.
10 minutes, 10 seconds into that, 7 seconds into that video, you see exactly that masquerade that you were talking about. It's real.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that now.
Yeah, we could actually share with our people and let's dance out with that. And then go figure, don't throw away anything because they are real.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will play that out. I don't know how they come with music, but we'll see how that goes. All right. So regarding my own this thing, what I will say is I hope everyone has a great week ahead, and I hope we should be able to feel that we are not constrained and be daring, and because we have a lot of ground to cover, any of our people that feel like you know, anything is not for them, they should not believe that, because other people, just as much as they are in this world, we all deserve to be here too. There's a reason why God put us on this earth. We deserve a place in it, and we should not feel like anything is above us. Not AI, not quantum physics, not hadron collider, not rocketry, nuclear. Nothing is beyond us. Not microchip technology. We should not see ourselves as they do those things, we can do it. So we should have that kind of mindset, and that's what I wish for our people for the week ahead. And till next week, we'll carry on. And for now, I'll play this video of this magic fireman masquerade. I hope there's a music to it. Let me unmute it. And till next week, guys, we'll see you again.
onye chọrọ ụka oge eme gị ya nwụkwa dachi ụzọ onye ji gị abụ ije ọ ya dalili ngwọlọ ọfọtigboru gajọ mmadụ ana m erieru gị ndị ilo osisi fụrụ ụka atụ mkpe ufere ma jiri ya onu onye tụrụ isi dị iwe dị ọrịta na-ebido ya rịba ka arụrụ enu echie ya unyi a na-agha ya aja
On this day, 129 years